Oh, oh, oh. Wonder how that could have happened. 5 police cars at Ken's place. You didn't think I was gonna let Ken get away with it, did you? All right, Bobby, I'll see you later. Thanks for dropping me off here. What's going on, everybody, and welcome to Whiskey RP 25. After all the drama went down with Ken, I've decided to move to Judith Plains, Montana, not too far from Black Mountain Rock, I forget the name of it. But either way, not too far away from where we were. But all that drama went down with Ken, and I just couldn't do it anymore. We needed a fresh start. We have $500,000 that we have taken out from the business. Bobby is taking over our existing business from us. He's gonna run the original whiskey distillery. I'm gonna start a new one here in Judith Plains. But Bobby just kind of left me on my own. We're going to wander around here, see what they have in stock, and I need to get a truck first. I need to get a truck. We have money for buying some property, but we're gonna start all over with equipment. Looks like they have some good options out here too. Beautiful new town we're moving to. Excited to see the whole thing. Excited to get this started. And there she is. Not a bad start. 7,800. We did find this old used Chevy. Beautiful old Silverado. Oh man, I love it. The green stripe on it. We're here in Montana. It's time to drive around. We're gonna find a property that's for sale for us to buy. We're starting to dig into our budget here, so got to be a little bit careful with what we spend and make sure we buy a property we can afford and still have money to buy some equipment. But before we do that, I do want to take a drive to a production in town that is for sale that we're going to be eyeing, and we want to find out the price of that first and know what we're targeting for that. And boy, this truck stops on a dime. She's a beauty though. We got a Casey's right here. Man, this map is beautiful. I think we're gonna be right at home here. It's like a blend between the two maps that we used on Whiskey RP. A little bit of Iowa looking with the big fields and a different part of Montana. I love it. We can see the building right there to our right. There's a few of them we'll be interested in. There's the Jack Daniels building. There's also looks like a lager building. I don't know if this is the actual route to it, but it looks like, oh yeah, America's oldest brewery. That's sweet. This is the place right here. Good old Jack Daniels. Think this will work. We just got to find out how much they're wanting for it. Quite the facility though. So $240,000 is what we're looking at there. We don't have to start with whiskey. We could go next door and see if that facility is a little bit cheaper for starting. But either way, we're not buying it today. We wanted to just get the dollar amounts in our head so we know what we're chasing. You know, $492,000 is a lot of money, but we got to keep in mind that we have a lot to buy. We have land to buy yet, and that's going to be the most expensive thing, potentially. $240 for this one as well. So let's kind of look at the differences of these two. So the Jack Daniels makes whiskey, and it's going to take in its recipe 12 corn, 6 dried corn, 3 barley, and 12 water, where the beer facility just takes 12 barley and 12 water. So I think we might be starting off with beer here this time around because it'll be easier to get all the goods we need for the production. So that's good to know. Next, we need to find some land. So I haven't actually landed on anything that we want to buy yet. This one we were eyeing, but it's all of our budget. It's a 18-acre open lot that would be sweet to have. There's a couple of these around town. This one's even more expensive, $611. There's this one down here that's $127, and then this one here is $169. So let's go ahead, add that to the GPS in the truck, and let's head down to that one first. Those two that are less than 200,000 will be the two that we're interested in. So it looks like we want to go up here, take a left, and that'll take us pretty close to both of these plots of land. Is this a dirt road we're taking? It looks like it is. All right, let's not hit the sign. Oh, we hit the sign. We tried not to. Oh boy, guys, you know what we got to do. You know what we got to do. Let's back her up a little bit. Coming on a regular occurrence on this channel. We got to send it. Let's go. Here we go. We won't be taking this route anymore, but I think we landed it. I think we didn't land it. We didn't stick it. We didn't stick it. That is not a shortcut. That is definitely not a route we'll be taking in the future, but we're getting close. Excited to see these plots of land. We'll decide between the two of them, and that means we'll need some equipment next. But it looks like to our left here is one of the open plots, and this is decent size, this open lot here. Man, let's just pull into the grass a little bit in case someone else comes. It's large. It's large. Lots of, this looks like some good grass here. Yeah, that only means one thing, right? I mean, we get the equipment, we can start making a ton of money off of silage to start with. All right, so this one is 166 and proximity to town. I don't know if we're gonna be lucky with that because we were, gosh, right here for the whiskey distillery and it's like center of the map. So this one would be closer. We'd probably want to head out this way up that road and back onto the highway. But let's go ahead and tag this next place so we can go visit that next and really decide between these two plots of land. Looks like it's just a bend in the road here, but a beautiful farm right here. My goodness. Look at this place. Could be our neighbors there. Wow. They got some nice facilities there. This map's nice, guys. DJ modding. But this is it right here. I think we have our answer. Let's go back to the other one and let's get the realtor on the phone and get that plot purchased. All right, before we know it, this should be ours. Well, the land's been bought and now we have $323,000 to start with. And you know, a house would be nice, but we might end up finding somewhere in town to stay for a while till we figure that out. But I think we'll head back to the dealership and start getting some equipment purchased. I think we want to cut this grass and make some money off of it first. We found the highway and look at this bridge. This is insane. It's just going over a field, it looks like. Oh, there's some water. Okay. And just the elevation change is what required that bridge. This is impressive. It's a pretty sweet freaking map. But here we are back at the John Dealer dealership here in town. Good spot for us right here. It would be nice to get a package deal on some things, but I don't know if this dealership's gonna do that. This guy with his glasses, I've seen him before. He looks familiar. How you doing, sir? Well, we've spent 157,000 already. Something's running. Hope it's not our tractor. Oh, it's a plane. Look at that. Unbelievable, but look at, there she is. There's our first tractor. There's a chicken right here. Are you supposed to be in your home? I don't... Where are you supposed to be? It's a nice detail. All right, well, this ate up a ton of our money, but I couldn't pass on this. Look at this old Ford. 365 horsepower to start with our first tractor. She's a beauty. So what we'll want next is something that we can put on the back for mowing. And then we might start with a silage pit. I don't really want to. All right, another $41,000 spent here. And I know that this might not be the exact lawnmower or mowing equipment you would use for making silage, but I love this type of pull behind mower here. So we're gonna get this set up home, and then we'll, like I said, we'll baby step. We'll, you know, we'll check the used market and all types of stuff, but this should be pretty good to start with. But 13 miles an hour is the top that it goes. It's an old tractor, good deal on it. I mean, that was not much money for a lot of horsepower. All right, let's see. I don't think we actually took a good look at where our property line is, but we do have this little cutout here and the bigger field. So let's go ahead and back up. We got it lowered. We just have to turn on the blades here and hope that, yeah, something to row this up would be good next. But we can go 14, it looks like, or 13 miles an hour doing this. So just kind of cruise around here, get a good cut going, kind of get a good feel of the size of our plot of land, and hope we're not intruding on our neighbor's property. But we'll definitely be trying to negotiate with the farmers in town to expand by buying the fields right here. And eventually, I think this would be good for a farmyard. But we, you know, got to make money off of it to begin with. Let's get a good mowing session done. We kind of talked about it at the intro, but if you're not familiar with the Whiskey RP story, I would highly recommend looking up the complete series. It's a 13-hour video, but the FS22 version of Whiskey RP, at the end, we probably put a little clip of it at the beginning of this video, but at the end, you know, Ken did get arrested running an illegal moonshine business in Montana for years, and the reason he was giving us so much trouble is because we were kind of intruding on his land, in his opinion. And the fresh start that I'm getting here was because we weren't treated well. We had a lot of issues, and it's time to move on. We got Bobby running the shop for us in Black Mountain, and we're here now in Judith Plains, starting over. I think it'll be fun, but Whiskey RP is not just about whiskey. It's about building a beautiful farm from scratch like this, and we purposely bought this empty plot of land so that we can turn it into our own beautiful farmyard long term, and just farm facility. And this one directly in front of us, man, I'm already jealous of. So we'll be trying to compete with them for having a beautiful property here. But getting started with some silage. We haven't done that for a few series now. Did a lot of it at the beginning of FS25, but we're getting back to it here. A good way to start. You know, we didn't do that with the survival challenge right now, but mixing it up, and we are using the new DLC here. Some of the equipment from it, this beautiful Ford, and I think this is going to be awesome. This will be a long-term tractor for us with all the horsepower that it has. So I spent a little bit more than I really wanted to, but very affordable compared to other tractors with similar horsepower, so I felt like it was a no-brainer to go with here and show off some of the DLC stuff. But finish getting this cut, we'll have to figure out a way to row it up and a way to, you know, turn it into silage, whether that's a forage harvester or not. But we don't have a front loader on this tractor, so getting the goods out of the pit might be a problem, and we could clear a certain area here if we did go with a forage harvester, or a forage wagon, excuse me. That could allow us to, you know, clear that area first and then get a pit delivered. And we'll have to see how the money's looking, but we're gonna run dry here real quick and still need a ton of equipment. So that's the thoughts with starting with silage. Don't think there's any combination out there that we could go with that would allow us to do round bales or wrapped bales right now with the money we have. So that might be out of the equation, but we could look and see if there's some contracts that might help us be able to do that. And I think we might look into see if there's some contracts to help us make some money as well. I know August is a good month for that, but I did want to get started on our own property. And the $500,000 we started with, I do want to kind of address as well. You know, Whiskey RP in the original series, we were doing really, really good financially. So $500,000 gifted to me from the company to start a new company here in Judith Plains isn't really going to hurt the overall whiskey operation that Bobby's running. So I thought about taking out a loan, but we had the money, really keeping that storyline going. It makes sense to, you know, split off similar to what we did with the Iowa section of Whiskey RP last time. And we had plenty of money to do that, and we don't need to go into debt because the overall SWU whiskey franchise is doing great. And I went with the Batwing mower to kind of mimic what we did with the John Deere Batwing and the original Whiskey RP. That was my thought when I found this. I think it's a Bednar. Yeah, a Bednar. And it's got a little, look at that. It's just a beautiful design there. I shouldn't have put the license plate on. I might get that adjusted, but I thought there was a little bit we missed up here. Oh, we're driving right next to it right now. So this should be a good start. Good piece of land here. A lot of grass cut. So we'll probably need to call an Uber and go back to get our truck, and hopefully we're able to hook up a windrower on the truck so that we don't have to drive this back and forth, because 13 miles an hour, that took forever to get here. I know we use it a lot, but it just makes sense for the price. It's only $19,000. The only question I have is, will it hook up to the truck? I don't think it's gonna. I think we're gonna have to get a trailer and have them loaded onto the trailer for us. All right, let's see if we can hook her up. $105,000, not bad. But yeah, that's not gonna work. All right, I guess we're buying a trailer. You know, I kind of made a comment about this last time. This price isn't I had a good comment on the SWU Farm series. This price isn't far off from real life. We are going to buy this $8,000 trailer here. Boy, that's a big piece of equipment being pulled on this little trailer. Let's get her home. In long term, this will be great for moving pallets from the productions to where we need to sell them at. All right, we have a problem. Okay, so we have $97,000. And we have our first issue. You know, all the learning we've done over the years of Whiskey RP, and we didn't learn enough to make sure that we bought a tractor that has the right hookups for the equipment we want to buy. All right, so let's call an audible here. Let's take a look at contracts because we're going to need some money. I think we're going to start off with this barley harvest. We're going to borrow the equipment. All right, we're going to park in this field to the right. On the edge as much as we can. There we go. We'll have to get to know these farmers too. And hopefully we can stay away from drama this time around. Get into the field. Probably don't want to go this direction though, do we? Let's just open this up a little bit and we'll turn around. Get our guided steering all configured. I don't know, a field this size, I feel like one headland is gonna be enough. So we've got that configured for one headland now. Time to just get this first harvest done for Whiskey RP 25 and start making money towards the mistake we made. We need different equipment. We need another tractor that's going to be able to do a lot of the grass work for us. But I kind of like the mistake we made. It's going to make it a little more challenging. Let's get her done. And man, we're about to fill up before finishing the headland. That is impressive. All right, let's get this unloaded. Hopefully we don't block too much traffic while we're doing this. Yeah, pretty good start here. No soil data found, so we have no idea. This is Noah's field. We'll have to meet Noah. You know, there's a digital contract system in town to help each other out. So it's a pretty sweet little area we've moved to. I wonder if he's in town though. I'd like to meet him. Man, is this gonna fill up all the way every time? Okay. That's not bad. So we should be able to get 2 loads in here before we have to head back into the store to sell it. So let's get back in the harvester now and get back at it. This field's a little bit bigger than I thought it was, but it's good money. Like, are these guys stopped because of the sign on the ground? That's hilarious. Yeah, I think they're stopped because of the sign. I don't know why else they would be stopped there. The header trailer can't be the reason. 23% done. You know, the ups and downs shouldn't take too long. It's just the unloading and selling that's going to be really the most time-consuming of this contract, but it's going real good so far. And just about getting to the end of this pass, we're pretty full. I want to see if this does fill up the semi and trailer. Yeah, that's close. Do we have unit convert mod yet for 25? I would love to be working in bushels and not liters anymore. Let me know if you guys have seen it out there. I'll have to Google it myself. Just about full. I think we'll do one more load ourselves and then we'll hand over to a worker to help us out here as we start transporting the goods, but going good so far. There we go. We figured her out. All right, we did hand over to a worker to help us out. So while we're driving back, they'll be doing that and getting it taken care of, but it looks like we're gonna do 3 trips here. Though maybe it's just 2. Yeah, 56% transported, so maybe it is just 2 trips. I guess that back hopper in here is a lot bigger than I thought it was. Take out the sign. Yeah, there's a McDonald's too. Let's get back, get the rest of that harvest done. Let's see what kind of money we make today. Gonna need another tractor. We're gonna need something to pick up the grass with. We got the windrower already. We got a long-term tractor. Mistakes were made, and they'll continue to be made. That's all the fun. And trying to catch up to them here to help them unload. Harvest is just about done. I'll see you in a little bit. All right, the harvest is complete. I'm not sure where they're driving to, but we'll let them do their thing. We're gonna head in and make some money here. See what dollar amount we get to bring in out of this. All right, here we go. I hope the first part fills it up all the way and we get a bunch of money out of this, but we'll see. 93%, 94%. Come on, 94. All right, not so much. Not so much, but we're gonna make a ton of money still. And here comes the money. About 5,000 liters worth, not too bad. It's $9,000 is the extra cash we get from this, and then when we go to turn in the contract, we're gonna get another 22,000. Not a bad first day on the new whiskey RP. We got some grass behind us that we need to figure out how we're gonna take care of next episode. $128,000 in the account. Needing a tractor. That's not gonna go very far. We're gonna have to find some more contracts, some more ways to make money. But we got a good start. It's nice to get a fresh start at our whiskey business. I'm Socksway Up. I'll catch you on the next episode. Well, I just got done with an early lunch with some farmers in town and got to know them a little bit. It's kind of interesting to hear how far information travels across this town, or this state, I should say. Apparently they're familiar with me and they're kind of excited for me to be in town, so we'll see how that goes. I'm a little skeptical still, you know, gotta rebuild my trust in people after dealing with Ken for so long. But we're here at the dealership because we're gonna talk to them about leasing equipment. If there's some, you know, things they have available for us to lease, we're gonna take advantage of that while we build up our own inventory. And it looks like it's his off day today. Where's he at? Let's take a look. I know they have a digital catalog that we can look at, so we can place our orders if we need them. Let's take a look. Used equipment's looking pretty good right now, but nothing that we actually need. For 175 horsepower, this is what I've been eyeing to get us started. It would have a front loader, a quick front loader attacher that we'd have to buy as well, but that would be nice to be able to move things around. We know this would work with the windrower. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. And we will buy the cheapest one possible here, $7,500. And all we're gonna need right now is a pallet fork. So that leaves us with $50,000 in the bank account before looking into any contracts today. So I think we'll do this in baby steps. Let's get this home. We'll have to come back for the truck again, but we'll get this home, start rowing up. Well, we gotta get through this storm. Get that grass rowed up, and then, you know, while we're here, let's just see what they have for leasing balers and potentially something for wrapping the bales. So for $5,000, we could lease this baler that has a wrapper with it. I think that's what we'll end up doing. Yeah, I guess let's go ahead and get that leased now. We can come back and get it later, but I think that's the best course of action. We have the trailer at home already that we can load the bales on. We just bought the front loader and a pallet fork that we could, you know, double as bale spikes. That will help with that. A little bit of ways from the house, so it would have been wise to show up here with the truck and trailer, but we do have the John Deere to take home with us. So 44,000 bucks. We'll try to get as much as we can done today before we look into contracts. I definitely want to focus on our own land first, but we absolutely need to make some money so that we can buy another field, because we're gonna be very limited on what we can do on, I think it's the 6 acres that we have. All right, let's get the pallet forks hooked up, and we can pull the baler back with us. That's true, so we don't have to come back for another trip. We'll just have to come get the truck eventually. And we might just take an Uber home, because there is a house nearby this dealership where we're staying. You know what I didn't do is make sure we had enough horsepower for this. We're barely gonna get by with enough, so it should be okay. But let's get home. We'll wait out this storm a little bit. We'll start rowing up that grass, start making some bales, get them wrapped. And we should be, you know, not far away from bringing in our own money from our own property, I should say. Another thing that's pretty sweet about this bridge is the train goes under it, so when we're going this route, we don't have to worry about stopping for the train. You can see it going by there. Pretty cool train, first time seeing it. Big grass field right here. This must be a cattle farmer. Or maybe he has sheep. Yeah, that's some type of field I would love. Whoa, what are you doing, car? You're in the wrong lane. That was almost terrible. But let's see, what do we have here? Bison Ridge. Okay, don't know how active that farm is. But you can see our equipment in the distance there. It'll be real nice to finally get to use that windrower. Here's our turn off. Beautiful little underpass of the train again there. Just gorgeous. Like there's somebody out fishing this morning in their boat there. Turned into a pretty good day. Once that rainstorm passed, looks like we have some sunflowers to our left here. Look, a root crop next to us. What do we got here? Some sugar beets. Ooh. I do not miss harvesting those. That was a long day of work when we did that. Now, hopefully this hasn't overgrown. It has been a few days since we were out here, and it's, gosh, this grass is growing good. So we should be able to get a cut or two before the year's end after this one. It'll be interesting to see. There's a thick grass we're driving through here, so it's a little slow going. All right, here we go. It feels good to finally have the right equipment at the farm here. Our new farmyard, potentially. And I'm debating on getting some animals. We know we felt more at home when we had the sheep before, so we might do the same thing this time around here in Judith Plains. I just talked to Bobby this morning. Everything's going good in Black Mountain. Getting a lot of orders in still. He asked if we needed more money, and I told him that defeats the purpose of how much fun it is to grow a farm here. So we're gonna go off the money we have. We'll let that business just be thriving on its own. And now that I'm raking this is a decent sized field. Like we got a good start here. This is going to be some good money. These swaths are looking pretty good. So we'll go ahead and get busy here, get this all raked up, turn it into bales, find a place to store them for now, though just in the middle of the field would probably be fine. And then we'll have to look into locations in town that are buying silage. There might be some other farmers in town, or we could find a co-op potentially that helps, you know, distribute goods to other farmers in town to be the middleman for us. But no time like now to get busy and get this done. Looking like the last pass here, get everything all rode up. We're gonna have to treat this grass somehow and get all these shrubs and weeds out of here so that we can have just more grass growing. I feel like these shrubs and weeds have to be taking a little bit of that, you know, nutrition from the soil away from the grass so it's not growing as well as it could. So we'll be looking into how to do that soon. I'm kind of debating making somewhat of a gravel area to just kind of help us with starting the farmyard, because that's absolutely something we're going to want to do eventually. So we're not just parked in this little section of our field here that's debatable whether it's ours or not, or our neighbors. But the next step here is going to be getting hooked up to the baler and getting these bales getting the grass all turned into bales and wrapped up. This should be a really good payday to start with, guys. This is a great opportunity we found here with this plot of land having such a good grass field on it to start with. Just a little meadow here. All right, I think we're all set to go. There we go. Got our cruise control enabled. We'll just be able to cruise around. And I'm excited to see how many bales we get here. And we'll have to make sure that this is wrapping, that we have it all configured correctly. It appears we do, but it's gonna be somewhat of a long day for us here. Let's get her done. You know, I've debated on getting a plowing up this ground and replanting the grass. And that's something we might do, but if we do that, I think we'll wait until March or April, because I don't want to lose the opportunity to cut this at least one more time between now and November. This is going to be a lot of money. This is our main source of income. And it'll be interesting to see once these ferment and get them sold, what we're gonna make just cutting this, and then we can compare it once we turn it into a field. And some fields I'm eyeing that we're gonna wanna save up for, because this little 6-acre lot here that we have, it's only gonna go so far. All right, we are super close to being done with the baling here. Just one more pass to do. Did have to buy a little bit more round net, but that's about it. The only issue we ran into. We had it delivered. The dealership's so good to us here. And it was kind of funny, you know, we're talking about Uber. There's only one guy in town that does Ubers. There's a lot of taxi services in town, but just the one Uber guy. So, you know, up and coming town. Not a lot of that newer technology, but we'll be fine. But look at all those bales. We got a lot. We got a lot. This should be a pretty awesome payday to start. All done. I don't know if we can get another 14 or 16% here with what's left on the ground. We did a pretty good job picking everything up. See if this baler has a configuration to let us unload a partial bale. Oh, it looks like it did. That button worked. So we'll get that wrapped and we're all set. To get this returned just under an hour of use, so we won't get hit with any extra fees for leasing it. Feels good to get our first job finally done. Took us 2 months, but we got it done. Another month or so, we'll be able to sell this, make some money. I'm guessing we're gonna hit close to 50 grand here with this. I gotta get this back to the dealership, and then I'm going to jump on that board, or the digital dashboard, and see if there's any good contracts to pick up today. There's a couple that I'm eyeing, but I did want to kind of take a peek at this property here. Owned by Walter. Walter is a guy in town that was at lunch, actually, so I don't believe sugar beets. He's a sugar beet farmer. Does he own the one next door too, 28? I don't know exactly where his farm is. Ben owns field number 28. Walter owns 26. And from what I understand, it's about $183,000 for that plot of land, which is another 7.5 acres. But I'm just kind of wondering, over here, we have this farm that we've talked about being jealous of. And looking at proximity of fields, and this one, not near an actual farm, I feel like Walter would be more likely to sell that than this field that, let's not walk in his field. Let's not damage his peas. But I'm wondering if this is Walter's farm, and this field's more attached to it, where this one, it's a little farther away, so we might be able to convince him to sell that. We'll have to give him a good price for it, but these peas are ready to harvest. I don't know if he needs help with that. That looks like a big job. I mean, look at this property too. He's got this sweet house with is this a detached garage with a little overpass here? No, it's just another like secondary house. I don't see anyone home. This is a gorgeous farm that they have here though. And then this is that bridge we came over to get here. Timber and Sage, I believe this is the co-op in town, so we're in pretty good proximity to them. Looks like they got some dryers going here for some grain and lots of bins. Pretty sweet. But yeah, we'll hopefully meet up with Walter later on, see about that field, but we're nowhere near being able to afford it, so maybe we don't bring it up yet. All right, getting started with a canola contract here. It's not as big as the last one. I think this one pays about $15,000, but you can see the field, pretty decent size. We'll be able to get it done here with this John Deere S7 harvester, and it looks like we have a Mac Don header that we're using. Pretty clean. See how far we can get before we need to get the grain cart over here to unload this bad boy. But just taking every opportunity we can to use our time wisely and make some money. There's nothing for us to do on our property, so right now helping out farmers in town, getting to know them. This one is a farmer by the name of Katie who owns it. But building all these relationships here, you never know when they're going to come in handy. Have something that we can help them with, later on, or helping them now, and maybe there's something they can help us with down the line. Decided to do 2 headlands on this, and one's done, and we have 57% full of the hopper in the harvester. So this is going to be a really quick contract, since we aren't filling up as quickly as we were on the last one. So it's definitely going to be less trips to the store to sell, even though I believe with this contract we have a smaller grain cart, so that might be somewhat of an issue, but canola doesn't yield as well as what we did last month, so less times filling up the harvester means there's less time for me to stop and more time for me to get done with what we're doing. I'm loving it. These fields are sweet. This map's amazing. I don't think it's going to come to console. I don't think DJ's maps ever do. But those of you that have PCs and can run a 4X map, I highly recommend it. Finishing this headland here, and we will fill up on this pass, but they've, like, with these tram lines that they have, they're losing a lot of yield right here. That's a big section that there's no product to be harvested. I wonder, you know, if we're going to be able to prevent that on our fields when we get to it. Here's a little bit better. They must have had some different equipment out here back there that caused those lines. Interesting stuff. Learning a little bit about this town and how they do their farming, but it's all good. It's all good. I love learning about other towns. And this one's my new home. And a pretty good sized grain cart, so we should be able to, I believe we're gonna get at least 2 loads of the harvester in here before we have to go sell. We'll see once it gets completely full here, but I'm gonna try to keep it level in here so we don't wanna overflow one side and lose a little bit of product. Try to keep it level in the grain cart. All right, 31% filled up in the harvest, or in the grain cart there, so we'll do at least 3 complete loads before we have to worry about taking that in to get sold. And that might be the entire field now that I look at it. So pretty easy contract compared to what we did last month. Gonna pay us pretty good, not as well as last month's, but every dollar's gonna help. And I'm really trying to decide what kind of animals I want to start with. I'm leaning towards goats. Cruising along here. It says we're 62% done. We got our second load to unload and about 3 or 4 passes to go. So this is lovely. Making great time with this. Definitely feels like we're going to beat the storm, which was my goal when I accepted the contract. So get back in here, get her turned on, and once she's unloaded, we'll get back at it and get her done. Figure out exactly where we're going to sell this. And getting it finally filled up here, finished with the harvest. We got to figure out where we're going. We don't know this town that well yet, so we'll be looking at the GPS to give us some guidance, but we'll get there in a moment. And Katie wants this dropped off at the farmer's market, which you can see isn't very far away. 37,900 liters of canola. We'll see what our payday is from it, but I'm hoping we get the balance up to around 60,000 after this. You know, still a far ways away from that 180 that we're looking at for that property of Walter's. So we got some grinding to do, and we'll find out next month how much we're making each time we cut the grass on silage, which would really help us start building a budget and a timeline for the expansion we want to do. But we also got to keep in mind we have a lot more equipment to buy. We need a seeder, we need a harvester, we need a grain cart, We need a way to treat the fields. We're probably going to want to scan them to get the soil samples. There's a lot of money still needed. So rushing to that property might not be the best thing, but you know, the limited land we have, that means limited money we're going to make. So we got to make wise decisions. And I think after, you know, next month's income, we'll be able to start figuring that out. How slow we're going to have to move, how quickly we can move, which one's it going to be, slow or fast. I have a feeling it's going to be slow and steady wins the race here. Let's let these people pass and we can go ahead and get this delivered for Katie. Yeah, they got some sheep over here. There they are back there, just a couple of them. But pulling up here, moment of truth about to be upon us. That contract number to go up and then see if we make a little bit of money from it. If we don't, it's all good. If we do, it's bonus. Wow. Canola pays well, $8,700. And another $14,541 for the contract. We did get dropped off at the dealership here, so we can head on home for the day. We're done with everything we're gonna do, and luckily, it's not that far of a drive where we're staying, just right here in town. And we will just park right here for the night. And I will see you guys on the next episode. I'm Socks Way Up. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you on the next one. What is happening, everybody, and welcome back to Whiskey RP. We are on October the 3rd episode here. We're doing a sorghum field, field 59. Ben owns this field. It's a quick, perfect contract. The selling location is directly behind us, so they're gonna be selling the sorghum right here, so we don't have to go very far. This is an ideal contract. So what we're doing right now on our farm is literally waiting for the grass to ferment, and once it becomes silage, we're gonna get it sold today and see how much money we're gonna make per cut of our property. That'll allow us to make decisions on if we're going to plant a field in the spring or if we're gonna just leave it as it is. Do we wanna use some of that property to maybe get goats or sheep? Do we wanna start creating our farmyard already? All those decisions will start being made based off of learning the income that we're gonna get from the first cut of the grass there. We got a clause here, the Lexon 8900 with another Mac'd on header, making quick work of this sorghum harvest. Should be pretty good money as well, and just thought it was a perfect contract. I saw the sales location was right next to the field and we couldn't pass on it. We need as much money as we can get. Really want to get to the point where we can buy one of those buildings right over yonder, the whiskey factory and the beer distillery. So we're going to be taking every opportunity we can to make some money, get to know our neighbors, and eventually make progress on our own land. And getting the headland done, I figured we might as well unload while we're this close to the grain cart. It's actually pretty close to being perfect there. And luckily with this equipment, we won't have to do a lot of trips as we mentioned. So 14,000 is what we're looking at getting from this contract, and that is without selling any goods. We do know that all the contracts in this town, they pay a little bit extra after you deliver everything that the farmer expected. So that's where we're making our big bang here. 14,000 is going to help, but we're hoping to get another maybe 6 or 7 from the extra grain that we get to sell, the extra sorghum here. So we'll start the ups and downs, and you know, this contract is well on its way to being done. And then we'll get back to our land and start making some decisions. I was getting super impressed with how far we're getting without unloading and forgetting that we did unload almost with a full headland done. So this is about right. Pretty good yield here on Ben's farm, or Ben's field here. I think we will stop at the end of this pass and unload though, and we should be able to potentially do the rest, even though these passes are getting a little farther, a little longer passes. Some good progress here. Really itching to get over to our own land and work on things that are going to benefit us long term. You know, the money will help, but it always feels better to make progress on your own property. Is this my first time noticing? Did they change the color of sorghum this game? It seems way more, maybe it's this map, but it seems way more orange than it used to be to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. That's very possible, guys. It's very possible. All right, that thing's pretty close to being full. I think next time we'll top it off here if we get another full load. Otherwise, we'll get this thing done. Either way, I think we will have to do at least two dumps over across the street. No stress here. Just stating the update here. Let's get her done. Oh, it looks like we are going to have to hold off on finishing the harvest until we do sell. 97%. Let's go ahead and go dump this across the street, go unload, finish the harvest. Not a bad way to start the morning. Just a quick little contract for Ben here. Start earning a little respect from everyone in town. And hopefully that'll lead to some opportunities for us down the line. This looks like the entrance here. The farmer's market again. Seems a little busy this morning here. There's the sheep. Love to see it. 80% done. We're pretty much done with the harvest though, so that number should skyrocket after dropping this off. And here we go, dumping the sorghum. Love to see it get to like 93%, 92, not bad, not bad. We got a good amount over to unload. It says 62% transported. That makes me a little nervous, not gonna lie, not gonna lie. Just get it unloaded, finish the harvest, and see what happens. I always get nervous though. It's nothing new here. The power tube is definitely one of my favorite grain carts though. I do like the, oh, I forget what they're called now. The gravity wagons, but these ones are pretty sweet. A lot fits in here, and even if you get the extension, even more fits. Pretty good piece of equipment in my opinion. All right, 18,000 and then probably another, I don't know, 300 liters that we'll get here. So we'll go prep this at the end so we can just instantly unload it and get her done. I was a little aggressive with that number. We did get 726 liters, not too bad. 18,726 is the final number of this last load. Should be plenty. 62% full here. Yeah, we got enough. Moment of truth. Another 6 grand. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And we'll collect from Ben another $13,252 to bring our balance to 82,960. Oh. I guess we're a little late. It looks like everything is sold out. That's not the best thing to see, but it looks like there's opportunity to help populate the farmer's market ourselves. All right, little jog home. Little morning jog, never hurt anybody. Let's go ahead and head that way. I think we'll take this route, and I'll see you there. Well, based on my calculations, we do have one load already filled up there. I don't think later this afternoon when we are able to sell these, and this grass is, it's looking pretty thick here. I don't know if it's ready to cut or if we should wait till November. I think I want to wait till November to see if it grows a little bit more, but nothing really to do except for twiddle our thumbs and wait for our grass to turn. Let's see what else they have available in the contract system. You know, being that we are interested in buying one of Walter's fields, we did find that there's another one of his here that had a contract available to wrap some bales for him. So pretty good amount of bales. It looks like he wanted us to just wrap them and leave them, and they're gonna pick them up later. So we just got to drive around this clause. A lot of clauses in this town. I'm kind of surprised, but we just got to drive around, wrap these bales, and collect our payday. Just kind of helps Walter out. I don't mind if I do. Another like 23 grand. It's gonna get us well above 1,000 or 100,000. Just gonna take a little bit of time, and we got that time to kill until our grass turns. But this is, Walter's gonna make some good money off of this. Based on my calculation, I believe it is 50 bales that we will be wrapping. Yeah, another sorghum field in front of us, but I did not see it on the dashboard. That would have been nice to do as well. Basically getting bored, and I kind of wanted to see what it was like to go in cab. I guess you just kind of slowly creep up to it, and are we lined up? I can't tell. Like, my depth perception on video games is terrible. Depth perception in real life is fine, but in video games I just struggle. Well, 97%, 1 to go. I haven't seen it go up by 3 at all. We had to have missed one. We had to have missed one. Let's see what happens. We're cruising around looking. 99. Maybe when it drops, it'll hit 100, but it seems weird. Such a pessimist. It's absolutely going to finish the contract. I knew it. All right, let's jump in here. Cool system they have in this town. Let's go ahead and collect 22 grand for that. That's impressive. All right, we teleported home. That was amazing. I don't know how I did that. And we are going to guess that we need about an hour or two still to kill. I think what I'll do is just probably make some food. Yeah, let's jump in the truck. We're gonna head in, find something to eat that's potentially close to where we're selling things, because that's all we're gonna fit on here. Let's do it. Let's figure out where we're gonna sell this. Learn in this town. Well, the Montana Hay Company is where we're headed. We got it in the GPS, 3,300 feet away. We're gonna see if there's anything close by to eat there. If not, maybe we'll just chat up some people and get to know them in the area. City of Hobson, okay, that's where we're headed. And we got to get back there. I assume we go up here and take a left somewhere. And I'm at the point where now I am... What is this? The Yellowstone Grain Terminal, huh? That's cool. Guess we are in Dutton country. Duckhorn Vineyards. You know, we've gone into this part of the industry before. The winery is $240,000 in town. That's something we might think about. Decent building. I'd love to see a tour inside. So many possibilities here in Judith Plains. Oh, now we're holding up traffic. The ice cream man. The ice cream man's trying to pass us. I want to see this truck. That is sweet. That's awesome. All right, let's keep going on our merry way. We're really just killing time here, guys. Oh, the general store. It's so cool over here. Might have to get some food at Buc-ee's if there's nothing else around. Oh, what's back here? This looks like a food place. Yeah, there's a cafe. This is perfect. The fire department to our left. There goes the ice cream man. Yeah, let's see. We can find a spot to park near here and not take out this guy's mailbox. We'll go to the Central Cafe for lunch. They won't mind. Man, I don't know if it comes in for you guys. There's the sound of a weed eater. An edger in the background, like just you can hear it, and I have taken my headphones off 3 times now because I thought it was real, like on my property. But we had a good lunch. Now we'll head in and get this sold, and well, I guess we gotta wait a little bit longer, but we killed a good amount of time. Let's get to know the people at this hay company, the hay department. I forget what it was called. Not a hay department. How do we get there though? Is what I'm kind of wondering now. Driving on the wrong side of the road like a maniac. Here's the post office. That's good to know. I can send Bobby some letters if I need to. And the McDonald's? There's a McDonald's. Oh, how do we get down there? I mean, it might take us a good while to figure this. Oh, there's a road. Okay. Well, I don't think it's wise to make a U-turn on a bridge, so we'll continue on and turn around up here. I don't see another access road, so we'll be patient. We got time to kill anyways. Believe we go into this facility. They're probably gonna want to weigh us. Let's back up. All right, we got our ticket just in case and work our way around this way. It's an interesting route to get here, but I think, okay, so there's that road there is probably what we want. So we wait ourselves for no reason. That's all right. Yeah, and down here is the Montana Hay Company. All right, so just a little bit from now, we should be able to make some cash off of this. Let's go talk to them inside for a minute. Some good people in there. Good people. All right, let's go ahead, unstrap, and get this sold. And our first load's gonna bring in 25 grand. Okay, this is awesome. Let's head home. Let's get some more. I think it's gonna be 3 trips. And I don't know if it's gonna be 3 full trips, but I think my guess was around 50 grand. And at this point, unless my eyes are bigger than my stomach, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get more than $50,000. That's exciting. Oh, they have some cotton. And the second load of the day. Let's see if we can just get this in one go here. Trigger's not that large, but it did get it. Awesome. Yeah, another 24.9. We're at 155. I found a shortcut. We're gonna go this way and try not to run into this farmer's field here. But it's a lot quicker if we just go this route instead of looping around 2 bridges. In the last load, we have 2 extra bales with us, so this should be a little bit more than 25 grand, and I am beyond blown away by the money we're bringing in already. We're sitting at $183,000. We have some decisions to make, and I gotta be honest with you, I was not expecting this kind of money, so I am not prepared to make decisions. Do you see how this car just truck turns? I'm gonna barely turn the wheel, and it just jerks to the side. It's insane. I mean, these signs already didn't stand a chance. They definitely don't stand a chance with the way I'm driving with this trailer. All right, so I think what I've decided is we have a lot of grass here. We have a whole lot of grass here. I think this little cutout here, I want to turn into a pasture for goats. Now, we're not gonna be able to buy them yet because we don't want to cut this grass, and we are gonna lose some income from keeping grass and not turning it into silage so that we can feed the goats. But the goats are gonna produce milk for us. And if we get enough, we could produce a lot of money with milk, and that could turn into a revenue stream that could eventually get us to be able to buy Walter's Field here, number 26, and really hoping to eventually get 28 as well from Ben, and I think that would be a good plan. So I'm gonna call in to town and see if we can get some fence delivered and get a pen set up. We're gonna try to do this as straight as possible. We're gonna come out to right there, and then gosh, it's gonna be tough to figure out. Go ahead and grab it about right here, turn around, try to go straight. The fences do look terrible when you don't. Land not owned by you. Okay, no. How do I delete? How do I do previous? H, and then straighten it back out once we get to what seems like the edge of our property. I kind of do want to put this tree in the enclosure. Keeping an eye on money. I know this is gonna be pretty expensive, but oh, that's terrible. All right, let's go H. And then I guess we got to turn this way as well. Yeah, some upgrades to this would be sweet. I don't know if there's some scripts that people can make. Let's go to about right there. And then now we have a better view to try to straighten this out to about right there. Let's see how, nope. We do, whoop, nope. Hit escape. Show the struggles, and then I guess we're just gonna go straight all the way in here. There we go. Yes, we want to plant meadow. Okay, I hit yes, but nothing showed up. Maybe it'll show up tomorrow, or maybe that's how meadow looks in this map. But we have capacity for 42 animals, 72 animals here, but no ability to purchase them yet. And we should have flattened this first. That looks hideous, but pretty nice. We'll need food next. If we have meadow in the morning, I guess we could, meadow will be produced tomorrow, I believe. It looks like we missed a little bit here, but that's a lot of grass we're not going to be able to cut. And it would have been nice to plant some trees first. I think that's something I want to look into next, actually. Been contemplating our plans. I notice Walter let his peas wither. I wonder what's going on. That's a lot of lost money right there. Didn't take care of the weeds. I wonder if the same thing's gonna happen to this field. I found it interesting that it didn't show up in the contract system, and I haven't seen anyone out here prepping to do any work on it. Just kind of makes me think maybe he's gonna retire. Maybe it won't be that hard to talk him into buying these from him. If he's not even taking care of his existing fields, maybe that whole property would go for sale. I'm gonna head over there. I wanna see if they're home. This is pretty sweet right here. No vehicles, nothing in here. Don't see anyone around. I am kind of trespassing right now. See in this window, get a better view. Yeah, everything's cleaned out here. Interesting. Just a huge field just gone to waste. Grass overgrowing in the sandbox here. And then we have a grass field that's owned by Walter that's ready to harvest that hasn't been touched. Oh, interesting. Is this a grass field as well? My data shows that this is not owned by Walter, so just the house and the few fields surrounding. Another one of Ben's fields is right here. I don't know, guys. This is bizarre. No equipment, nothing anywhere. I don't want to go up to the house. Maybe I should. It's a big propane tank for a house. There's still stuff in the house. I mean, is this where you would knock if you were visiting, or would we go in here? I think we would go in here. Let's see if anyone's home. No response. We gotta get to the bottom of this, because if this goes on the market, we've got to snag it up. We've got to figure out a way, and whether that's calling Bobby and getting money, or I really don't want to do that. But if this opportunity does pop up, there's just nothing here. Yeah, nothing at all. Beautiful little garage here, though. I'm going to keep investigating this. I got to go to that lunch again with all the farmers in town and see if Walter shows up and figure out a tactful way to ask him what's going on. Seeing if this shed that's over here, if there's anything that marks the property lines, tell me whose this is, because it's empty, awkwardly. A little bit of forest here. It's nice that they preserved this. A pretty good sized forest. And then a little creek right here that seems to be dried up this time of year. And then Noah let his wither. What's happening to this town? Are these farmers abandoning their fields? Man, interesting times. Let's head home. The sun is getting close to setting. We're gonna head back into town and head to the place we're staying. We got some investigating to do. We got to find out what's going on. If those fields, if that property, if it ends up on the market, I just feel like it's in our best interest to try to snag it up. I don't know how quickly we could liquidate money from the whiskey company in Black Mountain, but it's something we might start wanting to think about. And I'm gonna definitely get on the phone with Bobby and see how sales are going. I've been trying to ignore the details while I focus here and keep my brain just focused on Judith Plains and not worry about what Bobby's got going on. He's been running it. He's doing great. But we got to get to the bottom of this. Figure out what the plan is. If it's something we're going to be able to purchase, or, I mean, I guess technically Walter could give it to someone in his family. Only time will tell, though. Maybe somebody will be in one of these restaurants in town. I don't think we can park that close to a stop sign. We need to back up a little bit. That should be good. That should do it. All right, I'm going to go to Tim Hortons. We're going to see if anybody's in town. But I'm going to shut the recording off at this point, and I'm going to catch you guys in November. I'm Socksway Up. Thanks for hanging out. I will catch you on the next episode. Welcome back to Whiskey RP. Today, our primary focus is going to be on getting some goats, and the first thing we're going to need for that is some feed for them. I'm going to drive around. We figured out how to adjust the mower to actually do swaths for us. We potentially might sell the windrower, but the first things first, we're going to loop around our property multiple times, get a good amount of this cut. We're going to have to figure out if we want to purchase a baler this time or keep leasing that. Get this baled up as grass for the goats, and then hope to have a decent amount left over to make some more silage so we can keep making profit. We are going to get a decent amount of milk over time from the goats, and we'll have to figure out if there's somewhere in town that will purchase that without us having to process it. I want to sell just the raw milk. I don't want to have to do anything with it. I want to just make profit off of it that way to begin with. And then potentially we might, start processing it and try to increase the revenue stream that way. But one thing at a time. Got to get this done, get it cut, and then we will see if there's any deals in town for balers. If not, we'll probably lease again because those implements are expensive. Let's get busy. And finishing up the last pass, it ended up being a little skinny one here. Shouldn't be a bad thing. But I'm kind of debating, like, how much of this grass do we want to save for the sheep? And how much do we want to just make silage? I said sheep, I meant goats. I definitely know that we can make more money instantly by doing this all as silage, selling it in December, and just, you know, increase the bank account, potentially have enough money to buy one of these fields here if they ever come for sale. But I think it's more important to start building some revenue streams. And that's what it's all about today. We could have used the Ford, it now occurs to me, but we did use the John Deere for this job. There'll be plenty of jobs for the Ford to do in the future. Let's go ahead and grab the windrower if we can. We'll have to bump it a little bit. Go ahead and move this a little bit. And I don't know if it'll damage it, but let's just use these forks. Just, yeah, move it just a hair. That should be good. We should be able to hook up to it now. But we are going to head into the dealership, and we need to get a baler is on our list. And then also we need some way to move animals around, but let's get the food prepared before we worry about that. Let's head on in. We'll see what they have for balers. I think we might have to end up, you know, leasing one more time. And we talked about what we're going to do with that field. And I'm not sure yet, but that grass is definitely dormant, and we're not going to get a cut out of it until probably April or May at this point. So we got to make a wise decision on how much grass we save for the goats. We don't want to run out of grass and have to buy some from a neighbor or beg them to give us a good deal on a few bales. We want to be self-sufficient here. We don't want to be a leech on anybody. So let's head on in. A little bit of a drive ahead of us. We'll try to see how much they'll give us for this and get it sold. Otherwise, we might want to just, you know, list it on a website ourselves and sell it ourselves. But I'd like to get it out of our hands right away and get the little bit of cash we can from the dealership. All right, we've arrived, and they've wanted me to pull it into the garage here. They're gonna take a look at it. You can see they got one of their mechanics already there waiting. They're gonna take a look at the windrower and tell us, you know, how much they're gonna give us for it. And I might just spend some time playing this little arcade game while I wait. We ended up taking their deal. It was $17,300, and that guy's already gone. But let's go ahead and head inside and see if they have a good baler for us to lease. And are we allowed to? Maybe I wasn't supposed to go this way. Yeah, let's check it out. And just making sure we're not missing anything that we could use. I mean, this isn't bad for a starter here. On sale, we could get it for $11,000. There's some upgrades there that they're trying to you know, trick people into. But it looks like right here is where we could get it for $11,000. We already have a trailer. The grain cart would be nice, and we could do that upgrade for $6,500 later. I don't know if I'm ready to pull the trigger on that yet. And today we're gonna spend another about $6,000 on leasing the baler, and I believe we're able to configure that to not wrap at first, and then we can turn that back on later. If that's not the case, we're in trouble. But I think it'll work. It is nice that they give us a full set of bale wrap and netting to start with. There might be a little expense on that today as well, but we have $142,000. I do have a lunch meeting with Walter today. I did get a hold of him, so he's gonna catch me up on what's happening. He just happened to be in town, and I'm hoping it's an interesting conversation. I don't know. Every indicator shows me that it's, you know, any day now, any moment now that his property's gonna go for sale. And I'm just interested in what that price might be. So I don't think we'll ever be able to afford the entire lot of it, you know, all of his fields, the farmyard, the house and everything. But maybe we can get him to sell us one of the fields, possibly. But I'll definitely keep you updated after that happens and let you know. We definitely need to find a way to jumpstart getting more fields, because we're gonna need a lot of barley. We're gonna need a lot of all the ingredients for whiskey and beer. It's time to start negotiating and try to figure that out. But let's go get this stuff baled. We also are looking into getting a used trailer to pull the animals, an animal trailer. So when we go pick up the goats later today, we got a lot to get accomplished, a lot of information to find out potentially too. Should be a good day for us. We sure did start pretty close to the fence here. It's going to be somewhat of a challenge to get this, but we should be able to just drive on top of the grass and back up, you know, straighten out and back up. Yeah, that's not too bad. We'll figure it out. I'm debating. I want to see how quickly we make bales before I really decide how many we're going to do grass. And I'm kind of thinking maybe we do all of them grass this time. But we'll see. Maybe we'll get to, well, how much? Let me remember. If we can get about, I don't want to say 70. What if we get 35,000? So if we do 10 bales that are grass, that could be a good start. And we're not going to get a ton of goats, so 10 should go and last us a good amount of time. So I think that's the plan here. That's 2 down. We'll get 8 more, and then we'll turn the wrapper back on. And there's the 10th one. I think I'm going to push it to 15. Being that we've barely completed the headland and we're already at 10, I feel confident doing another 5, and then we'll turn the wrapper on. And at that point, we'll start making the silage bales. It seems like that would be safe. I mean, we're going to lose a little bit of money by not making silage, but if we have extra grass, next time we do cut this field, if that's April or May, like we talked about earlier, and we still have grass left over, we can do all silage at that point and kind of make up the difference for the extra grass. That's the plan. And there's bale number 15. After this drops, I'll pull this lever here and that'll reactivate the bale wrapper. And we'll test that out here. It shouldn't take too long to get another bale. These are somewhat small. They'll be easy to move around with this John Deere and the front loader, but they do fill up quick, so lots of stopping. And let's see if this did the trick. It did. All right, so we'll see how many we get wrapped here. All of this is going to be profit next month. Let's keep on keeping on. And doing the last pass here. Getting our 50th bale next, so that'll put us at 35 for ours. 25. 35. Math's hard. 35 for ours. And that's not bad. That's not bad at all. That'll be still a really good payday in silage when we sell that in December. And I'm cutting it close. I'm supposed to get back up by the dealership to meet Walter for lunch here. I'm going to take the truck and we're going to get hopefully the goats on the way back as well. Really interested in that conversation with Walter and see how it goes. I ran into him yesterday at a store and just like, hey, you're in town. I noticed all your equipment's gone. What's going on? He's like, let's get together tomorrow for lunch and I'll fill you in on everything and see how it goes from there. I don't know if he has something in mind, but we're gonna find out shortly. I'm gonna watch the replay back on that. Driving straight and just flipping is insane. All right, we're at Applebee's today. All right, let's head on in, buddy. Well, that was beyond exciting. Oh, we can't park in the handicap spot, though. That'll do right there. Oh, man. Okay, I'm not going to spoil it yet, but I got some interesting news for you guys. We're here, though. We need to get a trailer to be able to move some animals around, and is that something you guys got for me? We did have a message out to a broker, but we are going to spend $25,000 on this. Well, let's lease this for now. And if we do hear from that broker, we'll buy our own at a discounted price, and gosh, only out $1,200 at the moment. Let's go ahead and hook it up to the truck, and we're gonna figure out exactly in town where we need to go to purchase these baby goats. All right, well, anybody knows, let me know where the animal dealer is. We were gonna, you know, actually pick them up this time, but we have this lease. We paid for the lease. We're just gonna purchase them through the animal pen at the house. And I do want to have one of these owned for when we sell them, but if there's not an animal dealer on this map, then we won't be doing it that way. I didn't see it on the icons. It could be one of those things where we could fly around and try to find it, but I didn't see one. So we're gonna head home, do it that way, and get back into. All right, we are back with our new goats. Let's get them moved into the pen. 10 baby goats. It's gonna be a little bit before they produce milk for us, but I'm not as lonely. And that's what this was all about. Not being lonely. I'm gonna move some bales around next, and then we'll get to that Walter news that you guys are wanting to hear. It doesn't disappoint, guys. It doesn't disappoint. I'm not sure if I mentioned it at the time, but we did go with this facility because it does have some built-in features that we are interested in, like water. So we don't have to get them water all the time. It is plumbed. You can see the water tray is full. It'll automatically fill up because there's a spigot and, you know, plumbing inside here that takes care of that for us. We have a little bit in here. They're eating it already. 35. Well, I don't know how we got 35, 37. All right, so let's talk about what we talked to Walter about. You can see we are in his field, the sugar beet field, going and harvesting it for him. We rented this equipment. We rented the truck and trailer back there as well. So the plan is that this field's ours now. That's simple. Just kidding, it's not that simple. So what Walter is wanting from us is $200,000. We didn't have $200,000, so I decided to negotiate with him, and it was, you know, I'm trying to take the credit here, but it was really Walter's idea. So what we're gonna do is, until we pay him back, 50% of every harvest we're gonna send to him. So if we make $50,000, we're gonna send him 25 of it, and that'll bring our balance down to 175,000. The reason he was okay with this is because of everything I went through with Ken. Like I mentioned a while ago, a lot of people in town are aware of that situation. So it's playing to our favor at this point, but did confirm that entire farm over there is for sale. He decided to pull this field out of the listing for us, and I just couldn't really figure out a way to get the rest without dipping into the profits from the business, and just don't feel like that's right. So the profits from the original business in Black Mountain. But we're gonna keep steady with this. And this is, you know, from what I understand, he was gonna let this wither. He was gonna let it wither like the other fields, and that's part of what his negotiation was for. It was like, he's not gonna do it, so might as well have somebody harvest it. So I did, like I said, our balance is down to 91,000 because it was pretty expensive to lease this equipment. So we could be taking well, most likely we're taking a loss on it, but the reality is we gained a field. And a field that doesn't have very good yield, almost the worst yield possible, according to our data so far. But I think this is absolutely a great opportunity for us. We got lucky with this. Kind of think of it as a lease to own, with the stipulation that we only have to pay him when we make money off of it. And it's not like making profits. We don't get the money back for the investment we put into it for seed and fertilizer, and when we get the soil sampled and all that. It is, the agreement was when we have a harvest, the income we make from that, we'll give him half until it's paid off. And, you know, kind of hoping that there becomes an opportunity at some point where we can say we're ready to pay it off early, or we'll keep taking advantage of it and use our money, you know, our extra money that we would use for that for many other things. So it's going to be a long day, though. Not the best or biggest fan of sugar beets. And to be honest with you, I have no idea what they're worth. And I'm not interested in storing them on the ground. So whatever they're going for today is what we're selling them for. That's enough rambling. It's time to bust this out. And we're not going to quite be able to get around another time, so we're going to go ahead and just drop this off right now in the truck, even though, who parked it like that? There we go. It's unloading now, and I don't know how many trips this is going to be. It might be a lot. My plan was to get the headlands done and hand over to a helper we found in town to help us out, but he hasn't arrived yet, and we might be able to do that before he gets here, just to get a head start. So that was about 45% full. Good to know. Let's go ahead and get back to where we were. This is going to be quite the job. My math was terrible there earlier. We're getting about 25 to 30% per time that we loop around. And yeah, I'm going 13 miles an hour to do this. So we could have got around again last time. So we will do the fifth headland here, unload it, hand it over to a worker. And at that point, we're going to have to go in and find where we're selling this, because the trailer will be full, but a lot of capacity in this sugar beet harvester. So it makes it not as painful as it could be. The only thing that's really a struggle is the width here. You know, what is that, like six rows that it's getting? So not my favorite, but doing what we got to do, because this is a huge financial opportunity for us. And we are getting 50 tons per hectare, it looks like, and that's 62% of what the yield could be on this field is what the data is telling us right now. The unfortunate part with the time of year that we're harvesting this is we don't have time to put in any crops that would be really ready for us to harvest in the summer, so we're gonna have to focus on something to plant in the spring. And I got way too close here. Let's go ahead and maybe close this, and then when we get over it, we can open it again. Yeah, that seems to be a good solution, though it still hit. There it goes. But yeah, so we'll have to figure something out. Maybe we will do something like oats, and we don't own any productions yet that need the crops, so maybe we'll do something like soybeans, but I'm probably going to look for something that's a quick turnaround that potentially could get us to harvest in the summer. And then if we can plant barley or wheat in the fall, I think that's going to be the course of action that would suit the business the best. The future business, that is. All right, it's time for me to hand over to one of the helpful farm hands in town. We are paying him a little bit of money to help us out. He's getting lined up here to take over. But we got to figure out where we're going with the semi. See what our first trip is going to bring us financially. Let's open up our tablet here and take a look. All types of establishments in town take sugar beets, but we found one that is paying the most for it right now, which is only $602 per 1,000 liters. We have 59,000 here so far. It's gonna make pretty decent payday. If we can do 3 of these trips, we're gonna take a good chunk out of that debt already. It feels like debt, but in all the times that I've taken out loans, this feels like the safest way to do it. There's no timetable on it. On the trust system, he's plugged into our precision farming data, so he can see how much we yield on it. So there's no real way for him to lose or us to not follow through with the loan. And if we do get caught doing something like that, then we lose the field. So it's in our best interest to honor our word. Let's get this going, see what this first load brings in. So 35,000 so far. So what I think we'll do is we'll get this entire harvest done, get everything sold, look at the financial reports, and at that point we can figure out what we can pay Walter this time, or what we're required to pay Walter this time. We finally made it back, and our worker is making pretty good progress. Not too bad. Got a decent amount done while we were gone. They're turning around now. We'll start helping unload them at this point, and quite a ways to go. Not even gonna make any guesses for the amount of money we're gonna make off of this, because I have no clue. And the final load of sugar beets getting sold. The bank account's looking nice, but we're gonna have to subtract a lot of that money in our transfer to Walter. but this has definitely been a super profitable day. Let's go ahead and pull up that financial tab now. The total harvest income was $133,297. So we've just transferred Walter's $66,649, leaving our balance to be $133,351. We'll see how many years that does take to pay off. And with all of that goods returned to the store that we leased today, it's time to head home for the night. It's been a long one. In December, we'll begin preparing the field, getting it flipped and ready to be planted in the spring. We'll figure out what crop type we want to do there when the time comes, but we got a good amount of time to get that prepped. December through probably April. I'm Socksway Up. I'll catch you on the next episode. Welcome back to Whiskey RP. Today, we're going to start prepping this field to get it flipped for the spring, to plant a crop in it. The first thing we're doing, though, is taking some soil samples. We did get the Icera Pro here purchased, so we can do this on our own. We'll have this piece of equipment forever, and as we buy more fields and potentially turn what's to the left of us into an official field, we will be using that as well. But this will tell us the soil type we have, and it'll help us when it comes to treating with fertilizer and herbicide and all of those things as well. Seed rate as well as part of that. It'll help us get a good environmental score and make a little bit more money in this county. But I get the rest of these samples done, and then we'll move on to potentially buying a plow or a cultivator, something to get this field flipped, get the dirt flipped over, so we can get started on the next season. Pretty dark morning here in December as well. It's getting darker at 8 a.m. Not sure what's going on with the sunrise today. I feel like we do need some lights on out here. Feels a little bit darker this time of year in this part of Montana than it does where we're from originally. 8 samples so far. We're gonna keep cruising around this field, get them all done, get them all sent in at once, and we'll look at the data together in a few. And we do have 15 samples, gonna send them in now. We'll see what the results are momentarily. But getting this field prepped, I was tempted to do a cover crop and leave that all winter. I think we might pass on that. Just don't know how beneficial that would be to us right now. So let's go ahead, take a look at this data. It did come back already. Wow, this doesn't look too bad. We got some sandy loam and some loam mixed down the middle there, and it kind of tells me that 23 probably has sandy loam and loam to the right here. Be kind of interesting as we do expand, but that's a good start. Let's go ahead and get this put away. I think we'll gotta figure out exactly where I want to put like a slab so we can start getting a farmyard going over here. But I'm been non-committal to exactly what I want to do with that, but I am gonna store this here for now. It seems like that's a safe spot for it. This first year we're gonna have a lot of leasing around here, and we did have this delivered by the dealership. We're leasing this cultivator here. We're going to use the Ford to get the field all prepared. Let's get it unfolded here and we'll get lined up. But it's a big piece of equipment, and that's why we have the Ford, so we can move a little bit quicker on jobs like this. All right, we got her lowered. See how the Ford handles pulling this big piece of equipment. It's struggling. What was I'm interested now. What did it say the required horsepower was? 500. Oh, we've made a mistake. We have made a mistake. I thought it was about 300. So the Ford is going to struggle, but I think she'll be able to pull it off. 6 miles an hour is not the end of the world. It's going to take a little bit to get up to speed, and yeah, it seems to be doing an excellent job here. We potentially could treat the soil with some lime as well, get that pH level intact on the field. $115,000 still. We're trying to save money to keep expanding, and cultivator is going to be soon. We might have to lease that the first time around as well. I'm not a huge fan of leasing, but it's definitely helping out, making progress. Let's go ahead and turn around this way, and we'll get these headlands done. And compared to doing the sugar beets on this field's starting to feel tiny with this type of equipment. Not too many passes to get her done, but I think we need to focus on it and get her done. Finished with the headlands here and a little skinny section there. Regretting the size of this implement, but it's actually doing pretty awesome. 6 miles an hour isn't that bad. I don't know what it actually would do. I think we could, pop in here and check while we're driving straight there. We're not going to run into it. Yeah, we're going about half the speed we should be with this implement, so we would be pretty much done at this point. Lesson learned. I've been doing that a lot lately. I'm actually kind of refreshed that I heard some other bigger channels like Daggerman did the same thing on his new series. So I don't know why you get excited. You got a big piece of equipment here. You got a big machine in the Ford, and you kind of think they're compatible without looking at the menu. The menu tells you, but we didn't look. So I'm just finishing these ups and downs, and then we will probably look into a spreader. It's because we do need to get some lime down, and that might be something that we do purchase. We're going to get a lot of use out of that over the years, and there's not a ton of options out there on the market for different types, so it would make sense to get something like that locked down, but I'm going to need somewhere to store this equipment. It's just sitting out here in the elements, no cover at all. We got to get that figured out as well. But definitely lesson learned. Lesson learned. Do not lease equipment if you're not sure your vehicle can pull it. And complete. Let's go ahead and get this back to the dealership as quick as possible. I'm going to look into something else because I do think we are going to turn this into somewhat of a grass field. Got this 9-meter one that we're going to lease here for $5,000. And it's not compatible? Oh, what is going on today? We're going to give it a shot. This is also going to be overpowered, but I think we might be closer to being okay. I do like the width of this thing. Yeah, it's not bad. 7 miles an hour isn't bad with this vehicle. It's drifting a little bit. I think it's the tires spinning a little bit on this. Not terrible, but I do think this is the best call here. We'll get this soil sampled after we cultivate it here, cultivate up this new field, and then we can potentially purchase a spreader like we talked about earlier to get some lime on these 2 fields, and then wait till it's time to plant. So probably bust through the summer. I'll probably head back to Black Mountain, Montana for the winter, make sure everything's going good with Bobby, and then come back in spring. But we will have to come back every once in a while and check on the goats. So I guess maybe I'll just do a small trip, and that'll all be off camera. We are slipping a little bit here, but let's get it done. And just gonna try to connect these 2 real gently here. Turn as much as we can there. That should do it. Let's lift. And gonna do it my old school way. Oh, let's lower that real quick. I just saw a spot that could use it. Oh, I forgot fields were enabled. I'll clean that up later. We'll get some dirt over there. We just won't plant right there, and it'll grow back on its own. But we'll do some end caps here on both sides, and that'll allow us to be able to turn around with ease, doing the ups and downs and not worry about exiting the field. It's been so long since we've created a field like this. We took over that farm in Black Mountain, Montana. Most of the fields existed already. There was a couple fields we created ourselves. Haven't got a lot of this experience, and it's been a blast doing this and just being able to envision what this is going to turn into. This will probably be a temporary field. I do think I want to turn this into the farmyard long term, depending on... Yeah, I don't know what I want to do about a house. I still haven't figured out where I want to live full time long term. You know, wanting to set up the new company and farm and whiskey distillery and everything here and potentially sell Black Mountain. Haven't decided yet on that. That decision could come soon. But yeah, so temporary, I think we'll want to put a farmyard here and then potentially find a different property where we could build a house that's in the vicinity, you know, this side of town at least, this side of the highway, and the big cliff, the bluff up there. You can kind of see in the background from here. So those are the things I'm thinking. Unless there's a property that has a view of this farm on top of the bluff that we could buy, that might be sweet. But after this, we will head to the dealership, and we do have snow coming today, so definitely will be our last chance to do any type of field work is today until spring. So we'll go check out the spreaders, and we'll get a good amount of lime to bring back with us, and probably should bring the truck and trailer so that we can bring back some lime with us. I think that would be wise. And that is all finished up. All right, we are headed back with the cultivator to the dealership. We're gonna pick up a spreader and a good amount of lime, as much as we can fit on the trailer with us to bring home. Looking in their catalog, and this is absolutely what I want long term. It does just fertilizer, doesn't do lime. So for now, I think we're gonna save money. We're gonna go with this, even though I did it on the other series. We're gonna go with it. And we're gonna buy about 8 bags of lime. I don't think that'll be enough, but that's how we'll start. We'll get them to load it up for us and we'll head home. Not sure we can get home legally like this. So we're gonna try though. So a rooster in the road now. What is happening in this town? Well, we seem to be doing pretty good hauling it. Let's take this turn wide here. Oh, school bus coming. Get over. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure 16,000 liters is going to be enough to do one field now that I think about it. I think cab view in this truck's pretty slick though. Not to break RP too much, but I drove way better in cab view. Pulling up to the property, and yeah, definitely regretting that 16,000 right now, but we will get some potentially delivered for us. We'll see how far this gets us. All right, kind of nice having them on the trailer like this. We just back up and knock them over the trailer and refill. Oh, we need to get this surveyed. All right, let's just back this on up right here. We'll have to get a few more samples taken. Imagine we know the pattern that the soil type's gonna be, but still worth doing, and it'll get us all set up to be able to get our environmental score higher as well with the county. Let's actually try to minimize the amount that we have to do to save money. That'll do there. Now, keeping the environmental or taking the environmental score into consideration, no tillage might be something we want to look into long term. And I imagine that cover crops also give you a boost on that environmental score. But I don't know how this county does it. So that's something we'll be keeping in mind. It is nice and quiet, no drama yet in this county. Didn't quite line it up perfect there. We're gonna have to do just a little sliver, and then we can turn around and should be able to do the rest of the field with one more up and down, one more down, one more up, one more pass. Looks like we will be good there. So crazy how different it looks just by turning something into a field. Just that cultivated state. To me, it looks like it adds value to the property. All right, we should be able to send these into the lab. And my understanding is that this machine does the soil reading for us, and we're just sending in the results for them to validate. That's how it happens so fast. Loamy sand does dominate over here. Or sandy loam, sorry, not loamy sand. Sandy loam does. Perfect, okay. I didn't look at the pH yet. After doing those scans, we should be able to see that. If we look on our tablet here, not terrible, about 6.0 in most places. And we have a few places that are all the way up to, is it 7? What is that one? 2.5, okay. And 6, so we'll see. We'll see. Really, the debate is if 16,000 is gonna be enough. And let's go ahead and activate that. Oh, 2,000 is gonna drop so quick. Actually, it's not terrible. We're applying about 3.5 tons per hectare right now, improving the pH by around 0.5 in most places. And that's not terrible of distance that we're getting on one load here, which I believe was just one bag. So let's go get another one. Figured we might as well just do right here, and that was a pretty strong spot there where we're placing it down, and that's why it was dropping quicker at the beginning and worrying me, because the soil type was different. Then it slows down a little bit. Okay. I've missed precision farming. I'm finally using it, paying attention. I've missed it, guys. And one field done. I did lose track of how many bags we used, but I think it was about 4. And this field is a little bit bigger, so we might need a couple more bags, but it's going good. I'm gonna use this up before I get another bag. Let's fix this field too. Let's go ahead and use that little bit. We'll get refilled, and we'll see how far we get on this field without running out. Now, we went through a lot less on this field. And gosh, I've been missing precision farming this whole time. Feels like a brand new game to me, guys. So these 3 full bags over here, I don't know how we got uneven there. I must have did a partial load at one point there on accident. Should be enough. And every time we treat these after this, it's not going to be that much lime, but I'm excited to be able to lime the fields every year again. Definitely feel like it was missing, man. We're back. Let's get it done. All right, I'm impressed. We got them both done. I didn't think we'd have enough product, but fields prepped to be planted in the spring. We could do an application of nitrogen or an application of fertilizer to improve the nitrogen level. Let's go ahead and just store all the lime in here for now. And I think it's time to load up the bales again and get them sold, the silage ones. That's hilarious. Why does it keep grabbing that one? Through the magic of mods. That's the only way this happens. We're gonna drive real slow because these back 3 are not strapped in. I don't know if I'll see them. Like, I drive safer this way. So much for that. Somehow, some way, we've made it. And I don't remember if I could pull forward. Let's try it. All right, 34,000 there, a little environmental score and a little bit more money. We're up to 138,000. You know, it didn't pay as well as last time because there was a lot less bales because of the grass we saved. But I think the way we're treating this field right now, we should be able to make a lot more bales this summer. Gonna head on home, put the trailer away, head back to the rental property, and I'll see you in the spring. What is up, everyone, and welcome back to Whiskey RP. It is March. We had a good winter, a good time off, but it's time to get some grass in the ground. In April, I think we're gonna do soybeans next door. We need to look at the calendar, though. Let's get this grass planted. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We did talk about trying to be able to get barley in the ground by the fall. So we want to make sure we pick the right crop type that'll enable us. And if we just have no crop until then, that might be the plan. But I do want to look at the schedule, see how things do grow in this county, and figure that out afterwards. But we'll get this grass going. Definitely looking forward to seeing how much better it yields. I did debate between doing alfalfa and grass, and to be honest with you, we're just not familiar with alfalfa, and I don't want to make any mistakes here like I've done in the past, and we want to just make sure we're doing the right thing. We have fertilizer in here and seed. We did purchase this seeder for $6,000. It is ours. This is one of those that's kind of modular, so we could add another one to it and have them side by side and double the width, but right now for the field sizes that we have, I felt like this was the best approach. It was a pretty good price for what we're getting here, and I don't think you can really beat $6,000 to start with a seeder. And I mean, that's barely the amount that we're spending on leasing the bigger ones, but this one does do fertilizer and it does the seed, so we can do that all in one step. The next thing we will have to figure out, not for this field but for the field to the right, we will get weeds, so we will have to figure out a way to treat the weeds, whether that's some type of hoe to take care of it, a weeder to take care of it, or some liquid herbicide. And with the headlands done, we're starting the ups and downs now and making pretty good time. Moving 15 miles an hour right now. This seeder is able to handle that. It's looking good. And 88% seed used so far, my dashboard's telling me, and 76% fertilizer. I think we'll have to probably top off on fertilizer, but I think seed will be fine. We do have some stored back by the sheep right now. The sheep, they're goats. In the sheep pen, the goats do have it. We have a little bit of extra that didn't fit in the seeder. We did buy one bag of seed and one bag of solid fertilizer. So we should be good for this planting session. The next one, depending on what crop type we pick, is one I'm kind of thinking we probably are going to need a little more seed and fertilizer for, but making good time. Just going to do these ups and downs. We'll get some of these spots that we're missing when we get done at the end. We definitely want all of this to be grass. Want to make sure it all gets planted. I'll see you on the other side. What a great seeder here. We got a couple spots that we missed, you can see there, and then we'll have to go down to the bottom of the field as well and get that. A couple spots down there, but overall, this grass is going to be planted and it's ready. We don't have to do anything else to this field. Every time we cut it moving forward, we'll want to reapply some lime and a little bit of fertilizer just to make sure the grass keeps growing in good. And like we mentioned earlier, that's probably a temporary field. Once we feel like our income is consistent enough, we'll start building the farmyard here and get some, some concrete down, maybe some gravel. I'm not sure what I want to do yet, and some structures to store our equipment. I don't want to go much longer without the equipment getting stored, but let's head on in back to, I guess, where we're storing them over here by the goats. We'll take a look at them. They didn't go through much food over winter, which was kind of refreshing, but it's making me think we don't have enough. They're getting there. It's going to be a little bit before they actually produce any milk for us. You can see they're getting a little bit bigger, not a lot. We can see them now. They were hidden in the tall grass here in the meadow, but they're looking pretty good. They're getting a little bit taller. And we can fit 62 more in this pen, so it is tempting. Not getting a lot of use out of you. You weren't expensive though, so that's not bad. But looking at this calendar that was shared to me by a few guys in town, this is the planting schedule here. And if we're looking for something that would allow us to still plant in September or October, corn's not gonna work. Corn you don't harvest until October, so we'd have to instantly flip the field. We could do that, but that would be a lot of stress. Not the most ideal thing to do. Soybeans, we could harvest in October as well. Sorghum, we could plant in April and harvest in August. That's an option, but I think we might have solved our problem. We can plant wheat and we can plant barley in the spring here. I'm glad I looked at this. There is no issue. There is nothing to stress about. We got plenty of food for the sheep. I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of relax. And I'll see you in April. You know what they say, April showers bring May flowers, and boy, is it coming down. And there is no give in sight. We have no option but to plant the wheat in the rain. Barley, I meant to say barley. We will top up with our seed and fertilizer before we get started. This field is a little bit bigger. But yeah, look at our grass. It's coming in nice. Everything's looking good. We're looking at all the data. Don't understand some things I'm seeing here, but looking good. Couple spots show no nitrogen, but we'll see how it looks in, May, maybe June. June might be the time when we actually do the first cut on that, but let's go ahead and get these bags, and I think I can carry the seed. It wasn't very heavy. Yeah, we can definitely pick that up. And I'll just dump it in there. I guess you can't do that with these bags, can you? And we do have all the fertilizer that we have, so that might be an issue. We might need to call the dealership up and get a little bit delivered to us. But away we go. It is a little muddy, so it might take a little bit more time to do this, and it's, not ideal conditions for planting, but we'll make do. Boy, we're making good time here, and the seed rate is pretty low for barley on this soil type, so we might have enough seed. And fertilizer also, remembering that we have pretty good soil type here, so we're not using as much fertilizer as I thought we would either. We are down to 25%, it's showing me on the dial here. And we have more than, 25% of the field left, so it's going to be super close. We probably will have to drive into town. I couldn't get a hold of anybody at the dealership, so we might utilize that trip to figure out something for the weeds, too, while we're there. Either way, we're going to the store later today after seeding or when we run out of fertilizer, whichever one comes first. It looks like we are gonna run out of fertilizer. I'm hoping I can get to the end of this pass before it runs out, but I'm gonna drive over to the truck. No way I'm running in this rain. I'll get soaked by the time I get over to the truck. We will drive over there, and then we're gonna head into town. We're gonna get a bag of fertilizer, and we're gonna see about a way to treat the weeds, and I think I wanna avoid herbicide if I can. In tradition of the way we do things around the whiskey distillery and the way we want our goods to be grown and as natural as possible, we believe in doing that for the taste and the flavor and the quality, really. So let's go ahead and park as close as I can get to the truck so I can rush on over there. And I'm gonna jump in the passenger side here. Got stuck behind the slow car on the way in here. Luckily our turn's coming up, so we don't have to worry about them anymore. And we've arrived. Hope that garage is open, because I feel like this rain is just insane. Yeah, I'm just gonna park right here. Hope they don't mind. All right, we spent about $37,000 right now. 38,000 almost. And they're gonna get these loaded up for us next so we can get them home. Let's take a look at this up close. They brought it out here, and then I asked them to put it on my trailer, so. Let's see, we got the Pottinger here. The Rotocare. It's working with is 12.5 meters, so that should be pretty good. All right, it's all loaded up. We did have them push it all the way close to the tailgate as we could, just to balance the weight out a little bit better. A little concerned about getting home in these conditions with this trailer, so I wanted to have the weight distributed as good as possible there to give us a chance to succeed. And we'll make sure we do these. Oh, that's a car. These turns wide enough. I didn't see him coming. Did you see him coming? I even looked that way. You know, one of my favorite parts of moving to a new town and getting to know it is when you first do a drive like this, you feel a little overwhelmed in how far it feels. And the more familiar everything starts feeling to you. We need a tow truck. As I was saying, the more things feel familiar to you, the shorter those drives end up feeling long term. So I feel like that's about where we are. Just gotta make sure we turn safely with this trailer. It's starting to feel like home is what I'm trying to say. Well, the rain has lightened up a little bit at least. I think we're gonna go ahead and take care of these things right now though. You never know when we're gonna need the truck, and I'd rather get this stuff off the trailer than it just sit on the trailer today. All right, hopefully we don't have any issues backing up this. Looking good. I was a little concerned about weight on this, but I think we're good. So we're gonna place this down over here. Not gonna use it quite yet. We still gotta finish getting the barley planted, but thought I'd have it in the proximity. All right, let's go get the seeder. Get this job all finished. There we go, back at it. Just a couple more passes to do. Really excited. Man, I didn't realize we could plant barley in the spring. I love it. Another awesome layer of realism. Thank you, DJ Modding. Plenty of seed. We need a pressure washer. We got to get some way to clean our equipment. The rain did a good job, but we still got some mud on these things that I would love to get off of them. Brand new seeder. Got to take care of it. All right, and that should conclude spring planting. We will want to at least go over that field with the weeder, and then we'll see. Oh no. Okay, we gotta fix that. I forgot this was a direct drill, guys. So this little spot here is gonna be a little bit off, but let's go ahead and lock in. We'll fix it with grass. Let's get up about right there. We'll go ahead and lower it and do just a small section that we ruined. That's all right. Not too bad of a concern there. I'm glad we noticed that though. I forgot what I was saying. But yeah, we will take care of the weeds next. We're just gonna back this up next to the bales. I guess next to the spreader. Let's go ahead and just wobble it back here. Straighten her out. There we go. It's a good home for it for now. Yeah, we need to start getting a little bit more of our own equipment. Saving up for a baler. We definitely need to save up for a grain cart and a harvester at this point. Yeah, I don't know how to prioritize it. We've been so busy over here. I'm not going to be able to do any contracts in town for extra money. The next money we're looking at is, gosh, what, June? No, July? And that'll give us money for the silage we're going to cut. And away we go. Same issue with the rain. I Guess this still might create somewhat of a tram line here. I hope it doesn't. I hope the crop's still able to grow where we're driving. Should be okay. And hopefully this does take care of the weeds and doesn't pick up the seed too much. It's just the way our tires are sinking. It's kind of got me worried. It'll be fine. From time to time, I do want to put in a question of the day for the channel. And the question I want to ask now, and potentially the question of the week, maybe we'll ask it in multiple videos and get a good amount of feedback and then discuss that somehow later on. What is your preferred style of starting a new playthrough in Farming Simulator? Do you like starting with no equipment? Do you like starting with no money? Do you prefer to try out, the startups that the map creators set for you, the starter maps, the starter farms? There's all kinds of options out there. I'd love to hear the comments about it. You could, if you're on PC, you could be able to cheat in money to be able to get all the equipment you want, all the farmland you want, start your own farm that way, and, start your playthrough as an established farm. Yeah, I would love some comments about that, and who knows, there might be a video discussing the results. Man, it did end up feeling like a pretty productive day. The rain is still here, but it's not as hard as it was earlier, and the ground really did need all the moisture, so not really going to complain. We need the water for the crops to grow, and hopefully this takes care of all the weeds, but with the amount of rain we've been getting, I'm a little concerned that this type of treatment's not going to be enough for this field, but only time will tell, right? It is June, bright and early. We're here on the farm. We got everything lined up and organized. I think that's where our first shed's gonna go. I think I've decided over the last few months of just kind of showing up and checking on things and making sure the goats are fed, and they have not gone through those bales at all. I love them. We do have our first little bit of milk coming in. Not super fast, but it's starting. So that's some money. Oh, look at this. Look at this sorghum over here. Almost looked like corn to me. Look at that beautiful sorghum. Gonna be ready in a month or so. Our grass field is ready to cut. We're gonna be doing that today. Getting our first look. Look at this barley field. My goodness. Expected yield 122. Yield possible 125. I think we nailed it. And forgive me if I didn't mention why this baler's here when we're driving up. The dealership did drop it off. We did lease this, and there is someone that's going to show up and help operate that for us today while we cut the grass. So we're going to get this done super fast today. And off we are, cutting our grass for the first time. We got the baler coming behind us. We'll have to make sure everything's going good with the operator. But I think we want to probably go a little bit slower so they can keep up. We don't want to get too far ahead of them. Start driving all over. We might run over a bunch of bales. We'll have to see if we're going to have to take breaks here. And I think they're making one now. But let's go ahead and make sure we're staying on course here. Yeah, they're cruising. Let's go ahead and stop right here. And it is dropping the bales and wrapping them. What a good worker there. All right, time for us to bust this out. And this is such an enjoyable way to do this. Having a worker with us, helping us out. Can't beat it. Makes me miss Bobby, though. Well, we almost beat the rainstorm. We are on the last pass here. The grass shouldn't get too wet, especially since we're baling it right away. I think we'll be okay with just this sprinkle. It's not coming down too hard yet. Lots of bales out here, lots of money that we're gonna make in July from that. Quite exciting. I love doing it this way. I only have to do this one time. I don't have to come over all the swaths and bale them. Having employees is the best. We have to get to know this gentleman as well. Over time we will. And trying to get into a better habit of putting our equipment away. Even though they don't have cover, I think it's better for it to be there. All right, let's get them done for the day. I don't know if this grass field was really worth it. We got all the bales loaded up here. I just don't know if that was worth it. It's not the best result. We did have the dealership drop off a little bit of lime and fertilizer. Just still debating, like, was this worth it? But you know what? It is here. It is what it is. No reason to dwell on it. Let's go ahead and get lined up here. Get it activated and get some lime applied. We definitely need it. It'll help with the yield. You know, it'll keep us getting that same yield every time at minimum. And just having to put, you know, 0.88 tons per hectare. It's not a lot of lime we're going through. I did overbuy, but I felt like it was time to get a little bit of an inventory over here so we don't have to constantly get a hold of the dealership since we'll be cutting this every, you know, 3 months or so. At least this time of year. I'm hoping we'll probably only get 2 cuts out of it this year, but potentially 3 next year. And used about 1,300 just around the headland there. So we will fill this back up, and that should do it. This 2,000 we're putting in here should be more than enough. And then we'll have to do the same with fertilizer next. But it feels pretty good to, you know, take care of our own fields and not be doing contracts. I do enjoy the extra money from that, but it's so much more enjoyable when it's your own property and you can see your future being built. And all complete with, you know, about 900 liters left in here. Can't beat that. Whoa. Don't do that, guys. I think we'll leave these bags of lime right here. I know it doesn't need a lot of fertilizer either, so 2,000 was probably too much, but like I said, we'll get a little inventory here. And away we go. I love the way it turns it to that nice dark color. The rain's helping with that as well, so hopefully a pretty good yield next time as well. Applying 600 and about 50 kilograms per hectare right now. We are turning it green this time. So using a little more than I expected. Last time when we planted it only turned it orange because it thinks it's wheat for some reason. So I am applying the wrong amount of fertilizer for grass. Let's go ahead and stop. Let's see if we can figure that out. Yeah, I'm not positive or I don't know if I need a different piece of equipment to get it to recognize the soil or the crop type here. Saying no crop type detected. This, you know, precision farming stuff's so new to me. In this county, the way they do it. For best results, use target for wheat. So it thinks it's wheat for some reason. So I imagine that means we could probably go a couple cycles without putting fertilizer down after this. I mean, I imagine that's got to be the way it works, right? And due to that fact, we did use all the fertilizer, or pretty much all the fertilizer we bought. Looking amazing though. And we can just store this in here for now, put a lid on it, and I'll keep it safe. But that is all the time we have for Whiskey RP today, guys. I am Socksway Up. Thanks for hanging out. Next episode, we are absolutely getting to our first harvest of our own crop. I'll catch you on the next one. What is happening, everybody, and welcome back to Whiskey RP. Today, we're going to harvest our own field for the first time. We got $30,000 brought in there. Let's head back and get the rest of the silage, and then we need to figure out exactly what piece of equipment, well, multiple pieces of equipment we're gonna buy to help us out with that harvest. And here's the field, our first look at it. Ready to harvest. Should be a good one. You know, a good amount of this is loam, so we're gonna get that 122 yield bonus, but the sandy loam down here, it's more like 98%, so not too bad. And then we got another month until we will cut the grass again and get a little bit more cash from silage, so that would be coming in October, that money. So let's see, this should put us about $138,000 after we sell this, and then we get to go shopping. And here we are with 84,000 liters of silage. Like we thought, another $30,000 there, and 2,700 from the environmental score. Our environmental score appears to be pretty good right now. So we need to take a look at the shop and see what kind of combines they have to see if they have any used old ones that we could afford. And we're also going to need something to put the grain in. Our new harvester is here. It cost us just about $100,000 plus a few delivery fees. We got an old New Holland TX62. This definitely should be good to start with. We'll want to upgrade this long term. The width of the header is going to definitely be what slows us down, and the capacity in here. Only holding, I think it's less than 10,000 liters at a time, but we got to start somewhere. And I felt like we were wasting a lot of money on leases because we weren't getting any return in our investments, and this thing's paid for now. Not bad of a start there. And the majority of the rest of our money were spent on these Parker gravity wagons. I decided to get 2 of them so we can make less trips. We don't have a silo, and we're not going to have any money for that anytime soon. So that will be what we're going to start with. Not too bad. 2,500 bushels each, I believe these things hold. But it will be fascinating to see what our yield looks like on these fields. Gonna be quite the job with this little header. And away we go. We did spend a lot of money. Are we gonna be able to lease something to create bales here? I think we should be able to pull that off. A baler is definitely the next thing we need to purchase. And potentially with the money we get from this grain, we might be able to do that. Since we don't have anywhere way to store it, we're definitely gonna have to sell it today. Look like we're getting about 12 tons per hectare right now. Climbing up to about 13, 12.7. Not too bad. Definitely gonna get around the headland and have to unload this though. It's gonna be a lot of trips, or a lot of unloading sessions once we fill up the grain tank here. 36% already here, so we potentially are not gonna make it back. That's all right. We'll probably end up getting one of those helpers in town to help us out to finish this harvest, but you know, I love starting them myself. Make sure the equipment's working good, make sure everything's configured the way it needs to be. Let's just focus on this, get it done, and see what kind of money this is gonna bring in. It looks like this area we're getting about 16 tons per hectare, so that's better. That's good. Looking at 121% yield. I love that they were able to put that data in these old pieces of equipment. Pretty fascinating if you ask me. And unloading our new combine for the first time. Not that bad of a process so far. Our first product going in the gravity wagon. Not gonna go towards whiskey. We don't have enough money to buy that distillery yet, but getting a good practice in of making barley, growing barley, harvesting barley in our new county here. And I did get a hold of somebody in town that's gonna help me out. I'm gonna get the headlands done and probably run the first set of grain into the sales location, and then they'll show up to help us out with the rest of the harvest. Might need to figure out a full-time worker here like we did with Bobby. I think would be ideal. I did catch up with Walter, and he hasn't found a buyer yet, so he is leasing out pretty much all of his fields at this point until the farm sales. And I want money, but I don't think we're gonna get it. 3.5 million is what the lot is going for, the whole lot of the fields put together and the farmyard and house. Just really don't want to liquefy funds from the distillery business in Black Mountain for that, so who knows who our new neighbor will be? I don't think it'll be us though. Should fill up the first wagon here, but not the back one. So I'm hoping to get the full headlands done. We're doing 2 of them before we have to go in and sell this. I mean, this isn't a bad starting setup at all. Go ahead and pull forward. We can fill up the back one as well. Yeah, pretty good. I think we'll get another full combine before we have to go sell, and we might, or it's gonna be close if we're gonna be able to finish the headland or not here. Back at it, 27% full in that back gravity wagon, so I think we'll be good to be able to get around the headland before having to go sell. We got back down the field and one more side like we're doing now, so I think we'll be good. Clover over here, huh? Someone leased the field to plant clover. Interesting. Not a bad decision. All right, let's get the harvester shut off because we are going to run into town after this unloads. Let's figure out where we're gonna go. We are gonna head to the farmer's market today. Let's go ahead and close this, shut it off for now. We'll go make our first little bit of money from our own crop, and it's gonna be maybe $20,000 each time we take a load in here, but let's make our way there. Now, the downside of this is we do have to give Walter part of the profits today, so we'll have to keep track of that. But it will go towards our debt and get us closer, but it just means we're gonna have less money to buy equipment. So goods and bads when it comes to lease to own of that field like that, but long term, it's absolutely the best thing that we could have done. It's making us, or helping us move a lot faster when it comes to making progress here on our new project and the new company. So I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just something we got to keep in mind, and we don't want to break that lease and lose the field, and we want to keep Walter's trust. You know what happens when Walter doesn't trust you. Oh, different Walter. All right, we have arrived. First time selling here, and you just got to keep in mind that only about 50% of this dollar amount's, you know, gonna be capped. And unload both of them at the same time. Glorious. Yeah, about $18,000 there, so well, there's still a lot to harvest. There's still a lot to harvest. $9,000 for us right now. That should be enough to at least lease something to pick up the straw and sell that. We do have to give 50% of the straw sales to Walter as well, but absolutely going to be a way to get rid of that debt super fast. And we're looking at 133,000 to go, so I'm hoping it's only a couple more years. This bridge is epic though, man. Unbelievable work on this. Our helper has arrived. They're gonna start doing the ups and downs for us. We're gonna run the gravity wagons, and hopefully this goes pretty quick because, I mean, we got all month to do it. We have no rush at all. I'm itching to get to the next phases. I'm itching to keep making progress here. I'm really worried about that distillery selling before we have enough money to buy it. And what a job this is. It's cruising along with our new combine. It definitely feels a lot more rewarding working on our own field. Even if we're giving half the money to Walter, it's all worth it. Starting to think I should have kept the windrower. These are gonna be, I mean, the swaths are just way too close. There's too many swaths here. Like, eventually, like this time, maybe not, but we'll see about upgrading the combine and a wider header eventually. Just a lot of work up front. That's how it works, you know. We can't afford the fancy big equipment. And I just think it was a wise decision to start purchasing stuff and not lease everything. And this should fill up the gravity wagon. We'll have to rush to the farmer's market, get it sold, and hope to get back before they stop. I don't think that's going to happen. It is a far drive, and not being able to really go full speed when this thing's full is slowing us down. So let's go ahead and head that way now. They're definitely going to be waiting for us when we get back. I just hope they're facing the right direction. Having problems with these employees of not backing out when the auger is pointed towards the grain. And just got a call from our worker here. They're full already. They're full already. We're a ways away from getting back, but it is what it is. We're learning about our equipment. We're learning about the time it takes to move this grain. I think a silo is definitely needed. We're losing a little bit of cash from the price fluctuation, but prices aren't very low right now in town. They seem to not fluctuate very much for barley. So not losing a ton. Losing most of it to Walter, but we knew that was the case. Almost to the farmer's market. Man, those burgers look good right now. In a full load this time, it wasn't completely full, so it should be a little bit more cash, but just like last time we did the sugar beets, we'll take a look at the financial report at the end of the harvest to see what we owe Walter and how much of that debt we bit off today. We got the straw to sell too, that will help as well. Yeah, 20 there, so we're looking at about 19,000 so far knocked off the debt. I'm hoping we get it under 100,000. We're getting close to being done here. Looks like we're a little over halfway. So, I mean, if we... I'm not going to guess anymore. We're gonna see at the end where the money's at. It's just too hard to guess this first time doing the harvest. I think we'll get 1.5 more trips, so... should be good. Not a bad start. There's this big spot. What is going on here? That's insane. That's some storm damage there. You know, being that we're on the lower side of the yield on the field now, we're not going to be filling up as quick, but still going good. Well, believe it or not, but this back gravity wagon is just about full. I don't know what's going on with my eyes today, but let's go ahead and go sell, you know, another 17,000 liters here. There's clearly barley in that back gravity wagon. And another trip selling barley. Should be another 20 grand here. Another 10 for Walter, 10 for me. And heading back to get the whole, what I'm hoping is the last load. I am exhausted at this point from driving back and forth. Well, we didn't expect to have a full load on the last trip here. We got 80% of it full, 14,000 more liters to sell. Let's go there and see our grand total. Get Walter his cut. And then we got to figure out what we're leasing to bale this up and double check the calendar and see if it's next month, I believe, when we can plant wheat. So we'll probably let this straw sit until September. So we only have to lease the baler once. We're gonna have to be super busy next month though. We're gonna want to pick up that straw, apply some lime, and then get the wheat planted. And at the same time, cut the grass and get some more silage bales created. And here we are unloading the barley for the last time. Nice zoom in on the face there. We'll get home, we'll do the math, we'll figure out what we got to send Walter, and we'll give you guys a report on what's left in the debt. But I definitely feel like it's going to be below 100,000. So we've cut it in half with just 2 harvests. We also have the straw, so I don't think that's going to bring in a ton, but it's definitely going to help. All right, we have made it home. We're going to have to get the harvester over here and get it all pressure washed and clean the gravity wagons as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at that financial report and see how we did. So harvest income was $74,925. So we have just sent Walter's $37,467, leaving our balance with him at $95,884. Well, we got the mowing going today, and we're gonna have to do this a little different than last time. With the competing priorities, we need to get this field flipped to get some barley planted in September, we're hoping, so we can harvest it early as possible next year. You know, these bales are gonna go towards, 50% of the bales are gonna go towards Walter. If we don't get the grass bale today, it's not the worst thing in the world. We did lease this again. That's why the money is a little bit lower than it was after the last segment. But I think we'll be good. We should be completely fine here. And it's just going to take a little bit of time to get these all unloaded. Or get all these baled and loaded up. And then we're going to have to get them on the trailer, get them to the sales place. Then we can want to apply lime to this field. We're a tractor short. The fact that we don't have the ability to use the baler on the Ford kind of messes up what we want to do here. So I might look into another small tractor to get on the farm to help us with multiple jobs, but just gotta really figure out what's the priority. It looks like we're pretty much finishing our jobs at the same time, which is amazing. We have around 38 bales already. I don't know how much they're gonna pay. It might be about $3,800 there, depending on the economy here. But let's get that last one unloaded. We'll get this prepped to start baling up the grass. And we gotta figure out a second tractor for field work. If the Ford can't do more than just cutting the grass and cultivation for us, it just doesn't seem like that was the most wise purchase originally. Well, we brought our first load to the farmer's market to get sold, and there's chickens around. There's so many chickens around. I believe they need to go here. 23,197. We have a little bit more to get, so we'll head back home. We'll get the rest of them, bring them back and sell them, and then we will, just like the barley, send Walter's cut. All right, we just had 8 more bales left, so we're gonna drop these off, do the calculation, do the song and dance, and get Walter paid. 6130 makes our grand total 29,327 for the straw bales. We've sent Walter 14,664, bringing our balance with him to $81,220. Definitely think one more harvest will do it, and we'll be debt free again. Who knows? Maybe we'll find some ways to make some more money on the side before then, so we can keep that entire harvest of the crop we're about to plant here once we're done baling the grass. All right, time to just finish up picking up this grass and turning it into bales so we can make some silage. And then we're going to start flipping that field. We gotta get it done today. That's my goal. Want to get some wheat in the ground. All right, we are all done wrapping. I think I've decided to leave this field as is this time around. We take a look at the data that shows up. pH is good. It's good, and we over fertilize, so we have a couple spots that show no fertilization, but it's okay, but everything else shows at least good. So just got to get this baler returned, and I think we're going to do the same on the barley field. There's no reason to lime it twice in one calendar year. No way. We did get another pallet of seed delivered, so we'll get that going right now, and gosh, this should be pretty quick. Let's go ahead and get lined up and get started. I think what we'll do is I'm gonna do all the ups and downs and do the headlands last. I think that's a good approach. Mix it up a little bit here, and away we go. Looks like some areas are getting 300 seeds per meter square. Numbers aren't dropping too quickly, so we should be fine. I mean, if we do this right, we might not have to do the headlands at all. Turn in the nitrogen color on our indicator on our map here to green, looking solid. Well, I did it again. I forgot that our GPS likes to go the other direction. We're gonna have to reconfigure that because I don't want to turn around in the field. Though I think it might be okay. Let's head down to the other side. We'll do the other side as well, and then we can start doing ups and downs. I think that'll work out. Still 90% seed, 76% fertilizer. I think we'll be okay. All right, the end rows are done. Now we can start doing the middle of the field here. Some ups and downs. I absolutely love this seeder. I haven't missed it. You know, we used a lot of the case one in the past, a similar style. Going a little green on this series so far, and a little blue with the Ford. Wheat's gonna come in nice. Should be a good harvest in the summer. Application rate's still 0 on here. This seems like we're gonna go on a somewhat of a little rant, not a super one, but this did not work this way last time. Like in FS22, it absolutely could read the seed rate based on what we had the seeder planted or set at. It should know that it's wheat, has it set to auto, so we're having the same problem we had with the grass. I refuse to not use an implement that has fertilizer and seed. I mean, it's the best way to do it efficiency wise, and it looks like we're gonna get more nitrogen than we need here. It just switched to Oh, it is wheat on loam. So luckily on this one, the default is wheat. So I don't understand why it says application rate 0 and 27%. And guys, I'm confused. I don't know if it's a bug in the UI. It's just a little strange. Seems like a good opportunity to go refill. We're getting a little low on fertilizer. Seed should be fine the rest of the way, but I think we will top off on that as well after this pass. Making some good progress. I love the pace that we're moving now. It feels like whiskey RP to me. We didn't completely have enough to fill it up with fertilizer, so we're hoping this is enough so we don't have to buy more. I think it's gonna be. I think we'll be fine. Let's go ahead and pick up on this pass here. And just a little bit to our left to do. And then we'll just need to, pick some weeds on this field and let it sit till summer. And the last pass, I think we're gonna have about 1 or 2 liters left over when we get done here of fertilizer, but pretty perfect scenario. And the field's looking good. Just gotta get the weeder out here to finish the job. And like I said a minute ago, we're set till summer. On this field, at least. All right, 7 liters to spare of solid fertilizer. Excuse me. All right, as we get started here with the weeds, I do want to take a look at some data and pulling out our tablet and looking at the precision farming information. Our environmental score is at a 95. Weed control, it's got to get a little bit improved here with what we're doing, and that potentially could get us up to 100. So looking awesome. If we look at the yield, I believe we should be able to click on, yes, on this farmland, number 26, our 112% yield. It doesn't show the economic, there we go, this is what I'm looking for. Our 2.95 hectare field here looks like a total profit of 73,000 according to the data. Our earnings were 74,000 and the cost, to get the seeds planted and the fertilizer in there was just about $1,200 according to the data. Seems pretty awesome to me. Our yield was 64,000, almost 65,000 liters. That would be 44.1 tons. Pretty sweet. So we'll take a look at this and value mode. What does that show us? Oh, totals versus last reset. Very cool. $202,000 apparently, including the sugar beet harvest. So not too bad. We'll get this done and we'll rejoin you next time where we'll sell the silage, most likely get through the winter, and keep making some good progress on this series. I'm SWU Up. Thanks for hanging out. I will catch you on the next one. What is happening, everybody, and welcome back to Whiskey RP. Today we're trying to secure enough money to take out a loan to buy Walter's property. I've been really debating it, and I think we want it. I think that's the best way for us to expand. It'll give us a lot more fields, a nice farmyard, a nice house, and the ability to make money a lot quicker so we can then purchase the productions that we're looking at in town. They're for sale, hoping we can pull this all off before someone else snatches it from us. Don't know what's going to happen there, but about $150,000 is what we're looking at trying to get, and I don't know if we're going to be able to get that today. We might have to do a lot of contracts. Well, reality, I'm trying to get that by the end of December, so doing this little contract here, this field, it's, you can see our property in the background. So we're going to try to bust this one out, I think it's about 10 grand we're going to make off of this. And then we have a decent amount of silage that we're going to sell later this afternoon. Finish meeting with our banker, see how close we are to the down payment we're going to need to make that offer. We got our realtor already looking into it for us, so Busy times, gonna try to finish up this year and hopefully have a new property in our hands, but we gotta get busy. We gotta find some more contract work to do probably to secure that down payment. Talked to Bobby about it. He thinks it is the best idea not to take money out of the whiskey business in Black Mountain. It's doing good there, but we just want, you know, to diversify and get this going on its own entity. At least that's the plan right now. Let's get this done. And with the first two headlands done here, I think we will have to take a trip in to drop off the goods. Let's try to get this unloaded in the back. Look at that grain go in there. I think we need to reset these carts every time we use them for the grains to show up, unfortunately. We'll look for a fix for it. Maybe there's different ones we'll swap into. Back to just double check this one's full. It is. Heading on in with 17,000 liters of sorghum. Let's see exactly where we're going here. Just down, you can kind of see it in the distance. There's some silos back there. That's where we're headed. I'll see you in a second. Dropping off the first bit of sorghum. You can see it is dropping in there magically. And just talked to the gentleman in there, and he said 56% of what they're expecting for the contract has been delivered. So the next trip we come back, we'll satisfy the contract and everything else will be ours to keep. And I think 2 headlands is plenty on this field. It gives us enough room to turn around. Let's go ahead and work these ups and downs, get this harvest finished. And then we're gonna do a little bit of a tour of what might be our property soon. Get a good idea of what all the fields that are included, if we're gonna have enough storage long term. We're gonna take a good look before we make a final decision on that, but my mind's pretty much made up. All right, so all of this is not gonna fit in here, but we will be able to take this up to the selling location and get the contract satisfied. And it looks like this little area here and whatever is left in the harvester, if it doesn't fill it up, we'll still have to sell. But there we go, let's head that way. Satisfy the contract, come back and finish the harvest. And here we go, dropping off some more sorghum. 6,300 bucks already. I'm not gonna complain. We're at $80,000. Let's go finish the harvest, get the rest brought over here. We'll turn in the contract and we'll see how much money we have. But with this and the silage that we're gonna sell in a little bit, I really believe we'll have enough for that down payment. And I was talking to someone in town that was letting me know that since we do have goats, if we would feed them hay instead of grass, we would get a lot more milk out. Apparently they produce more milk when they eat hay versus when they just eat grass. So that is a change we'll have to make soon. We need some money though to be able to buy a tedder. And then that means we need to get a rake as well. All right, we're here, moment of truth to see how much money we're gonna get from this contract. And it's a lot more than I thought. Yeah, another almost 7,000 there. Let's turn in the contract here. Another 7,000 from that. Gets our balance to 95,000 before selling the silage. We got a little bit of time left before we can sell the silage. We got to let that ferment a little bit more. I wanted to head on over and take a look at Walter's property. We do know that field back there has been removed from the listing, so that one is still going to be ours, even if we don't buy this property. But this field here is included with the clover in it. I don't know who he's leasing that to right now. You don't just grow crops, you grow roots season by season. Beautiful shed. We've looked at all of this before. Yeah, a good amount of storage that we would have there. A nice house, another place to park a tractor or truck there. The co-op back here, I don't know if this is part of Walter's lots or not. It's a grass field. Let's look at our data. So looking at the map here, the fields that are included would be 23, 21, and this big one, 35. That's what's gonna knock this dollar amount up so high. So the loan we are looking at is a $2 million loan. I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull that off in time. I do know there's some other people that have been by looking. I saw them the other day, so I got to get this together as soon as possible. I'm going to take a look and see if there are a few contracts available that we might want to do just to, you know, help increase the down payment. And we got to head into the bank and get that secured. I'm getting nervous. We made it, but I think we're ruining our truck by pulling too much weight. These shocks are about to just give in. But first group is sold here. It brings our total up to $131,000. Let's go get the rest and see if we can get this above 150. There we go. We're up to 167,000. Had a little bit of trouble there unloading them, but we got it done. But $167,000 is not bad. We want to use a good amount of that for the down payment on this loan. I need to drop off the trailer. It is 4:30. We might have to wait till tomorrow to head to the bank and get this stuff finalized so we can officially put our offer down. Ran out of time today. Was hoping to get this done in October. Makes me nervous that it might not be ours. Well, it is November. This does not look like we're gonna be cutting this again this year. I am disappointed. I was hoping it would be tall enough, but it seems to have gone dormant at this point. We'll have to hold off till spring to get another cut of silage. The wheat's coming in good. We'll get that in the spring. Or early summer, we'll be harvesting that. And yeah, I guess let's head in. It's 9 o'clock, almost 9:30 now. Go talk to that banker, see if we can get this secured, get our realtor on the line. Fingers crossed. Well, the day kind of got away from us, but we did get the loan secured. Get that put away. Got the truck all filled up with fuel. Just need to get on the phone with the realtor, submit our offer, and just wait to see if Walter's gonna accept that. I have heard rumblings that other offers have come in. We might have been late, guys. We might have been too late for that property. Hello? Hi, Pam, how's it going? Wyatt Carver. That name does sound familiar, so Walter accepted Wyatt's offer, huh? All right, well, I think we'll hold off. There's no other properties I was really interested in, so we'll regroup, figure out what's going on, what we want to do next. I'll let the bank know. Thank you for letting me know, Pam. Have a good one. Okay, so Wyatt Carver. I feel like I know that name. I bought the property from Walter. Offered a lot more than we had to offer, and there's no... That's not good. It's not good. Let me call Bobby. Hey, Bobby, what's going on? Do you remember Ken's last name? The last time we were together, we found out that a Wyatt Carver bought Walter's land. Well, Bobby did do some investigating and did find out that Wyatt is Ken's nephew. So the assumption that we have around here, and it's been a few months since that happened, is that Ken is still trying to mess with me. And the current plan, it feels like he's trying to prevent my new whiskey operation from getting off the ground, because he didn't just buy the land that was Walter's. Those two buildings in front of us, they purchased that as well. I'm not sure where the Carver family gets its money from, but nothing about it sounds clean. So we're driving home and you can see our bank account looks very different. And I don't know if something just triggered in me, but we're going aggressive now. We took out that $2 million loan. We do have 2 years to pay it off and we got to spend it wisely, but I feel like land is the premium right now. And I got to tell you, we're going to expand big time. I'm going to try to budget around 1.5 million for land. We're going to pay off what we owe Walter. So that field will be ours, you know, free and clear. But then after that, I'm going to budget about 1.5 for some fields. And I've talked to a couple farmers in town that are willing to sell their properties to us. We're going to get that going right away. But we got to really work on field prep and making sure these fields are ready for spring planting, because I got to figure out a game plan. Now that we don't have that building that we wanted for our production, we're going to have to come up with something else. So I have been working with some contractors to design up a new facility for our distillery. That's why we want to save a little bit of cash and not spend it all on land. It would be nice to get some upgraded equipment as well, but we'll see how the budget unfolds. We do have a little bit going on for us still with the grass field, and the goats are starting to age up. We should start getting a good amount of milk from them within the next few months. And we also have one field planted out here that we're going to go take a look at now. It's, you know, it's February. I still feel like these things are probably dormant. The wheat's growing good, but that would be a good opportunity to make some money. We got to get this land next. Let's work on getting the land purchased. The first field we're going to buy is field 28 for $660,000. And staying within our surrounding area, field 16, that's going to be ours as well. This little strip of land that is field 32 for $158,000 is ours. And to finish off the marathon of buying a bunch of land, we're going to go with farmland 41 for $376,000. And I've just wired the funds to Walter. The $81,000 that we owed him has been sent to him, and we still have $594,000. Time to start evaluating the new land that we purchased. I mean, a quick little drive across the street here will help us out. See, we need to get the soil data going for this, and I think I'm going to contract that out. I'm going to call a company to come out and do the soil samples for all these fields, since it's such a big job. That's going to be a little bit of money that we're going to spend next. So after all the samples have come in, our balance is down to $583,000. Let's take a look at the map to check out the data. So field 16 looks like it has a good amount of silty clay. 51 is pretty much all silty clay, a little bit of sandy loam. A lot of clay in this area, unfortunately, and our yields aren't going to be the best, but more land equals more money. Let's go ahead and finish this tour of our new fields and figure out exactly what we should focus on next. So 16 is cultivated. Let's go ahead and head across the street over here to farmland number 28, which is cultivated as well. pH is pretty bad, so that's something we're going to have to figure out how to do lime here soon. We should have some equipment for that, but we might need larger equipment because right now we just have this puny little guy. Now to get to the other two fields, we will head around this way. Now, unfortunately, this little cattle operation was not part of our purchase, was a different parcel, so that won't be ours to utilize there, which is pretty sad. But we look in here, we have another cultivated field. It's ready to plant, but yeah, it looks like pH is bad based on the data that we're seeing. Let's go ahead and head out to that last one, which I think we want to head out the back this way. And you know, the big thing we're hoping for was a farm, like an actual farmyard to come with it, with the silos and sheds, but that's not working out for us because, you know, good old Wyatt bought the one over there, and this one we can keep an eye on and see if it ever goes for sale, because it is a gorgeous property as well. But we just got to cross the tracks here, and that shed in front of us, it's not ours either. This one's looking okay with pH, so we might not need too much lime to get it in good shape, but we got to get busy. I need to look up a good deal for a nice spreader that has a large enough capacity for us to be able to get this done, you know, in a decent amount of time. I don't want to spend a ridiculous amount of time liming. Though it is February, I'd like to get some crops in the ground in March and April to get us set up for a good harvest season. And we might want to start looking for a good deal for a bigger harvester, because we're really going to outgrow that thing now that we have these larger fields. Well, I made a few purchases. You can see we have this new Super Duty truck. It thinks it's a Ford. We got a ton of lime here and this new liter spreader. This holds 25,000 liters and it works with the Ford. So the Ford's not completely useless to us anymore, but that means it's time, and it's going to struggle a little bit. It's a little, you know, the Ford isn't the fastest thing, but let's get this thing unfolded, get it started, lock into place. We're wasting. Come on, Ford. You're wasting lime by going slow, but this should be more than enough to get it done. And, you know, back there, we got plenty of capacity of lime that we can use. And we can buy more and have it delivered from the dealership if we need to. 8 miles an hour is going to be a little bit of a drag, but we'll get it done. This rejuvenated plan that we have, I've ran into our first problem. This Ford's just, it's not the most ideal, and like turning's a little rough. I think we could get a better piece of equipment, but for the time being, I think we need to stick with it. And you can see we already used about half the capacity. We're not even around the headland. I mean, the width is pretty good. This is our largest field, I believe, and it's 27 acres. The other one over here is 15 acres. Then we have 12 acres and 6. So this is where we're going to use most of it. I think we are going to have to get another whole order delivered. And thankfully, the co-op is pretty good about helping out with stuff like that around here, so they'll be able to get it delivered to us pretty quick. But it's burning through lime on this spreader. It seems to be, in my opinion, using a little more than it needs to, but we got to get it done with the equipment we have and keep our budget in mind, because we don't want to blow it all on day one here of year 2. Well, I think I found the higher gear here, so it's burning through it. We're on gear 12 now, and it's taking it at 16 miles an hour, and that'll help out a little bit here, speeding things up big time as we're doing the ups and downs to get this first field done. I think what I'll do is I'm going to put a little podcast on, and I will see you in a little bit. Well, some upgraded equipment to help load these a little bit faster would also be nice, but like I said, we're going to baby step the equipment we buy. I think we might buy a new setup for planting, because that little John Deere seeder that we have, we're gonna outgrow that really fast with these new fields. That'd be this one right here, this little seeder. Definitely gonna outgrow it. And back at it to get the first field done. I think we will work on the one behind us next, and then loop to that one over there, and then finish up with the one in front of our property. It's been a long day of liming. We've bought 2 separate loads besides what we already purchased, and they were about $5,600 each. So the money's now at $412,000. We can see as we finished up. We've gotten lucky this year. You know, I didn't mention it, but we've gotten very minimal snow here in Montana, and it's been a interesting change. So seeing some white stuff on the ground this year makes it feel a little bit more normal. Well, I just spent $190,000. I didn't think we're gonna spend this much money, but there was a tractor available that I couldn't pass up, and we're on our way to pick it up, and I'll show you when we get there. All right, let's see our new beauty here. It's a Fendt. I don't remember the last time I've used one of these. And I saw it on the used market. Not typically something we usually use on our series, but this bad boy has over 300 horsepower and a top speed of 39 miles an hour. Let's get her loaded up and get her home. Now, I did talk to them a little bit about possibly leasing something for planting this year, since it's pretty clear I'm blowing the budget. And I do feel like I'm being a little irresponsible with the budget, but like I said, Ken and Wyatt really set me off. And for those of you that don't know, Ken is from Black Mountain, Montana. We spent a good amount of time thinking he was a friend of ours, and it turns out he set us up to get arrested. He set us up to have multiple charges against us. And when everything unfolded at the end, it turned out that Ken was running an illegal moonshine operation in Black Mountain, Montana, and he had been for multiple decades. And everything that our information has told us is that Wyatt's main purpose of being here, completely funded by Ken, was to buy out our opportunity to make whiskey in a new town, a new county here in Montana. But I don't think we're going to let that happen. We did lose the Jack Daniels building over here, so we're not going to be able to make whiskey there, but we have other plans, and once we get those plans finished, I'll show you. We won't be building it right away because we had to save up money. We got to get permits for the building, but we're going to build our own distillery. We don't need the Jack Daniels building or the lager building. We don't need that. And I love this bridge. We have a great view of all of our fields now out there. See them in the distance. I got a mindset of not just making $2 million in the next 2 years, but also turning a profit. We'll see how it unfolds. Starting to get quite the collection of vehicles around here and equipment in general. And we're taking the Fent out to, I think, the skinnier field number, it's 32. We're taking it on over to 32. We're gonna plant grass over there because the grass field that we have so far, it's gonna go way long term. It's definitely gonna be used, but we'll probably have productions and sheds and a silo and a barns. We're gonna have to utilize that land as our farmyard since we, don't have a place to stay, or we didn't get Walter's farm, so it would make complete sense to utilize that for our farmyard. And we kind of did talk about that at one point. And it's gonna happen now because we have this land that we'll definitely be able to take advantage of for grass. And we'll probably turn into somewhat of a hay operation to make sure those goats have everything they need. We might still do a little bit of silage for money. Like I said, I have the mindset to be profitable these 2 years and not just pay off the debt. Time will tell. This Fent is absolutely a joy to drive though. Got our monitors here, all of our buttons that I don't know what they do. Little seat where we could have someone with us. This is a big piece of machinery right here. Now, just kind of thinking through the plans, I know the field to our right, we're gonna do some soybeans this year. The field back there, I'm debating doing barley. And the field across the street, I'm thinking about doing more soybeans because I wanna make a lot of money. We might even get adventurous and do some corn. So now that I think about it, I think I might wanna do corn in that back field. And we can do the barley in that front one because I just don't know if we're going to get the distillery up and running this calendar year for the crops to be 100% necessary and to still be fresh enough to be utilized. So a smaller barley field in case we do end up selling it, the product that is, not the field, I think is a good call. But let's get focused on just this field first, and then I'll have to remember by looking into our data which times of the year we can plant all of those crop types, and I believe most of that is going to be in April. So this might be the only field we're able to plant here in March, which is kind of nice. Quick little start in March, and then we'll get to rest for a good amount of time before it's time to do the rest of the planting. But we have the 2 tractors now, so I'm gonna have Bobby come in to help us out for a couple days and help with some planting and potentially help with getting some weeds taken care of. We will probably use our weeder still, but it'd be nice to have both of us out here at the same time and get things done twice as fast in April. And the grass is almost completely in the ground here. I was reading the specs on this, and there's for about $33,000. We could bump this over to 500 horsepower. So eventually we might do that with this tractor. So we get just the last bit of grass there planted. Quick little planting session for March. Now we will, get Bobby on the line. He's only a couple hour drive from here, so he'll be heading in overnight. And we'll see him in the morning to really get busy with planting the soybeans, the corn, and the barley. Look at how big our goats are getting. They are 16 months old at this point. So I am hoping to see a lot more milk moving forward, and I really haven't oh, look at that. That's exciting. Well, you can see Bobby's out there flying, planting some barley for us. And we have a Leased Kenzie planter here that we are going to put some soybeans in the ground. We did have to get some liquid fertilizer for it. We have some more seeds back there, but I thought we'd save it for Bobby just in case he needs it. But we are going to start with soybeans on our new field here, our big one. But away we go, putting some soybeans in the ground. And the liquid fertilizer, that'll be for the corn. No fertilizer required for soybeans. Now, I did lease this one because I wanted to kind of test it out to see if this is what we wanted to buy long term. Seems to be very compatible with our tractor here, with our Fent. Pulling it real easy. No struggle at all. We're going 14 miles an hour right now. Up to 15. This should be a pretty quick job. And once Bobby's done planting the barley, he's going to start working on the weeds, and he'll start with that barley field and then work his way over to the soybean field. And kind of talking about it this morning over breakfast, we're hoping to, you know, be done about the right time for him to come on over to the cornfield when I get done with it. He's got to get back to Black Mountain so he can take care of the farm there, and I might take a trip with him, make sure we get everything done at both locations and start making some money. Got to make a dent, get a good dent into this debt that we've created. But with the debt comes this extra land, a lot more responsibility, a lot more for us to do. And I feel like we're making progress. I'm loving how much land we have. We just kind of cornered this area of the county. Let's get her done. And getting the first headland done here and burnt through a ton of seed. But I think I'm gonna reconfigure my GPS here on the fence to do multiple headlands, because turning around is gonna be a challenge with that fence. So let's go ahead and fix that. Just come in here, we hit okay. Should be lined up good now. We can get that second headland done. And we're definitely going to need more seeds, so I'm going to get the dealership on the phone right now and get some of that brought over. I don't think that extra 1,000 that we have is going to do anything. Yeah, that tiny little cedar over there is taking a little longer than I was hoping. So Bobby's falling a little bit behind. We might be the ones stuck on the weeder later today, but we'll see. I do have a meeting to get to with our construction company, but more of that later on. We did have another bag of seed, or pallet of seeds, delivered to us, so I'm going to top off here. I checked with Bobby, he's all good with seed, so we'll get this topped off, finish the soybean field, get directly onto the corn field, and then I got to get to that meeting and back at it. Just a couple more passes to go here, and then we'll be going directly across the road there to get the corn in the ground. We got everything reconfigured, and we're getting some corn in the ground now, so we're getting about a 10 seed per meter square right now. So I'm thinking the seed rate way better on the corn than it is on the soybeans, which makes sense. We're planting a lot more soybeans than we are planting corn per row here, per pass. So hopefully we have enough capacity. The one thing I'm worried about is the fertilizer, because we're putting down about 423 liters per hectare right now. That's quite a bit of fertilizer. So we do have more over at the farmyard. If needed, I can drive over there, or if Bobby is on a break, he's still working on that first field. You know, he's slacking with the smaller equipment, but we won't give him a hard time about it. We did have to top off on fertilizer, but we had plenty from what we purchased, and seed, we probably could have got away without that other pallet, but we will unload it before we take the Kenzie back to the dealership. We'll probably need to spray this off too. Make sure we don't get an extra fee for leasing it and, you know, keeping it dirty and not cleaning it after using it. Yeah, a couple more months, we'll be able to harvest this wheat. This field looks puny compared to our other ones now. Even the Bobby field over there. Well, I was gonna deliver it back for them, but you see, we're gonna have to drive the fence into town. We might as well just shut this off right now. Oh, look at that. Bobby's finally got the weeder out. It's about time. So we'll get this sprayed down and cleaned up before we take it back. We don't want any fees like we talked about. We also got to make sure we unload the seed, because that's ours. That product is ours. And away we go to the dealership. Well, I'd love to bring it. Oh, look at Bobby go. Today we get the opportunity to mow our lawn for the first time. There's 2 different grass fields that we'll be mowing, and we're gonna have to rent some equipment to be able to bale it up. We still don't own a baler, and we're starting to run low on cash. Last episode, we did take out that $2 million loan, bought a bunch of land, and at this point, I'm almost thinking we overdid it, and I kind of feel like Ken might be winning this time around. He had us make a mistake, I think. I made a panic buy, but we're gonna fight through it. We're gonna try to make it profitable. We need to figure out a way to store goods. We still don't have a silo. We're still renting a house in town, and we got to get our own property going out here. But we have 2 grass fields to cut. We're going to get both of them cut, all swathed up like this with this beautiful mower with this awesome functionality, but at some point we gotta buy our own baler so we're not just burning money on leases, and today's not the day for that. We need to save money because a silo is important, and also looking at that harvester right there, I don't think there's a compatible header for the corn harvest that we're gonna have in the fall. So we've made some panic purchases, and like I said, I feel like Ken and Wyatt are kind of winning this time around. New to the series, check out the Whiskey RP Season 1 from FS22. This is FS25's version of Whiskey RP, continuing that storyline. Ken is in prison from getting caught running a illegal moonshine operation, and his cousin or nephew, Wyatt, has purchased a bunch of land we were eyeing and made us kind of stumble in our decisions and buy a bunch of land that we probably didn't need. And we're speeding up a lot faster than we wanted to because of that panic purchase. But let's get focused on what we can control now and get this grass cut. We'll get to that other field, which is right over there. And when we get to that point, I'll probably show you, but let's bust it out. And finishing up the first field here, and one of the things that I failed to mention there in the intro was that we have until December of year 4 to pay off that $2 million loan. So we're, it's June of year 3 right now. So we look at the top right of the screen. It's going to be tough, and we have $200,000 right now and a lot of things that we still need to buy. So I'm not... Oh, we dropped the... Oh, I didn't mean to drop the mower. So there's a risk in what we've done here, and I'm a little concerned that we're not going to pull it off. And if we don't get that loan paid off by December year 4, we lose everything. And that's kind of the risk here. And Ken wins, and if that happens, even though he's in prison, he's still haunting us. But heading on over to the second grass field, and this cut we are going to do for all silage because we just need income. And we do have a little bit of grass for the goats, and I think we'll be able to get by until these fields grow back in September, maybe October. We'll get another cut in on them. But it's our first time doing this field, and I'm gonna see how good the yield is over here. Not the biggest grass field, but I kind of feel like it's a little bit bigger, and look at how green that is right now. That's great on the bottom left there. Looks like we're getting about 125% yield on here, if not a little bit less than that. But this should turn out to be a decent income from silage. We'll be able to sell it in July, and then we're going to get to our field directly back there. You can see, I believe it's wheat growing back there that we're going to harvest. And that'll be in July, and then the other fields are going to have to wait till fall. But getting this silage done today, getting it all wrapped and ready so we can sell it in July is our #1 focus right now. And then after that, we'll work on the other fields, and we've got to figure out a way to get enough income to either lease a tractor for the corn that's next door here. You see it back there? Or we're kind of screwed. And I'm not looking forward to harvesting the soybeans with that tiny harvester. So a lot of things we got to figure out, and I'm hoping a lot of money comes in from this silage. And we do have Bobby out here helping us with the baling. I mean, that was a quick bale right there. So this yield should be pretty good on this grass field. Should see a lot of bales. We'll check on that in a little bit. But we got to finish the mowing here. But it's nice to have that worker dedicated to help us out now. It's going to cost us a little bit of cash, but we can manage. Well, we do have some light rain coming down, but it should be clearing up pretty quick after this, and hopefully There's enough time for it to dry before we get to baling it. I think we'll be okay. The magics of Farming Simulator, I don't think it'll cause us any problems. And figured we'd take a peek at our crops here on the way home. Can see over here we have a good soybean field growing here. Expected yield is only going to be 98% because of the soil type. Then we have this cornfield that we might have to contract out just to get harvested. 98% yield bonus as well. So we know Wyatt got all the good fields. Walter had a lot of good soil types in his fields, and Wyatt snuck them, stole them from us. All right, let's get back. Looks like Bobby needs some help. We'll go over there and help him out with the rest of the baling, and probably let him go back to Black Mountain so he can take care of that farm there. And the wheat field's growing in good. It'll be ready in July, like we mentioned earlier. But we might have to sell it right away unless we can get that silo delivered and installed in the next, couple days here. Okay. Blocked by object, but where are you, Bobby? It's a mystery. You went off course? Let's run up here. Let's see if we can find him. What are we doing over here? Okay. Looks like someone was trying to drive into the river. Now, is the barley field going to be ready? It's going to be ready later in fall. Okay. I mean, how did you even get down here? And why? I've heard reports that Courseplay is just flat out broken right now after one of the patches, so I guess we need to stop using that. I don't even know where they left off here. But we will pick up now, right on this pass, and away we go. A little more work than I was anticipating because of the malfunction of the worker there, but we'll get it done. And coming up on what appears to be our 49th bale here, and just about out of net, so we did order some. Since we ran out of what came with the lease here, we did have to purchase our own to refill it, but I think that's going to hit at the 50th bale, which we're super close to up here, and it's going to hit right here. So that should be the last bit of netting we have, and we'll have to reload that. And then if we get more than 49 bales on the next field, I think we're gonna have to run back here and load again, but I don't want to overload it and then lose the goods because we can't unload them when we return the lease. So a little bit of a lost opportunity for cost, and I bought the wrong thing. Let's back up. All right, we got this filled up now. All right, if we need that last one, we can come back and get it, but let's head on back to the next field and get rolling here. I think, what do we have bale wise? That was 50 bales. We'll see how this next field is. This is our first time baling over here. I feel like that was more bales than we got. Maybe not. Trying to see if precision farming actually improved our yield or decreased it, but I'll have to go look at old footage and see how many bales we were getting when we were cutting before. And away we go on this field for the first time here, field number 32, and we're bringing a sign with us just for good measure, which says watch out for livestock. Watch for livestock. It's coming with us. We'll see if it stays on the whole time. That's awesome. Oh, it fell off already. But where did it go? It's a mystery. Did it get wrapped in the bale? That would be terrible. I mean, now that we're doing the baling here, I'm starting to feel a little bit better about my investment. Let's see how many we get on this pass. We're already on the third bale here. Fourth one, really. So I have a feeling we're going to be ordering a little bit more netting, because we're going to get more than 50 bales over here, which is a good thing. And that was our 100th bale, and you can see we do have a couple more rows to pick up here, so this investment's turning out good. It's just, I don't know if we're going to be able to get to $2 million in, 18 months? We have a lot to buy. I wanted to buy a factory. I wanted to get the whiskey going. And it's just calculated risks at this point. Will we bring in enough money from whiskey from the barley field back there if we do purchase it? Or do we just be patient and wait 2 years, get the loan paid off, and then work on buying the distillery? I don't know what the right call is, guys. The risk versus the reward. Is it worth losing everything just so we have a little bit of whiskey sold prior to going bankrupt? Just really thinking through it here, and I think what we're gonna do is all the harvests, we need to get a silo. Like, that's gonna be our #1 priority. We're gonna get a silo, and store all the goods that we can. We need to figure out a way. We'll probably lease a combine this year to help us with the corn, but then we won't do corn moving forward until we can afford a harvester. I think that was a mistake, but we'll get to the end of harvest. We'll get to where we can calculate how much money we're going to bring in this year and see where that puts us towards that $2 million. If we get close to $1 million and we feel like we can make some investments that will turn in, well, that can turn our harvest from this year into even more profitable harvest by getting the distillery, then we'll make the decision there. No reason to make that decision today in June. We still have time, and the reality is we could make it late next year. We got to be wise. We don't want to go bankrupt. We want to actually see this thing through, you know, and get another successful whiskey distillery going. And we've got to make wise decisions to get there. Boy, baling and cutting grass gives you lots of time to think about your plans. But we're getting close to being done. I was hoping for about 120 bales here, just selfishly, because it's a nice round number. I don't think we're going to quite get 3 more. I think we're going to get to that 119 number, but it'll be close. I guess we could have a partial one that concludes our 120th bale. But this field definitely, like, loan outside, like, this is a good investment. This is definitely going to bring in a lot of money. It's a lot of work to do all of the silage, but we might look into a different way to do this in the future that doesn't make it as time consuming as it is. Now, I'm wondering if I can sneak sideways and get some of this grass that it said wasn't ours and get enough for another bale. Yeah, we're a little too far out of the range there. I just don't think it's going to happen. So we'll go ahead and unload this one. That's the wrong button. Good time to save, though. Go ahead and get that unloaded and get it wrapped. And it's 81% full, so that's not bad for the final bale there. 120 silage bales. We got to get these out of the way. We want to treat this for fertilizer this month so we can make sure we get as good of a harvest next time. And I think we can, yeah, we'll drive this into the dealership, get it returned to them, and get some fertilizer brought back with us. And away we go, putting the fertilizer down, being able to use the Ford here, turning it to a nice green, which I still don't understand why it thinks it's wheat. So it's using a little more fertilizer than it would if it knew it was grass, but maybe we need to get some equipment upgraded on these. You know what? Let's find out. Let's detach. Let's go ahead and grab the Fent because it has, I believe the Fent has the upgrade for the sensor on it. So we'll give that a shot here in a second. I thought it had the upgrades on it, but maybe that's that antenna on top. I really don't want to drive all the way into the store to see the configuration of it, but we'll do it with this. This will be better. It can drive a little bit quicker anyways. The Ford is getting real close to just kind of going away, if you know what I mean. And away we go. It still does say wheat, so I mean, maybe there's a way to change that on here. Yeesh. It popped to grass for just a second there. That was interesting. Maybe these two fields are too close too. I don't know. And down the center as well, and I think we're barely missing a little bit to our left, which we'll get when we turn around. But this is, I'm glad we bought this. This makes the job a lot easier, a lot quicker. And I think we're going to have enough to be able to do the other field as well. There we go. Getting that last pass there. And again, a little more fertilizer than we would need if it recognized it was grass, but it is what it is. Let's head on over to the other field and get it done as well. And then it's time to just wait for the grass to turn to silage to make all that money. And away we go. And yeah, this is showing wheat as well. One of these days I'll take the time to learn this, but seems a little strange. You should be able to change it. Let's see, is there change reference? Let's stop for a second. Change reference. Okay, so we did that. Corn, sorghum, there we go. Grass, awesome. Okay, turn back around. We'll get back lined up right there. Turn it back on. And now it should... Okay, it should be applying, but it's not. So we're gonna go ahead and set this back to I don't know, guys. I'm a little frustrated by that. All right, I did the best I could with the current state of things, and we got the rest of the fertilizer put down on this grass field. Just about ran out there, but it is complete. So let's not burn through the little bit there, but let's head home, and now it's time to just kind of wait until it's time to sell this silage and see how much money we made from it. But we could also get started on that barley harvest in July. Or wheat, sorry, wheat. So it is July, and I just want to do the silage, the silo over here. We're gonna start building the farmyard over here and probably an entry road eventually. And just looking at money, we gotta go cheap here. 100,000 liters, 150,000 liters for 60,000. I don't like this silo, but I think that's what we're gonna do. And we're gonna place it right here. Like so. And eventually we'll get the road going, but I think we do want to also, that's not straight. Ah, okay. We also want to find a little shed, I think. And this 10,000 one is probably the best option. So let's go ahead and go about right here. And we'll do B again into that. And let's get this, we're going to sell this. And get back into the silos. And I do want, let's go top down like that. I feel like that's a little straighter. And it did concrete that time. Interesting. All right, now let's go into this. And we'll get some asphalt going. Now let's go with the gravel. Let's see what we have. All right, let's just do a dirt road for this one. Ooh, that's bumpy. I think that might look good. So we kind of mess up there. Let's lock it in again right here. Go just straight all the way to the road. And ruined a little bit of our grass, but we're gonna do gravel back here. And then all of this area will no longer be part of that field if we can pull that off. So let's go ahead and do that. And just so that it's done. And then we'll grab some gravel here. And we're going to just make it so workhorses aren't going to be mad at us. So I want to get rid of all of this grass just so it's not confused. In case that does happen, I'm not sure. Underneath the shed as well, we want to put some gravel down. And I personally play with that this doesn't cost money because I find that to be a little weird part of the economy in the game. So just starting to establish a little bit of a farmyard over here. And this is just an unfortunate part of it. We'll just have to deal with that. We might cultivate over that eventually, but a skinny little road, I think that'll work. It's July, we got some time to kill before this silage just turned, 77%, but it's time to get in the harvester and get some wheat harvested. Super nice to get a harvest in here, getting started on the headlands. We're seeing 120% yield right here and 16.7 tons per hectare, and we need that changed to swath. Let's go ahead and get that stopped. We'll get it swapped over. Nice little animation there. They should be able to continue on their way. We're just doing a worker here so that we can run the grain cart. Let's make sure this is going good. And we have $107,000 still. Getting that straw dropped down. We've dropped down to 12.8 tons per hectare, which is at 92% yield bonus because of the soil type over here. But it'll be interesting to see how much we get with wheat. But I am happy we have the silo. The capacity might become an issue. We might have to add a couple extensions to it. And boy, is there much straw there at all. Okay. That's going to be rough. But we'll let them keep going. We need to go ahead and get... I think we'll run with the fence. We'll get it on the gravity wagon so we can help unload them. And eventually I think we probably want to swap out these gravity wagons because of the animation issue. But... man, that looks good with this lighting right now. Yeah, look at that. Looks pretty slick. And just getting some vehicles and items moved over while we have the time. Just gonna slowly get this all organized over here and get it straightened up here. That should work. Absolutely my favorite shed in the game. I love it. Used it a lot over the years, but I dig it still. Now all of a sudden these look puny on this tractor. That's hilarious. That is a big tractor. But, you know, as we mentioned, this little harvester, it's going to be a problem eventually, especially when we get to that soybean field. Just the capacity issues and how quickly it fills up and how small the header is. We're just outgrown it already. It did its job, though. It's still doing its job. It's just Gonna take a little bit longer for us to complete tasks than we would like, but on the bright side, it's ours. We're not renting it. We don't have to lease anything for this harvest, so it makes it more profitable. Do you guys know if there's a setting with the regular AI drivers to get them not to do this way, where they are doing the headland with the auger towards the field? Like, I don't understand why he looped back this way instead of just doing the same pass. It's quite interesting. I guess maybe it was more efficient to do that type of turnaround, but it doesn't seem right to me. And taking a look at how it's processing here, you know, I don't know if this is a total or current, but it's showing 16.8 tons per hectare, which seems awesome. And then it drops down to 13. So I think that just gives you the current state and not the overall average of the entire harvest. Maybe we can take a look at the menu when we get done and see a little bit more detail of how many tons, I guess, that we harvested. Actually, let's take a look at that right now while we're waiting. So jumping into the precision farming menu here, and if we click on the field that we're working on and we look at the economic analysis, it doesn't have anything. It does have a little information. So 11,255, which is 8.8 tons and a value of $13,936. And it looks like our total costs were only 80 bucks. I don't think that's accurate. You know, we have the AI helper in here, fuel costs, fuel maintenance it's talking about, but those are positive numbers, so that's a little confusing. But then it doesn't recognize the lime and the seed and everything that we spent on it. And honestly, I can't remember if this field was prior to us turning on precision farming, so I think it might have been, actually. Just interesting seeing this information. They're 80% full, and we have crop destruction on in this playthrough, so we're gonna have to... Are they gonna move for us? Or are we gonna have to move them to unload? Yeah, just little features. We're just gonna lose the yield here. Little features that I'm a little saddened by. I want more for you guys that play solo like me, especially on console. And now we're starting the ups and downs. Should get a little bit smoother now. That issue is out of the way. As long as we keep unloading them when they have the auger out, should be nothing to run into moving forward. Smooth sailing ahead. Pretty happy with how this field is turning out already. It looks like we're about to fill up the gravity wagon for the first time. 17,620 liters here. Both wagons are full. We're gonna make our way to the silo for the first time and use it. I have a feeling when it comes to the soybean harvest, we're definitely gonna have to add an extension to that. I've never done that before, so it'll be interesting, and I hate the way those look, so they're definitely gonna be temporary, but they're the best solution for us financially right now. So let's get these dropped off. And we'll have to do one at a time, I believe. And a little slow for the gravity wagon, but it should be... I'm hoping to get back in time before they're done with that pass so we can get them unloaded and they're not facing the wrong way when they get empty. Become more of a problem on the bigger field and the farther we have to drive away. But yeah, we need to get some money coming in. Outgrowing this equipment definitely feels... I'm definitely feeling the struggle. When things are stressful, the best course of action usually is to take it one day at a time, and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna worry about July right now, and when those harvests come, we'll worry about them at that point. There's no reason to stress about it and be overwhelmed. Let's try to loop around here real quick and relieve the harvester. And we're getting close to about halfway through this field, so we're making good time here. And at some point today, we're gonna sell that silage and really see what 2 fields is gonna bring in financially. I think it's a good day. It's a good day even though we're stressed. There's still good things happening. Yeah, I'm kind of going over in my head the things we need. We need a baler full-time that we're not leasing. We need probably a windrower here would be nice to bring these swaths together while we still have this harvester, or we can just deal with that and focus on trying to find a good deal on a used bigger harvester with a bigger header. Yeah, lots to think about. And this load's not completely full, but we are dropping off another 15, almost 16,000 liters here into the silo. And you can see what's left in front of us there. Making pretty good progress here. I'm happy with the way this is going. And to kind of get an indicator here, we can see we already have at max value 22,000, which is right now actually. Interesting. $22,000. We still don't see any silage yet, so we still have some time before that turns. which I think is going to be around 1 o'clock today. And now let's take a look at how that changed now that we've dropped off all the wheat. We are now sitting at 41,000. So smallest field that we have, bringing in what's looking like around 60 to 70, maybe $80,000 worth of wheat if we don't do anything with the wheat. Just sell it outright. That seems to be pretty good, I think. I mean, I just found a cool feature. If we click on grass in here in the time-saving stock check and we hit show locations, we can see fermenting bales, 66 to 99% done, and we have 419,339 liters. That should be a good payday. About a quarter of the field to go, dropping off another load here. I'm pretty happy with the amount of wheats. It's definitely gonna be making us feel a little bit better about our goals and how long it's gonna take to get there, and if we're gonna succeed by the end of year 4. Ooh, it's gonna be tough. I think it'll be good though. I think we're tracking good, guys. I think we'll be okay. And heading in with the last load, we have 10,665 liters to deposit, and then we'll take a look at our total. All right, hopping out here and taking a look, 59, almost 60,000 liters. Not bad. Which, looking at here, is going to be about $74,000. About $74,000 is what time saving stock check's telling us for that field. Doesn't seem too bad to me, but it is time to finally get our reward for today's episode. We're gonna head on over to the truck, start loading up the silage bales. Let's see how much money we made today. The lizard truck. I think it looks pretty slick. They did pretty good with this model, and it's sad that we can't have Ford trucks in Mod Hub, even though we have Ford tractors now. A little sad. We ran out of tow straps on the back here, so we're going a little bit slow to make sure we don't drop them. And I don't think I'll be able to take my shortcut because of the way the terrain is. I think we're going to anyways. We'll give it a shot. If we just go slow, I think we'll be fine. And that shortcut starts right here. We take a left. And lost 2 bales. Slow and steady wins the race. I need to reconfigure it to where these last 4 aren't in the auto load, because that's what's causing that problem. And let's go ahead and unstrap now, and we'll just slowly pull forward and get these sold. 31,000 per load. We have 4 more to go. 4 more full loads. You can do the math. Pretty good payday. Let's figure out the exact amount though. You know, Bobby got a little carried away loading this one up, but they're more secure than they were last time. 33,000 plus the environmental score bonus. We're up to 176,000. Let's go get the next load. And coming in hot with the last load of the day. Puts our total up to $273,000. So I would say today's a success. We are ending the day with more money than we started with, and that's always a good thing. Still pretty stressed out. If we put all this money towards the loan, we'd still be $1.75 million short, or roughly around there. We got a lot of soybeans to harvest. I'm really banking on that. The thing that makes me a little worried is that the best time to sell it's typically July, and we're not going to be able to get to July in year 6 to sell it if we do the crop next year as well. So, but again, in the middle of the episode, we did talk about being patient, taking a day at a time, figuring things out as they unravel. So we're not going to stress too much. We don't think we're going to go bankrupt. We might, but let's enjoy the process and try our hardest to avoid it. It's August in Montana, and today we have a barley harvest. Gonna be a big harvest here. Expected yield bonus around 122 on certain areas. Super excited about that, but we've seen a deal in the market for a good harvester that is on sale. It's 52% off. It's another New Holland, and we're gonna spend a little bit of cash and get these swapped out to a little bit of an upgrade. I couldn't pass on the deal. Let's take a look. Right there, $120,000, 57% off. Decent little upgrade. We are going to buy this. Let's go ahead and finish this transaction here. We're going to go into headers, and we are going to go, I'm going to go with the 28-foot one here. We're going to do it. And after selling the old harvester, we still have $164,000. So I don't know if that was the wisest decision, but it's definitely going to make me happy. And getting a header for corn is all we'll have to lease when we get to the corn harvest. It's not necessarily, you know, the end game harvester that we'll want on this series, but it's an upgrade. It's a pretty nice upgrade getting into these big harvests today. So let's go ahead and get started with the barley, see how it's gonna yield for us. We have to take into consideration that we do have a lot of straw to pick up, and I figured we'd get this harvested before we do the straw in the other field, and then we can do a single session of just a lot of baling, and we'll have to lease something for that. This field, I don't think we'll need to row it, but I feel like we need a rake for the other field. There is so much straw down there and such little passes that it's just gonna take forever on that other field back there. Let's show you. You can see here, just so these passes are just so close together of swaths here. Thinking about getting a rake to get those taken care of, but maybe not. Maybe we just deal with it. Let's do first thing first. Let's focus on this harvest. We're gonna have to get the grain cart over here momentarily. Harvester was struggling around that turn. That's not very good. Probably should have done some maintenance on this to make sure our yield is as good as possible, but I didn't think about it, guys. 12.2 hectares per acre right now. Wait a minute, that didn't make any sense. 12.2 tons per hectare right now is what we're getting. So we'll see. This seems to be pretty good. 4,000 liters already in the harvester. It has a little bit more capacity than the other harvester that we had. So this should be, you know, all in our favor. You know, finally getting to harvest one of our new fields that we purchased, and gonna see the benefit. After we get done with this, we'll be able to take a look at time-saving stock check and see how this is gonna affect us financially. It's absolutely gonna be a win. I know we're getting 97% yield bonus right here. The soil type could have been better for us, but I don't think it's that big of a problem. This New Holland, new to us, is doing a beautiful job here, about 89% full in the tank there. So we'll get the rest of this filled up, and then we'll get the grain carts over here. You know, I was gonna swap those out, but since this New Holland came for use, it was a deal I couldn't pass. I wasn't planning on going very New Holland this time around, but it seems to be working out that way for what we're seeing on the used market, and that's probably going to dictate a lot of our purchases. It's definitely nice to mix up equipment. You know, we got the fence here that I don't usually use, and it's been mixing it up nicely for me. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I think this season's going to be somewhat of a turning point for Whiskey RP. Let's see, what's the capacity? I want to get this to a place where I really enjoy harvesting, and got to be honest, with the gravity wagons you know, messing up, I think we're gonna sell them. It's unfortunate, but they're just too cheesy. So we're gonna spend a little bit of money on this trailer here. That's gonna save me a lot of time, and you'll see when we hook up to it the capacity. You know, dropping RP right now, but the TARDIS set here is what we're using, and you know, completely dropping RP. This is something I talked about a while ago with these bigger fields, and playing solo, it's just, you know, it gets a little tedious unloading every, you know, or, you know, going back to the grain cart all the time. And I think this will just really improve my happiness on these series where we have the big fields. So I hope you guys don't think it's too much cheating or cheesy, but I figured it'd be fine for this series. It just saves me a little bit of time. It's not actually helping us financially, so it's kind of how I feel about that. Yeah, 2% full, that's beautiful. But today we are going to be focused on getting this barley harvested and figuring out what we're going to do to bale, and potentially getting to the soybean harvest, though I don't know if we're going to be ambitious enough to do both those harvests in one episode. But let's get back at it. We'll see how this treats us. And I think we might want to figure out how to do some maintenance on this harvester. The header's brand new, but it just seems to be struggling a little bit uphill, and I hope that's because of maintenance and not because of horsepower. But you know what? We're gonna be positive today. 14.9 right here. Look at this dark green on the yield chart. Can I make that bigger? It doesn't work. That's too bad. Looking good. 118% yield bonus. Let's get focused and get this done. And that concludes the headland here. So I think I'll lift now. We'll go down to this other end at the bottom here. Well, we want the auger out. So I'm gonna turn around and go this way. And we'll head, I guess, what is that? We'll head east on the field instead of west, and that will put the auger out, because we're gonna fill up here pretty quick, I think. I don't think we'll get past this next up and down, but it is nice to get to the ups and downs already. Possibly we'll hand it over to a worker and just run the cart here. Also might start looking into leasing a square baler. I know this is like, it's gonna turn into a joke of this series. Maybe we just don't buy a baler, because we're just constantly, every episode, I'm like, I need to buy a baler. I need to buy a baler. just a broken record at this point. But 66% full right now, or 65. So I hope we don't get to the end before it fills up. I hope we fill up a lot quicker and get a lot of products here, because we're running out of money. I don't think we're going to be able to afford the factory this year, maybe next year, but still $2 million in 2 years. I think we talked about it last episode. We're going to slow roll it. We've got to be done purchasing things though. I feel like everything else we use between now and the next 2 years has got to be a lease, and we got to just bust through this and focus on it. And again, I think maybe this episode we will get to that soybean harvest, because I want to know how that's going to help us financially. All right, dropping RP again. We are testing out auto drive again. I think I have it set up besides them driving in the crops, which we're just going to kind of deal with. But we're moving to the phase in this series where Bobby and a couple other workers are going to be with us. So they're going to take care of this harvest, and we are going to jump in the John Deere and get that leased baler, because we got to move faster, guys. We got so much to do. We got to get this straw baled up over here, and then we're gonna have to get the straw baled up over here. So let's remember our horsepower on this John Deere 7810. We have 175 horsepower. So let's take a look at what we want to lease for a baler now. And I prefer square, but are we going to be able to handle it or not? But what we can do, let's take this John Deere. Actually, let's do this. Well, John Deere is going to come over here and going to swap out to drive the cart and hope it doesn't run out of fuel. And then we can get the fence to lease a baler. But this harvest is going good, and we're definitely gonna have to, you know, have workers help us out while we multitask, because like I said, by myself, that's the way it's gonna be. All right, I believe, yeah, that should be starting its route. So let's go ahead, and now we know we have a little bit more flexibility. We'll go ahead and get one of the square balers leased and get to baling. You might as well go with the fence, right? It's gonna cost us $9,000 for this. And it's way over there. So hopefully, you know, we make at least $9,000 off of straw. You know, I was tempted to rake this up, but I think if we have a square baler, it won't be too annoying. It's a lot of passes. It's going to be a lot of bales out here, hopefully. Actually, I think we missed the opportunity there to make this. You know, we want to do the 240 centimeter bales. Away we go. Wish me luck. Man, it's so nice watching them do work for us out there. It's so smooth. They keep getting filled up, so I might want to figure out an adjustment on the settings to see if I can get them to unload a little bit more aggressively. But we got 2 more passes here to do, and then we'll get over to that field and start doing some baling. We got our 20th bale being created right now. The biggest size we could do. I think that was wise. Just keep on keeping on. We probably need to flip these fields before we even get to that soybean harvest. I think what we're gonna do is just rotate wheat and barley across the fields, across the way. I think that would be wise. A little crop rotation. And here we are. We'll hopefully not drop any bales in the way of the harvester. That would be the only concern over here right now. So if we can get this one to drop before we turn, that would be ideal. And yeah, the way yeah, that's perfect. Okay. So that shouldn't end up being in the way. And now we should be able to get past what's not harvested yet before the next one drops. Should be good. Little indicator of what's left there. They're making good time. We'll take a look momentarily at how many liters we have in the trailer. But I think we have a shot at getting caught up here. The fleet is out here doing work. I haven't checked at all how full the grain cart is. I am excited to find out here. I'm gonna let it finish so we get a full, you know, the entire total at the end. But we're almost caught up. A lot of bales. I mean, 46 bales so far, so we'll have to get these moved. But, you know, I don't know if we'll get to that soybean harvest. This is pretty time consuming, even with the worker doing it. So we're not gonna have time in this episode, but we definitely want to get these fields flipped. And that would be a priority first in the natural progression. So we'll be putting wheat in this field and barley in that one. And, you know, after we get done with this, we'll figure out the prep on that. And I believe it's September when we'll be planting that. Should be good. And look at this. We have caught up. Harvest is almost done. Just that little bit in front of the harvester there and a little bit behind us to do. Just, you see it there. Pretty good progress. I love it. I love doing it this way. Super efficient. All right. If we open this up, They should come and unload us. We're gonna be patient. We're gonna stay here. They're driving, perfect. And once they get over here to unload, we'll see, you know, our total. We got, you know, 2,500 liters in the harvester right now. It's gonna be interesting. I have no clue, to be honest with you. I think it's gonna be pretty impressive. I think it's gonna be 6 figures. Just under 90, it looks like it's gonna be about 95,000 liters. Gonna tip over to 96. Almost. So if we go here and I hit next, it should exit the field and unload this at the silo. This we want to go ahead and close and get back to the property. Did a nice job there avoiding the light poles or the electrical poles there. Now he's gonna cruise back onto the road, or should, and then go to the silo. What are you doing? There it goes. I love auto drive, guys. So much fun. All right, so now we get back. Actually, let's just watch this. 95,000 liters of barley. And once that's in there, time-saving stock check will give us a nice indicator of how much of a dent that did into our $2 million. How much of a dent it did into our $2 million debt. Side tip in there, it always prefers that, it seems, and that thing unloads super fast. What a good mod. Are we at capacity? Oh, we are. Okay, so this is what we were worried about. Let's do this. Silo extensions. This gives us 75. This is not looking good, guys. Does this actually work? I've never done this before. So if we add a connection here, or an extension, overlaps object. I guess if I just use B, if I turn it this way, we put it like that. Does that give us, whoop, we're flying. Does that give us more capacity? Does that actually work? And it does. So that, you know, a little bit of cash, but it was required because we need to store this stuff. So now that that's stored, let's take a look at time-saving stock check. So barley gives us 108,000 when it's at its max price, so not great. 77,000 from straw. Wheat has us at 73,000, showing things that we can sell here. $286,000 worth of goods right now, and that included the straw. So we're an eighth there. About 1/8. All right, we can turn this off and unload her. Unload her. And our grand total was 58 bales. All right, so apparently we can turn this into a mulcher. Oh yeah, Control Y. Let's go over here. Control Y. What does this do? Mulcher. There we go. Let's go ahead and do some mulching. It's time to really get efficiency around here going. An extra bonus. So that texture, that's rough. Let's take a look at that. Ooh. I don't know about that. We'll see. I think it's the tire marks in the mulch texture together on this map is looking a little strange there, but I think it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll get that extra bonus next time we harvest. This is the first time I've mulched, I think, in FS25, so maybe it's just me not knowing. But let's just push this bale out of the way. And boy, we are flying. 18 miles an hour is what we're gonna do. We'll get this mulched and the other field mulched as well. Really gotta maximize that potential for income. All right, I'm starting to appreciate the texture now. The inconsistencies, it looks good. Like, it has spots that are from where the swath was, and I don't know. I'm not very good with words today. I'm having a hard time articulating myself, but I think up close, this texture looks a little funny, but like the farther you back away, I think it looks pretty good. I think that describes it. But if you like zoom in, I don't know, maybe it just wasn't rendering at first, because am I crazy, guys? Does it look better than it did at first? I might be crazy. Don't answer that. All right, we called an audible here. We're putting some canola in the ground. We got Bobby over there doing the mulching, but all is good. I think this is a wise decision financially for us. Canola definitely yields better and pays better. Well, I don't know if it yields better, but it pays better than wheat. I can't remember how much it yields in comparison. but we've almost done a full lap around the headland, used over 10% fertilizer already, only 3% seed, so seed's gonna be fine. The question's gonna be, do we have enough fertilizer? We have more in the spreader by the shed over there, so if we need it, we can unload that and put it in here. But I think this was the wise call. We need to get out of debt and maximize our money, and putting a, you know, flipping this as quick as possible so that we can get a crop that we can sell, you know, before the end of year 4. It was the idea. So we should harvest this in the summer next year, and then we'll be able to sell it early winter or early winter, yeah, right before the end of the year. Making some good progress here, and I think this is a good time to take a break after this pass to fill up the fertilizer. You can see we have 8% left, so it's doing pretty good. I figured if we bought 2 more of these seeders, we would really never need to upgrade. We could just put one on the left and right if this one is compatible for that. I believe they are. So that's what I'm kind of thinking. All right, let's go ahead and lift that, and we could go in and see. I'm pretty sure we have fertilizer in the spreader, so we'll get that unloaded, loaded into the seeder here, and finish with that planting session. And they're almost done over here. I was hoping to get them going on weeding for me, but they're taking their sweet little time. Oh, 115 liters is all that's in there. Oh, we'll see if that's enough. It might be. We'll have to get more for the next field, though, for sure. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be enough. I'm going to order a pallet just to be safe. And they delivered it by the field for us. It won't all fit in here, so we'll have to remember this one's over here. But this might be enough to do the barley field as well. I think it probably will be. All right, not too many passes left here, and then we'll have to do the weeding, and then we can make it September. But we're back at it. Yeah, the fertilizer never would have been enough. It was great that we bought some. So the canola's in the ground now. What a pretty field this has turned into. Nice to be able to flip this in one day and have the equipment to pull it off. We'll have to get the weeding done over here. Other than that, this thing's ready to sit till summer of year 4. Gotta start putting stuff away over here. We bought it for a reason. All right, that is put away successfully. It's time to go grab the weeder, get it going on the new canola field. And I think we'll quickly get into September so we can get the barley planted as well. Oh yeah, good width on this one. This shouldn't take too long at all. Have them go on their merry way, and I am gonna speed up time, and we're gonna get into September and do the planting while that's going. And just to make sure this hasn't flipped yet, there we go. We got some seed, or we got some weeds, but no crop yet. There it is. All right, it looks like it is taken care of. Let's make sure that we didn't mess up here, because we have messed up in the past. Yeah, weeds are completely getting taken care of. I wanted to make sure that we didn't mess up. All right, let's get to daylight. We're gonna go ahead and top up on fertilizer. I think it'll be enough for this field. Looks like a good place to start to me. And away we go, getting some barley back in the ground. I think we'll have enough seed. We have more over by the ford if we need it, but I think this will be plenty. Let's get rolling. We don't have a roller, but you know what I mean. We got the headlands done, starting the ups and downs. The seed rate is 220 per meter squared on this, so I think we are gonna burn through seed on barley So canola seems like a much cheaper crop to plant, and it seems better. We need the barley for the whiskey eventually, but canola, soybeans, corn, well, corn might go into the product as well eventually, but those ones are to make money. Right now we're in a make money phase, and I think we're making the right decisions. Getting better at getting better at barley and learning some other crop types just to make a profit. And I think this is gonna be a good breaking point as well. You know, with a couple passes left, we're about to run out of seed, and we're gonna be by the side of the field where the seed is, so perfect timing. I think the weeding's getting close to being done. I think they're on the headlands now. Bobby's taking care of that pretty quickly for us. So we'll be able to get him over here to do this field as well to wrap up prepping these fall planting. And yeah, getting to this next episode is gonna be, that's the important episode, guys. It's gonna make or break this farm. It's our biggest field. It's got soybeans in it. That is the indicator if we're gonna have a winning condition or not. Next episode, stay tuned. The weeding has completed, and we're on the last pass now of the barley. Pretty amazing time there. What we're gonna do is have Bobby do this weeding for me while I relax and enjoy some downtime here in September. Over the last few months on Whiskey RP, we have been building up to this soybean harvest that's really gonna give us an idea of whether or not we're gonna be able to get out of this $2 million debt. We owe the bank $2 million by the end of year 4. We've got about 14 months to get there. $5,800 in the bank account, a good amount of wheat, good amount of barley to be sold. But we're hoping the soybeans end up being the crop that pushes us over the edge this harvest here. And this will be the toughest area to harvest here near the fence by the goats. But we, have the nice surprise of being able to generate even more income with soybean straw. So we're definitely gonna have to lease something today to get this all picked up. And I've been looking at the prices in town. A lot of these crops we're working on, they just don't seem to fluctuate very much. So the prices are really good with soybeans now. We'll check when it comes time to, put them in the silo. Are we gonna do that, or are we just gonna sell them directly? That's possible today, that we really know the number that the soybeans bring in financially. As well as straw, wheat, and barley. I was also noticing that we're pretty good prices right now, so we potentially could, see that dollar amount extremely increase today. But let's get focused. We got a worker in the back there. Bobby's over there waiting for us. Let's get focused, and let's get her done. Well, starting to realize these electrical poles here, the power lines, they're gonna be in the way. And I don't, driving through the crop. I don't know if this is gonna work. We're gonna get all the way to 100%. I might have to, at least for this first headland, we're gonna have to do something to help out Bobby. He's slowly working his way over here. I'm not sure what his major malfunction is, but this might be a good spot right here to stop. And we are actually hitting 100% here as well. Or pretty close. And Bobby's cruising up here. Looping in. I adjusted the offsets on the pipe or to the unload, and that seems to be perfect now. Look how far away they are. It's an offset. There's a setting in auto drive. Who would have thought? But that's pretty promising so far. A full load here. Not even through one headland. I am going to do 2 headlands on this. And I don't think, just kind of getting an idea, I don't think it shows up in time-saving stock check until it's in a silo. So we just might not know. Oh, there's no collision on those. That's hilarious. All right, continuing on with the harvest. I'll get the headlands done. And I'll keep reporting back when there's something interesting to talk about. But this is going to be quite the beast of a harvest today. And I'm hoping in October to get to the corn as well, but we'll see what time it is when we get done with the soybeans. These swaths are so impressive that the harvester's having a hard time driving over them, which seems to be a good problem to have. I mean, we might make $2 million just off of straw, but the yield right here is at the, the peak. We're at 121% yield right here, getting 7.1 tons per hectare. And we've already harvested, it looks like 1.3 hectares. It's man. This is gonna bring in some money, guys. Super excited to see the outcome of this episode and see how close we're gonna get to that 2 million to keep the series alive, to get to whiskey. Yeah, there's the climb here over that straw. Struggles a little bit, and then we get going. It smashes it down real good too, though, so it might be tough to pick up later on. And with the headlands completely done, we have started the ups and downs. We've unloaded twice. You can see the Bobby way over there on the other side of the field. We're gonna give him a call once we turn around to come start unloading us, but we're doing the shorter ups and downs first here. Got a ways to go. This is gonna be a grind of a harvest, and this is making me extremely want to focus on, once we get out of debt, getting multiple harvesters, multiple grain carts, and getting a lot more farm hands out here this time around in Montana. So what I've been trying to do is get it to where we can unload on the go, and I've been calling Bobby over here to get him closer so when we actually need him, he'll be able to come right behind us. So learning the tricks and all the things that we need to do to make auto drive work as good as possible for us here. Just to really, let's just stop. All right, will you get out of the way if we, yeah, that's perfect. Okay. So now we're only at 39%, so I wanted him closer to this side of the field so that next time when we turn around and we start that pass back there, that's when we're gonna wanna unload. And he should be closer to get there in time so we can do the unloading on the go like you probably just saw in the time lapse. So I'm gonna keep him focused. I'm gonna stay focused on this. Now that we're doing the ups and downs, seems like we're moving pretty quick, you know, using 9 miles an hour as our speed override. You can see all the passes that we've done and realizing all the straw we're going to be picking up here soon. So we'll be leasing a square baler, depending on the finances of the soybean harvest. Let's bust it out. I think we're too close to some tracks over there on our auto drive setup, so Bobby went way back over to the grass field and now is heading back, so that backfired. But still, this is amazingly fast by yourself as a single player to pull this off. All right, we will stop right here and we'll have to unload in a stop position. And sometimes they get stuck like that, so you kind of do a little one of these, and now they'll come in. You just kind of close the pipe a little bit, open it back up, and they'll come on over. You know, I think this is the first time doing soybeans with precision farming. I wanted to take a look at what the nitrogen level does. See, that's unfortunate. I feel like soybeans should be improving the nitrogen level. It should be adding some nitrogen to the ground here. Oh well. I think we got it this time. I guess I don't need to worry about getting him close because he's cruising. We're at 87% full. Coming in now, should be able to just keep going and stop at the end there. And we'll see how much we get unloaded. Oh, come on. Almost a good thing. Come on, Bobby. There we go. But we'll get a good look at how much soybeans we have in, or how many soybeans we have in the grain cart already. Yeah, we'll be hitting about 40,000 liters unloading here. Beautiful, man. What's this gonna bring in? Okay, I almost fell asleep there, guys. Woo! We did drive through. I didn't almost fall asleep, but I did drive through the soybeans a little bit. We did waste a little bit there with crop destruction, but another 9,300 liters. Getting ready to be dropped off to Bobby here. Gonna bring us close to 50,000 already. And it looks like we are a little over halfway done. So I'm hoping we get about 80,000, maybe 90,000 liters here. Be about a $300,000 harvest. I think I found a trick here. So we're just leaving the pipe open and they're following along. They're not going into the grain. They're not driving on the soybeans. And once we turn around, they're gonna come unload us. I'll show you in a second. All right, we're at the end here. Gonna just do a nice little loop. We're not gonna stop. We're not gonna reverse or anything. And we got locked into place. And we'll wait just a little bit for them to get back over here. And if it works like it did on the last pass, they're gonna follow us and unload us the rest of the pass. And there it comes. Perfect. Just gonna cruise on the whole way with us. Non-stop harvesting. And just a handful of passes to go here, ups and downs. We're at 77,000 liters of soybeans so far. It's a beautiful thing. Got that corn to harvest as well. All of this straw to pick up. Lots of income sitting on the ground right now. Hope we get to $1 million today. I hope so. Last pass here. We've made it. An hour and 7 minutes into the harvest. Not bad for this size of a field. One harvester, one grain cart. We do have, you know, the extra capacity in the grain cart, but my goodness, this flew by. Didn't feel like a drag at all. And we're gonna get real close to 90,000 liters of soybeans. Oh, we're gonna get so close. We've done it. 90,000 liters of soybeans. Maybe an extra 200 after that. Unbelievable. All right, let's get this, let's get this closed, turned off. I'm gonna hop in here and let Bobby have a break. And it looks like we're heading over to the bridge to see how much money we brought in. This is the most exciting point of the series for me so far. Or the most disappointing, we're gonna find out. Montana Grizzlies, the Iron Ridge Granary here. The moment we've all been waiting for. Soybeans being sold, dollar amount should skyrocket. Okay, 340,000 plus almost 40,000 from the environmental score. This was a success. Let's head home, figure out what's next. If there's anything else we can sell to make a little bit more money right now. Let's find out together. So just driving back and thinking through it, I don't know how I feel about this yet. It's a ton of money, don't get me wrong. And we have a ton of money sitting there in straw potentially of this soybean straw. $500,000, I know we have about $250,000 in the silos right now as well. So that corn's gonna have to be close to 200,000, 250,000 to get us halfway to $1 million. And I don't think it is. We'll get through this before we make any decisions and changes, but cutting this grass more often might be the case. Doing something different in one of the fields we're harvesting today might be the case. But we're gonna take a slight little break here. And we're still gonna try to get done with that harvest in October of the corn. This next phase here, I think we're gonna try to multitask a little bit. Let's get into the field and we're gonna set up a work. We're gonna do 2 headlands to make it easier for them, generate the course, and then we are going to go ahead and first waypoint. All right, we got them started. We're gonna let them try to figure it out. They got the workers set over here on the course. But while they do that, we're gonna use the fence here. And we've got a forage harvester to pick up all of that straw, and we're gonna sell it instantly. We've leased a couple pieces of equipment. That's why the dollar amount's a little bit lower than it was earlier. But we should be able to have that corn harvest just go on its own. We got Bobby out there with another worker. And we'll focus on all of this soybean hay, or straw, excuse me. There are other things we could sell, but the prices are not going to drop anytime soon. So I wanted to get focused on getting the field work done. And then eventually, once we feel like we've gotten, to a good spot where we can spend the time on selling things, we'll do that. Let's go ahead and start picking up this soybean straw. And we should be able to just cruise around here for a while and then find the best place to sell it. It is getting dark. So we'll be doing this during the night, but I wanted to get this done so we can free ourselves up for November, just in case we do decide to lease some equipment to make some hay for selling for some extra cash by cutting both the fields. And they are slowly making their way over to the harvester as night is upon us. And course play plays really good. Whoa, it got brighter with auto drive. So they are just trying to be close and wait for the call at this point. And the harvester is doing something like, I don't know why they're backing up, but okay, I'm going to focus here. I'm going to hope that that just solves itself over time and we get this done. Otherwise, once I get done with this, I'll have to do that harvest. Yeah, cruising at 19 here is what I'm trying to do on cruise control. Maybe it's not working still. I have the latest course play and auto drive, but all right, let's stay focused. We'll see what happens. And looking over there, they did end up cutting into the next pass to give room for the grain cart. So all should be good over there. And this is what I mean. See, they cut into the field just to give room for the grain cart driver to be able to come in here so they're not on the track. So it was an intelligent decision he was making. That New Holland backs up really slow for whatever reason, and I was unable to figure that out. But here we go, unloading corn for the first time. 9,000 liters there. Not even done with the headland. Looking real good. And we are 45% full with this already. So we'll be making multiple trips to sell soybean straw during this session. We got a little bit of a drive ahead of us. We are full, but the best place to sell this is all the way to the animal dealer. Let's head there. Corn harvest seems to be going good. We have some corn straw on the ground as well, so we'll be picking that up and making money off of that. I'm thinking positive right now. Having positive vibes. And arriving at the animal dealer here, just across the street, huh? I was wondering where this was. And that's not the correct entrance. But let's see what happens here. We know for the future, though. Money coming in good. This is going to be a pretty good payday here from the soybean straw. The first load brought in $51,000 plus $6,500. We're just under $500,000. How do you get out of this place? Oh, I see the road. I see the road. So there was a little turn that we missed. All right, let's get back, get this going. We'll check on the corn harvest when we get there. We got a lot to do tonight still. Yeah, it looks, they're moving. Looks like the headlands are done and they're starting the ups and downs. Let's stop here and take a peek at what's going on. So we've already got 24,000 liters. They are doing the ups and downs. All right, I'm liking the progress so far here. We got to get back to that field, get the rest of that straw picked up, and we'll get to as much of this straw too. We might need to wait till daytime for that and take an extra day lease on this forage wagon, which is fine. We can afford it right now. I think we're tracking good, but we're not going to know till the end of December, though. It's one of those jobs that's perfect for in-cab. Got our dashes all lit up. Actually looks way better at night doing it this way, I think. And I'm cruising. I'm trying to get this done, guys. 35 miles an hour. It's a lot of straw to pick up. Trying to rush back to the animal dealer here. They close in 20 minutes for the night, so we're gonna pick up the rest of the straw and just hold on to it overnight. So that's gonna work out good. We're gonna have to lease this or keep it overnight and get a daily fee, which again, the money we're making from the straw, that lease is absolutely paying for itself. So let's go ahead and get this sold. It looks like we are gonna get here in time. And then we'll go home, finish picking that up, and finally get to sleep. So this should be, you know, close to another $60,000 and definitely going to put us above that $500,000 mark. There it is. So we're at $547,000. And after a good night of sleep, we're going in to sell the rest of the soybean straw. We have 155,000 liters in here. After that, we need to sell the corn and see how much money that came up with. And then the corn stalks that are on the ground over there, we're going to have to take care of those as well. And we still have the forage wagon for that. So let's head on in, get this sold, free up the wagon to be able to pick up the corn, and then we'll sell the corn. You know what I mean. We'll get there. Let's do this. So one thing that is occurring to me is that we don't have a way to take care of our equipment. So that's an expense we might have to take care of this year. Purchase something to be able to do maintenance on these, and the maintenance cost is definitely going to be a thing, but let's see what we're bringing in here. It's going to get us close to that $600,000 amount. 580 is where we're sitting after selling everything that had to do with the soybeans. So let's head on home and we'll start selling things for the corn. I think before we sell the corn, we're going to pick up all the corn stock here and figure out how much of that we have, get it sold, and then we'll do a little grand finale of today's harvest, or October's harvest, with selling the corn as well. But then everything else needs to get sold here before the year ends. So we're getting real close to getting through that first year of this lease, or of the loan, and finding out, you know, I'm a broken record, but we're gonna find out if we have to make adjustments here momentarily. It's even better in cab during the day. Not a bad view to pick up some corn stalks. Don't know why I say it that way. And heading to the Montana Hay Company to sell some corn stalks. Be interesting to see. I think we'll get almost a full load after this, but it'll be interesting to see what this one brings in. Here we go. Get us above that 600,000 mark. Doesn't seem to pay as well as the soybean straw, but it's still paying pretty good. Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, 35,000, so a little bit less, but still super helpful financially. Was about half full on the last load here, so this will be the last money we make from corn stocks, and we'll be able to return this trailer, this wagon, and then sell the corn next. Well, this is our first look at how our harvest went for corn, and you can see 103,000 liters of corn. We're driving in. I think I have to go across town. I'm not sure where this is at. I got it tagged. The GPS is set up to guide us there. Let's go see how much money we made off of corn, and I think we're tracking good now. We're gonna have some things to talk about here in a few minutes. Oh, we got some road rage going on. My goodness. What is wrong with this van? Now the ice cream man's being impatient as well. This van's gonna try again. Is he gonna turn into us again? He slowed down again. He's scared to commit. He's scared. Another ice cream man. What is happening? Oh, maybe we should have done that. You know, get the hazards on. Now we don't look like as much of a jerk. Ice cream man gets stuck there. Here he comes. All right, I think we're clear now. We got any more traffic behind us? Brought the wrong tractor with us. No one saw that sign. Ah, this is the place. Okay, so we were here. We were close to here the other day, or just a few minutes ago, with the animal dealer. So it is this site here. All right. Beautiful grain elevator situation here. All right, side tip in. Should be a good chunk of cash right here. We're at $821,000. Corn was a wise decision there. That brought in $180,000. So we're gonna go back. We're going to look at what we have left to sell. And I think we're about to crush $1 million. We are taking a look at our time-saving stock check here. Barley is at its peak price right now, or it is above its peak price at the Iron Ridge Granary. We also have straw looking pretty good at the Montana Hay Company. And we have wheat being above peak price at the flour mill. So we can make a little bit of cash. Let's go ahead let's get this barley loaded up and get it sold first. I was a little concerned that we were gonna have to run into Wyatt, but it looks like the Jack Daniels building does not have the peak price right now, which is good because I didn't want any drama. Didn't want any drama with that family over there. Trying to avoid them. Really tempted to go visit Ken in jail though. Get him to back off. I know it's not the most realistic way to play with these trailers, but I absolutely love it. Once we are able to afford a semi setup, we're definitely going to upgrade to that and a more realistic setup for these fields. But these, I wanted to, you know, these extra capacity, these big fields, me playing solo. I love it. No apologies. I love it. I do want more realistic equipment just for the look of the farm though, so we will get to that eventually. We got to get through this debt, and then we're going to build an amazing ranch. We're going to, you know, I'm feeling optimistic, so we haven't been talking like this in a while. We're going to build an awesome ranch. We're going to build a great little production facility to make a ton of whiskey. I really want to go big compared to last whiskey RP. It's been a grind. It's been a slow crawl to get there. But once we get there, I'm hoping it's super rewarding. How you doing? Is this your truck right here? Yeah? You having a good day? Kind of look like you want to fight me. All right, let's... I don't know who that guy is. He wasn't very talkative, though. All right, Iron Ridge Grain. Let's get another 100 grand here. Let's get one step closer to that $1 million. That was our goal today. There's 110,000 from the harvest and another 14 from the environmental score bonus. We're sitting at $945,000. What is this crop right here? Ooh, alfalfa. So we might, a little bit of a hint. We might be adjusting our grass fields next year to be, I'm leaning towards clover. We'll see. A little foreshadowing there. Let's ride the wall. Let's ride the mountain. Can we get over? Can we get through this? Can we get through it? Yeah. The phantasm power. Don't do that in real life. Not as much wheat as we had barley, but this should tip us over the edge to $1 million. And if that's the case, you didn't win this time. No, you didn't, Ken. Wyatt's getting a little feisty over here. All right, 59,000 liters of wheat going to the flour mill. Let's go get this balance over $1 million so we feel confident. We're gonna make an installment payment today too. We're gonna send a check, $1 million check to the bank, and be 13 months away from needing to give another one. All right, nice talking to you. Okay, so that's interesting. $288,000. This place is for sale, and they noticed how much wheat we're dropping off. I am tempted to buy this. I wish I would have known that this is for sale before we sold all the barley. Like you can see, they're pretty empty right now. They're not producing much flour because they're trying to sell. Should we buy the flour mill for $288,000 and risk being able to pay off our $2 million loan in time? We know we'll be sitting above $1 million when we sell the wheat. Is it worth the risk? We asked in a community poll, should we buy the flour mill on Whiskey RP, even though we don't need flour to make whiskey? Over 1,000 of you voted. Over 690 of you said, buy it. It is so. So we're $288,000 into this investment. So let's take a look here today. All the different flour types we can make. We could make rice flour, we could make sorghum flour, wheat flour, oat flour, corn flour, and barley flour. And it looks like the cycles don't seem too bad. Let's go ahead and get this tipped in and production rolling on our wheat flour. So we'll activate that. And we have 50,000 liters in here. And we want to set that to storing. It's gonna be interesting to see if this does hurt us or help us. We're down to $700 or $657,000, but let's get rolling. It's November. We're gonna quickly get into the spring here. We do have the goats to take care of through the winter, and we should have a decent amount of milk to sell from them. We also have the straw to sell, and a good amount of money to still be made before year 3 ends. So let's go ahead and get rolling with this episode. You know, in reality, I don't think we're gonna make our money back from that. I think it was a poor decision, but we have 2,000 liters there, and it looks like we're getting close to another 1,000 here. We're at 641. Goats look pretty happy. They got enough food right now. Let's get the straw sold. It's going to be a lot of trips. We got a lot of stacks of straw around here. Let's figure out where we're selling it today. And our familiar place, the Montana Hay Company. So we have this load. We have that other one back there by the shed. And then right up here by the field, we have about a little over 3 stacks. So should be some good money. Let's go find out. But that was $1,000 for one bale and $15,000 for that. All right, let's go get the rest of this. Is promising. Good amount of money coming in straw. While we're doing all this, I might as well get the mulching started on the fields. We can have Bobby take care of that while we're selling all of this straw. Try to get these 2 fields prepped for planting in the spring, because that's going to be key to getting to that $2 million. We definitely made this harder on ourselves. And make sure we have this all configured right, but yeah, we're good. We'll have Bobby just take care of that. We'll get back in the truck, pick up more straw, get the rest of it sold. And I definitely will be taking over that once we're done selling the straw. And the second load getting sold here should put us close to 700,000 again. We're getting there. We're getting back in the positive where we want to be, closer to $1 million. And we're here with the last bit of straw. We've done multiple trips, and the dollar amount, you know, balance is going up. Oh, we drove through too quick that time. Let's back it up, back it up, back it up. All right, so almost back to $750,000. Not quite enough to make that $1 million installment payment we're wanting to do, and it seems like that's their rules. They want $1 million or nothing. Weird. So that means we have to hold on to it and be tempted to spend it between now and when we get $1 million. So we'll see how much of the flour gets produced between now and the end of December and see if it's going to be worth selling or not. But let's go ahead and jump in the Fent and finish that mulching. Quite the mulching session here. We've got it done. We're gonna have Bobby do the one behind us because this was a grind. Yeah, the field is a lot smaller, but I think a worker will be able to handle it a little bit better. We did find our worker in the goat pasture. I don't know how that happened. It's you know, on land that was not this field, so confusing. But first job done here in December. We're gonna go check on the production and see how well it's producing at this point, and hope that we have a decent amount of flour over there, because doing the math in my head, I think we made a mistake. I don't think we're gonna make our $288,000 back in probably a year. I think it's gonna be like 3 years, but we'll go over there. We'll see how quick it's producing things, and that'll help us out figuring out that, you know, if we made a mistake or not. Could always sell it, I guess. Okay, so this isn't bad to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 already. And we're heading over to Subway. Apparently they have high demand right now for flour to make the dough for their subs. So we're gonna go sell 8,000 units of flour over there and see, you know, for our first flour selling session here, how we're gonna feel about this investment. And that wasn't even a full day worth of production, and we got 8,000 flour. So I think that's promising. But we'll keep selling it month to month until the prices start to drop. But right now they are above peak price in town. So let's go ahead and see what this first day worth of production is gonna bring in. $22,000. That's not a bad start. And we're just filled up some lime here. We're gonna try to get as much done as we can before spring, just to get a lot of the work out of the way to make spring as painless as possible. I'm really hoping this doesn't burn through too much lime here, and that we don't have to buy more, since we just did this a couple months ago. Yeah, it's not using a lot, 1.75 tons per hectare right now. So hopefully we have enough in capacity here to get this field and the cornfield done. You can see Bobby's out there doing the mulching for us right now. Just staying focused, trying to get prepped for spring. All right, we are going to the cornfield now to get the lime spread, and I think it's fine, even though they haven't finished with the mulching. We did have to purchase 25,000 more liters. I went ahead and just did a full load here. It was about $5,600, so we got that taken care of. And while Bobby's finishing the mulching here, we'll get the lime put down. And we'll be that much closer to ready to plant. It will be that much closer to be prepped to start planting when spring hits. Liming session is all done here in December. Just waiting for Bobby to finish the mulching, and we'll move on to next year. Well, it is March, and we are heading into town with a little bit of goat's milk to get sold, as well as the fence. We need to get some maintenance on it desperately. The maintenance bar was down in the red almost. Probably the main thing I do want to maintain this year. We probably need to get somebody out to look at the harvester too, so we can get that in good condition when it comes time to harvest in the summer. But we're super close to being able to start planting some soybeans and corn again to just kind of repeat the cycle from last year. But we're down to 10 months to go, and we need $1.25 million, just about 1.24 really, to pull this off. Starting to get a little nervous. About $27,000 in goat's milk. Not bad. And let's find out what the damage is going to be for maintaining this bad boy this time around. $27,000. Ouch. Was much needed. And the next thing we're selling here in March is 31,000 units of flour. Subway's still the top price, so we'll head on over there. Pretty nice payday right here. This is going to help a ton. The confidence level, that is. All right, let's see. 79,000 there, plus 10,000 for an environmental score. We're up to 853. Looking good. Now, I am a big fan of crop rotation, but we know soybeans will work good here. So we're gonna put soybeans in the ground again in this field, and then we'll start rotating after that. We really gotta make sure we make enough money to get out of debt, and I wasn't confident to say that corn would produce as well as the soybeans did on this field. And we know what we could make from last year. So that's the thought process here, putting soybeans in the ground again. And we did, the mulching, which should help a little bit, as well as leasing this Kenzie that is a no-till planter here. So we didn't have to cultivate or plow, so that'll save us a little bit of money in diesel as well as just time, and help the environmental score as well. Let's get the soybeans in the ground, and we'll put some fertilizer in here to plant corn in the other field momentarily. No fertilizer required on soybeans. This should be all set besides taking care of weeds, which we will do momentarily. We'll get Bobby on that while we start planting the corn. Good day. Well, I changed my mind. We're going to have Bobby take care of planting the corn. We're going to jump on the weeder here, and we're going to take care of the weeds ourselves. And then that means Bobby's not quick enough. We can get going on the weeds on the cornfield as well. But I have a feeling, I don't know actually, we're gonna try to race him here. See him out there getting started. We're gonna try to get done with this bigger field before he gets done planting, even though his working width is way bigger than ours. We'll see how it goes. Nothing like a friendly competition. And away we go. Oh, he's definitely going to beat us. He's definitely going to beat us. He's moving good. That field is just so much smaller than this one that we have no shot. But let's keep trying. And trying to get a decent look at this. I really can't without going into the menu. Yeah, no shot. I think Bobby's going to win. I think Bobby's going to win. We're going to keep trying, though. We'll keep pushing. Who you guys rooting for? And a little update here. Waiting for them to come in within render. It looks like they are doing the last headland. So they're going to beat us. But we're going to keep plugging away. Maybe they'll get stuck on a fence or something. And they're done, and we're what, about halfway through? Yeah, it was never gonna happen. We're gonna shut the GoPro off for now, and I will see you in May. Well, it's a rainy day in May, and I've made a decision. We kind of regret my blinkers being on this long. Kind of regret buying the flour mill at this point because money's not looking great, and this initial investment here I don't think was wise. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna sell all of the goats, and with all the goats sold, our money is up to $850,000. I did find someone in town who is willing to purchase the pen as well and relocate it, and we're gonna get $23,000 for that. So we do have some extra grass that we'll end up selling. Those clouds do not look like they should cause rain and hail to be, for the most part. Wow. And why didn't our soybeans grow in May? Or our corn. And getting back to whiskey here is what the plan is gonna be in a month's time. Let's go ahead and make sure this is set right. Swath mowing's what we want. There we go. We're gonna cut this grass. We're gonna figure out a way to pick it up and sell it. We'll probably lease the same forage wagon that we had a couple months ago. And then after that, we're gonna put some barley in this field because we need to get back to practicing what we're gonna grow when we get to whiskey. And we're just hopefully about a year away from being able to afford the whiskey distillery and to be out of debt. So worst case, we'll have to sell a couple fields. I don't know. We need a lot of money still. Let's just stay focused. I think this is a good plan. And if it's not, I guess we just I don't know, guys. I'm second guessing everything at this point. We're still $1.2 million away from what we need here in about 7 months' time. Lots of fields to harvest, lots of money to be made. But I just feel like we really need to focus on what's gonna make us money long term. And that's not goats, that's not flour. We're gonna go through with the flour process here. But we need to get back to whiskey at some point. The reality is Wyatt and Ken kind of did win, and they forced my hand and made me make a bad decision by buying that land and the productions that I was eyeing in town. So we're gonna right this wrong. We're gonna get out of this debt. We're gonna do whatever it takes because I am not about to go bankrupt and lose this land here that we've established and the future home of my new long-term living situation, which we still need to get to. We got to build a property, but we've got ourselves so far in debt here that we can't do anything else, and we're gonna lose all this land if we don't get that $2 million. So we got to do what we got to do, and getting back to the basics and focusing on what we're gonna be doing long term here is what we've got to do, and kind of thinking through some of the mistakes we've made. And if we wouldn't have taken out that loan, we could have just worked on the land we had until we had enough money to get the distillery going, and it would have been a lot less stressful. So we live and learn from our mistakes and just try not to repeat them too often. Seems like we've been repeating mistakes a lot lately, so we got to ignore Ken and Wyatt. We haven't really ran into Wyatt. Honestly, I think he just bought that property just so I couldn't. I haven't seen anyone work any of those fields, which has been nice because I haven't had to deal with anyone from that family. And I'm just kind of wondering if Ken is gonna, it's been some years now. It's been 4 years since Ken's been put in prison. Good behavior. He could get out soon. Who knows? We just need to focus on us though. And with this change, yeah, look at our corn and soybeans coming in. With this change, I think we are gonna cut the other grass for one last time because we're gonna buy that forage wagon. I think that would make sense for us long-term for picking up straw and corn stalks. And we're gonna get a lot of use out of it this year, so it'll make sense to purchase it. So we'll cut this as well to kind of help fund it. Hopefully we have enough grass. I'm really hoping when we get done here, we break even at minimum. That's kind of my thought process is if we break even, if we're still at around $873,000 after we buy the forage wagon and sell all the grass, I think we're winning. Now, we would make a lot more money off of this if we turned it into hay or silage, but I just don't feel like leasing that equipment right now would be wise. So let's get the mower put away And our new piece of equipment should be here momentarily. And away we go, picking up the grass. Now, it did cost us $70,000 to get this vehicle here, or this implement here, the forage wagon. So I don't think we're gonna make that much off the grass, but we got a little bit over here to our right that we could have cut as well. And the bales to sell today, so it's kind of a mess the way I cut this. So it's gonna take me a little bit to pick this up, but we'll get both fields picked up, and then we will get barley put in the other field if time allows here in May. That's the plan. Well, 60% full off of this field. I am blown away. We're gonna go pick up the grass in the other field, and we might have to sell it halfway through. Man, the soybeans are looking good. Got the wheat and barley looking good in the other fields. Things are coming together, I hope. And we are headed in with 260,000 liters of grass. You can see they got plenty to pick up still. So we'll go see what our first payday here is. Not gonna be a ton of money, but it'll help. All right, let's see how much this is gonna bring in here. Not too bad, $40,000 there, plus 5,000 for the environmental score bonus. We're gonna get close to that number we're talking about, but I don't think we'll quite get there. This is somewhat of an investment, but I think it was well worth it. And I think this will do it almost 50% full here, but it is what it is. We also have that grass, those bales to sell, so we might get to that 870 number. And unloading the grass here. Oh, I mean, yeah, that got us pretty close. We're at 866, so selling the grass bales that we do have over at the property should definitely get us where we need to be. And to keep in mind, this is ours. We don't have to spend any more money on leasing anything to pick up straw anymore. So I think it was smart. And if we're 70, I mean, we could sell equipment at the end if we need to, if we can't get to 2 million. I think we're gonna get there though. All right, we got the first bale sold there. And then these ones, they are going to be a little tricky as well, but there we go. Yeah, we did get about where we wanted to get. I think that'll work. Now it's time to get some more barley in the ground. And barley going in the ground, and I figured this should be enough fertilizer because of the state that it was in, already having a little bit of fertilizer in the ground from the grass. So we'll see if this is enough. If not, we'll get some more delivered. We're out of solid fertilizer, but this is gonna set us up pretty good for an extra harvest of barley when it comes time to get the harvest done. And a little bit of an expense here, but we need the solid fertilizer. We need to get it in the ground. And I think we'll be able to come pick that up here when we get done. This is the worst way to back up and get back onto that line. Oh my goodness, we lost it. We lost it. We were just about done with the headlands here. Here we go. This will finish the headlands, then we'll be doing the ups and downs and getting this barley all set. I think this is a wise move, guys. We were able to get the rest of the fertilizer here into the seeder, so we don't have to worry about getting it brought back home. And just one more pass to do here. In our late... Whoop, whoop, whoop. What happened there? I don't know. In our late decision here. In early... Well, what is this? Still spring, technically. To get this last field planted. And we should be able to harvest it this year. And it should go towards the $2 million debt. We'll find out. Are we going to see whiskey this time around? Or are we going to go bankrupt first? We're going to push the limits, guys. We're pushing the limits. I was driving back and thinking, why not? Now, I know it would have been probably wise to do soybeans in these fields financially, but I want to get better at barley. That's what we're practicing here. We got to make a lot of good barley so we can make some amazing whiskey in a couple years. And I think there's just one little speck that we want to pick up here. Yeah, just right there. We'll just drop the seeder real quick and we're done. And that's a lot of fields to be harvested here in just a few months' time. And harvest season has arrived. We do have Follow Me going behind me to pick up the straw. And we also have a worker at the bins waiting for us. This is a moment of truth, and we're going to decide how much of this we want to send over to the flour mill versus how much we want to sell when we get done. We did run out of our wheat already at the flour mill, but I think it would be wise to make a little more cash off of the flour mill before we do eventually sell it. And maybe we will keep it long term, but I really want to focus on just whiskey and kind of hammer that home throughout the remainder of this episode. But this yield's going good. We're getting 96% so far, 12.7 tons per hectare, and filling up pretty nicely here. The yield chart is not changing. That means everything that we set forward to do this year was perfect. It was exactly what it was last time around, which should set us up really good to make the same amount of money, if not more, than we made last year, and should set us up for that $2 million. Let's get her done. They're gonna run into each other. All right, look at that. They yielded. I love it, but we're gonna have to hold off here. Hopefully we get far enough for them to get by. And it looks like we did. What a process. Multiple workers out here helping us to get this done in record time. Love this advanced automation we got going. Little follow me, little auto drive. Glorious. The process is working pretty good. We've got 27,000, almost 28,000 liters of barley already. Workers doing their job. Fields looking clean, except for a couple areas that I kind of messed up with my harvesting. I'm absolutely addicted to playing the game this way, guys. This is so much fun. Able to just focus on the harvest myself. I got my employees helping me out. Just the way to play, man, in my opinion. And finishing up the harvest here, it looks like we're gonna be at about, just over 60,000 liters of barley from this field, which seems beyond solid. And we're just gonna make a slight turn here. I'm gonna try to trick them to get back over here, but I do need to take over with, where are you going? Just pull forward. I do need to take over because there is some straw that was left on the ground that we're going to pick up, but we are going to take approximately 30,000 of this to the flour mill. That's all I feel comfortable putting in there between now and December. We're just a few months away and need a lot of money. And getting our first look at the wagon here with the straw, we're going to be close to 200,000 liters, which should bring in a nice payday. We'll find out what that is because straw prices don't fluctuate too much, so we can go ahead and feel comfortable selling it now. I will double check that before we head in, but that should do it there. So what I want to do now, I want to take both of these with me. So I'm going to set, yeah, we're going to drop off. We're going to do this. We're going to follow from here. There we go, on the right vehicle there. We're going to go straight to the flour mill and try to drop off just 30,000 liters. We're going to have, I think, 3 fields to harvest, maybe 4 in October. We got a little messed up. I was speeding up time with easy dev controls, and it seemed to break the growth stage on one of the fields, so we had to start manually adjusting that. But I think I got it sorted out. I think next time around it'll be okay. So I think the the growth cycles were a little messed up on these fields, but all of them are gonna get harvested before December. Got our straw behind us. All right, this could be a little bit tricky here. We're gonna look at the number. We're gonna try to stop it. All right, make sure I remember how to stop. When it gets to about, we'll go a little bit more, right there. That's where I want it. Now let's go in the production. That might have been a little too much, but that's all right. We got 33,000. We did put a little bit more than we want, but let's activate barley and let's figure out where we're going next. And just a peek at the product we have over here. So we do have those to sell later on, as well as the flour that's being produced now. All right, we're here to make a little bit of cash And then we'll go sell all the straw and see how September treated us. Let's just pull forward here, sell the rest of this barley, and we are above 900,000. We have 1.1 million to go. All right, now if we pull forward to about right here, a little bit farther. A little bit farther, right there. Now we just cancel this worker. We can sell the straw right away. And that is helpful income right there. We are at another 30,000 in there. So we are at 943,000. Time to get home and figure out what's next. Which field we're harvesting next. And forgive the lighting here, but we've got a lot to get to in October. So we're gonna start with this barley harvest on the smaller fields. We're gonna get both of those done, and then we're gonna jump straight to some soybeans. And I don't know what's going on with the canola. I don't know why it's not ready yet. It looks like it will be ready in November. But we got the corn to harvest as well. So we got a lot of money to be made in the next few months. And we're down to the last 3. We're at the last quarter. And we still need well over $1 million. The sun's still trying to rise here in October. We're having a good harvest here. 96% yield bonus, 12.5 tons per hectare here. A little bit more on this field to go, and then we'll head on over to the other, which was a grass field momentarily ago. Momentarily ago? What am I even talking about today? Words are hard, but things are going good. We're guys, I have no idea. When I first set up this $2 million in 2 years, the plan was if we don't make it, the series ends and we fail. We have ways around that. We have things that we can do to kind of help out the situation, but it's looking grim. I think the community poll might have hurt us. And again, there's ways around it, but staying true to my plans, we might go bankrupt. All right, this field is complete. We're gonna unload this, and then we are going to head on over to the other field and get started with the harvest. I think I'm gonna run grain cart on that one and have work. We're gonna try this. We're gonna try it out with a worker and follow me and see if that even is possible. But we're beating sunrise still. 1 down. The big soybean field's the big concern. I believe corn could wait till next month if it needs to, but I have a feeling by the end of today we're gonna have a good idea of if we're successful or not. Yeah, and thinking through it, I think what would be best is for me to do the headlands. So we'll work on the headlands here. We'll get that done. Well, then we'll get the grain cart over. And we'll do it like we used to do it, where I would run the grain cart while, you know, the big thing with follow me is the fact that they're not gonna just loop around. They're gonna do backing up. So I'll see how that works. Well, we'll see. You'll see what I mean. So 31,985 liters from this grass field that we were just gonna leave as grass. So that's a good extra income. We got the canola next to us to harvest. We still have the soybeans and the corn. I don't think it's gonna happen. Confidence, all-time low. All right, we weren't quite done with the headland when it filled up, but we got that going. And now we're gonna go ahead and finish the headland, and then we're gonna hand over to a worker and just kind of see what happens. Sun's starting to rise, starting to get some daylight here. Still a little nervous if we're gonna have enough time to do everything we need to do. And then it just got dark. Something wrong with the lighting on this map, and I think it's an older version I'm using. All right, we're having to set this back up, and I'm gonna catch them up because they ran into a tree and ruined their course. So we'll get this going, and we'll see. I don't have a lot of faith in this plan actually working, and I think we're gonna actually fill up on straw on this field too. So we'll go ahead and get caught up, and once we're caught up, I'll show you what I'm talking about. All right, that should be close enough to snag them. There we go. So the follow me is taken over. And we're going to see what happens on this turnaround here, because that's the big question at hand. Oh, we got to watch right now. Okay, so they're backing up into the field like that to get lined back up on their next pass, and they're going to skip a row, it looks like. And let's see what follow me does, because that's the big question. So why are they going like this? You can't get unloaded that way. Like this... So follow me worked fine. I guess we're gonna ruin a little bit of crops. We're gonna shut crop destruction off. All right, getting them unloaded here. But it seems like follow me figured it out just fine. So we'll see how it finishes this harvest. Now the setup seems to be working pretty good now that I'm gonna be able to just follow them and unload as they go. We're gonna pull over here and watch them turn around and watch what follow me does, but then we're gonna quickly start unloading the harvester. So he backs up enough, kind of almost gets in the way. Follow me creeps up a little bit there, then they start doing their back up and reverse thing. Back up and reverse, that's redundant. Back up and turn around. Which really seems to be key to follow me being able to handle this, is it's just kind of waiting to see where it's gonna go next. And it seems like follow me is intelligent enough to figure it out. Almost ran into the harvester. There they go. They were blocked, but now they're gonna loop around. Missed just a little bit of material, but I think it'll be fine. And we will start unloading on the go. Trying to figure out which one I like better out of the 3 jobs to make this the most efficient process possible. So in theory, we could be doing another job while we have all 3 on a worker here if we just set this one up to unload the combine, which would be pretty sweet once we get to a big enough setup and have multiple harvests going at a time. Gosh, I have ideas, not for this series, but for other ones. And the follower did stop because they got full. That's a good problem. What I am going to do, I think, yeah, they'll have enough capacity to finish. We're gonna go ahead and run in and sell this. We'll come back, finish picking it up, unload the harvester at that point. And we're gonna see what our extra fields did. They definitely brought in a good amount of money. Looking at the grain cart, I think we're gonna get close to $100,000 for the 2 fields, which is more than needed. And selling the straw. Is this gonna put us over $1 million? Not quite, but we're close. You know, I gotta be honest, I don't think this little bit's worth picking up and selling. So we're gonna just cruise on over here and get prepped to do the soybean harvest in a few. All right, get this turned on, get the pipe out, and we'll get the rest of the barley. And we're gonna go directly to sell it. This will definitely put us above $1 million. We need a lot of money from the soybean and corn. I don't see it, guys. I don't see all the money. We should have been well above. Yeah, I don't think it's happening. All right, 84,000 liters of barley getting sold here. Let's see where we're at. All right, just under 1.1 million there. We made over 100,000 there. Whew. It's gonna be close. 900,000 to go. Where are we gonna find it? All right, we officially have the triple automation setup going. I'm not sure where the grain cart went off to, but it's getting set up in its location right now. And we are following along. This is follow me right now. So we tab over here, we have course play going for the harvester. And then, oh yeah, they had to take the long route to go get set up. So what's gonna be interesting here is I am going to step away for a little bit and come back and see how this is operating. So this is where this might not work. If the grain cart operator doesn't get out of our way, we're not gonna be able to continue forward. Now, if they're just gonna stay there, let's hop over and see what it says. It says waiting for call, so that appears to be the problem here. So I could hold up. We could see what happens. I think we're going to. We're going to see if the follower is going to stop following or the grain cart's gonna move first. Magically, it seemed to work just fine. We're approaching our first load of the straw being full, so I am gonna cancel the worker, cruise forward as close as I can, and then we're gonna go sell it. We're gonna see where the best place is, but this is a good opportunity to break away while they're unloading. Let's figure out where this is going to make some money. It looks like the farmer's market this time around. Let's go. And then when we get back, we can catch up and see how things are going. But we're already over about 80,000 liters of soybeans. So the yield is good. I think the mulching did help. Gave us a little bit of extra cash. Progressing quite lovely. A little more automation talk here. We could have, since we're using course plate, could have saved that course and loaded it on the Fent here and started a little bit later. You know, let them get the headland done, get like 5 or 6 ups and downs done, and make sure they're running at a pace that they wouldn't catch up. And that's another option that we could do. And I feel like with that, you might be able to set it up somehow for it to go unload and come back to the course. That's something I don't know if you can do on auto drive with course plate. I feel like it'd be pretty sweet if you could have a forage wagon like this going and unload it. You know, it just seems like it would be pretty awesome, but I don't know if you can. But there's the farmer's market. We'll go ahead and get this sold there. See how this is treating us today. This should be a pretty good payday. I think this will be around, gosh, my math's a little off, but this should be a good payday. Let's find out. I didn't want to say a ridiculous number that we're not going to get. This is a lot of straw, though. Oh, and it goes on the other side. Oh, maybe it doesn't. We didn't have the back selected. Here we go. Soybean straw getting sold at the farmer's market. This is a big portion of the money we're going to need to pay off this debt. Yeah, about 50,000 there, 49,500 plus 6,100 from the environmental score bonus. Excuse me, sir. Let's get back, pick up what we missed, and then get the course set back up to follow him. Yeah, the yield just seems outrageously good right now. They've been unloading a lot. So let's go ahead and get back into place here. We can lower and activate. And once we get caught up, we'll just have to hit right Control F to get set back up on Follow Me. And I think they're gonna fill up one more time before this harvest is over. So a good amount of money still to be made just off of soybean straw, not to mention the big payday that's coming from the soybeans. Yeah, I think at this point I am gonna take over the grain cart. It's just not efficient enough because it's not doing a great job at unloading on the go, which is something that I think I need to figure out how to fix. But yeah, we're gonna do the grain cart. We're gonna take this over, get this finished. Already at 100,000 here. Good amount of the field left. This could be a $500,000 harvest, which would be incredible. We're already above 300,000 at this point. And with the distance that we have set on the Follow Me, we're gonna just cruise next to this here. Once it's out of our way, we'll come on over, start unloading. Perfect. Well, I ended up taking over the combine. I find that to be more entertaining personally. But the follower did stop again, which is good news. We need to go back to the farmer's market after unloading here. And it's gonna be funny because they're gonna stop and we're gonna continue. And it's a setup it is. So if we call them again, they'll come and unload. They'll do a loop because they don't realize they could drive straight. But looking at this amount that we have in this grain cart next to us, we're gonna make a lot of money off of soybeans. We're gonna hit 140,000 liters with all that behind us to go. Lovely. Now the fact that I went to driving, can I hand this back to a worker and let them continue on their way? Let's go ahead and get them lined up pretty good. We'll close the pipe, don't need that out. And then if we come here, we're gonna go ahead and just switch like so and see how they do. And they have started the harvest. So we're gonna head to the farmer's market again with this, get another, what was that, about 50? I already forgot, 50 some grand. And we should be about 800,000 away from our goal with the cornfield and the canola field left to harvest. And here we go, making some more cash. And we have crossed 1.2 million 800,000 to go. Let's keep on plugging away, see if we can get there. What a day of harvesting, and we're gonna find out here pretty soon how close we're gonna be. November's still gonna be required to get there. We got 2 more fields that we get to harvest. But man, 160,000 plus liters of soybeans that we're about to go sell. This is gonna put us close. Plus the straw that's getting picked up behind us. Lights have turned on. It's been a full day of harvesting. We started before the sunrise and we're finishing after it sets, or as it sets. And it looks like our grand total is going to be $163,000. And it's time for a little caravan to make some money. Definitely made a full day of October. You can see that's where we're going with the soybeans. So we're going to go to the farmer's market first to drop off the soybean straw. And then we'll see how close we are with 2 months to go. And here we are with the last bit of soybean straw. Wasn't there 60% of this? Nice. So that's gonna bring us up to $1.24 million. But this is the big payday. Let's head on back towards home and see how close we are to $2 million. And the big moment. Let's start getting this dumped. Pouring out the side. Watch that dollar amount skyrocket. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Oh, we're at 1.93. That was 600. That was almost a $700,000 harvest. Let's get home. Have a good night's sleep. We're gonna start with the canola harvest tomorrow because I want to buy the header. I want to be well above $2 million so we can pay off the debt, buy the corn header instead of leasing it. It's time we own that. And it looks to me, that was my bad, that we are well on our way to being out of debt, upgrading our equipment, and purchasing our whiskey distillery. I'll see you in November. Someone forgot to hit record. We are heading in to get some fuel. We've already started the sorghum harvest today. We're hoping that that's enough money to really push us well above $2 million. We're at 62,000 to go right now. We'll see how good it does. We went around the headland a little bit more than once before we had to unload. It was pretty much the whole headland, to be honest. And so decent sized field. We'll get back over there so you can remember which field it is. But again, I'm hoping that this puts us well above the dollar amount that we need and we can purchase the corn header. And then we're going to make some decisions. Do we keep the corn? Because that's going to be a product we're going to use this time around for whiskey. It's going to be one of the products, most likely. Still haven't landed completely on what mod I'm using for that yet. I'm probably making my own. Now we need $63,000. And getting back to the harvest here, you can see where we're at, which field we're in here. It's field number 16. And you can see we're at 8.4. We're getting 8.4 tons per hectare right now. It is 120% yield bonus. Canola just doesn't yield as well as others when it comes to the volume that you're yielding, but it pays a little bit better than some other ones, so should be a pretty good payday still. We've filled up the combine one time so far and getting going on that second time right now. Not that big of a field after doing the soybeans, so we should have plenty of time to get this done, get the grain sold. We'll double check to make sure prices do fluctuate, or don't fluctuate, I should say. And then we'll know our dollar amount going into the corn harvest, because like I said, we might save some of the corn, we might sell it all. We're still kind of undecided on a few things right now. question I've been asking myself a lot lately is, are we farther ahead after 2 years than we would have been if we didn't take out the loan? The closer we get to paying it off, and the further away we get from the stressful phase of not knowing if we're going to pay it off, I'm starting to feel like it wasn't a mistake. We know we can make around $1 million a year, if not 1.3 right now, a year. So with this loan gone, and making the right decisions next year, this place could look a lot different. And I'm hoping it does. And where is my grain cart operator going? I think he quit. That was painful. But as I was saying, these fields are huge. We're going to be able to focus on the right product in the fields and get a production that can scale with the output of the farm. And as we are able to produce more barley, we're going to want to burn through all the barley we make in 1 year on whiskey. We don't want to have product that lasts 15 months on the shelf, as is in grain. So once we produce and find out our cadence on how much barley we can go through in one production, we're going to have to turn that into 2, into 3, into 4. I want to make $100 million off of whiskey. Man, oh man, did I underestimate the size of this field. We are absolutely going to be able to pay off the debt after we sell this grain. One more field to go. It's almost noon. This took a little longer than I expected. We still got the straw and everything from the corn. We're going to have a good jump start on next year. So I have plans. This area is going to change instantly. But I do have the long-term vision in mind at this point. I'm actually really excited to get to it for you guys. I think it's going to be awesome. We did great this year. 58,000 liters of canola. Just dropping the header off here, but we are going to go in and see about the prices of canola next before we get to the final harvest of the year. And we've made it. What's the dollar amount going to be here for canola? 58.5 thousand liters. That was a weird way to say it. We're at $2,084,000. It's official. I'm going to get on the phone, give the bank a call, get the debt paid off, and then we got the corn harvest to take care of. Well, we are officially debt-free and the owners of a beautiful corn header. Next time around, we're going to get a whiskey distillery in the next year. We're going to start getting bigger. We're going to start making a ton of money, and we're not going to stop. So we have $100 million in the bank account. Thanks for hanging out on Whiskey RP through Season 2. This concludes Season 2. I will catch you in Season 3. After spending the last 2 years getting out of debt, it is finally time to start working on the whiskey distillery. We're heading on over to a facility that we might be purchasing. Well, I said facility, but it's really a piece of property that we're purchasing and might be purchasing. What is, oh, I should get out of the way. Who is this? Let's go ahead and pull to the side for them so they can get by. That's a big tractor and it's almost gonna fall off. There's a second semi coming with a huge cultivator. I kind of want to see what's going on with this. Let's not be too suspicious. We'll go back, turn onto our property. I'm sure they know we're following them at this point. Yeah, they're cruising along. Purple semis with huge equipment. Let's go ahead and I'm just gonna cruise on over here. See if we can get a view. Oh, they're definitely pulling into Wyatt's property there. Okay, well, we've been waiting. Not sure why it took 2 years, but seems like they finally moved into town. I don't know exactly how that's gonna affect us, but we're gonna keep an eye on it. And I don't even know what Wyatt looks like at this point, so I'm not sure if we've seen him yet or if he's been in town, but we're gonna find out, aren't we? All right, let's head to this site that we're talking about. We got a lot to cover. Our dollar amount, we'll explain that in a little bit as well, but let's get to this future industrial site and talk about it. So why are we looking at a different site and not the land that is ours? Well, I was getting all of my documentations finalized to get the distillery built on our property, and we ran into zoning issues. They were not okay with the factories. They're pretty big big buildings that we're going to be looking into, but they weren't happy with those in that location and were not willing to rezone. So the closest thing to our property we could find is this field right in front of us, and they would be willing to rezone it if we purchased it from the owner. So hopping out here, we can see they didn't even harvest their sunflowers last year. Katie does own this right now. We'd probably have to take a mortgage out, some type of land loan, construction loan potentially. But this is what we're looking at. We look at here at the information. It tells us this piece of land is worth just over $250,000. It is 10.47 acres. Soil type's not really going to matter to us. It would be a good size field for the amount of buildings and infrastructure that we're going to need to get into place to try to compete with this building right here. But let's head home. Let's talk about the dollar amount while we head home. So after last season, we finished the corn harvest and sold all the corn and corn straw, and our dollar amount is up to $306,000. So it's a good start, but I have some things that I'm eyeing and some adjustments we're gonna make. I had breakfast with a guy named Ben in town, and he owns the field next to our southernmost field. And he was interested in downsizing, and I've been kind of playing around with configurations of what I want to do with the fields long term. And we found a field that we own that's smaller than the one Ben owns that would be a good swap. Now, keeping in mind that the field is smaller, so we're gonna have to come up with a little bit of cash to make up the difference, but I think it'll work out. And this is the field here, number 32, that I'm thinking about trading with Ben. And we just gotta kind of get that finalized and find out the dollar amount that we're gonna owe him. And yeah, so this one potentially is going away. And heading down here, I'll show you what I mean by our southernmost field. That would be this one directly in front of us, and we're safe to drive on it right now. So we keep on cruising back through here. We can see this field directly in front of us is what Ben owns, and I believe he has some alfalfa on it. Not sure what state that alfalfa is in right now, but we'd be cultivating it up, and we're not going to use alfalfa at all. We need a ridiculous amount of barley. We're over at the flour production here, and we got things to talk about. Bobby has made a decision that he wants to start his own farm, and he really enjoys the process of making flour and has kind of dreams of going into opening his own bakery. So flour would be the first step for that for him. So he's gonna take over that operation, and it's gonna be a little more complicated than that. So far, we've made $111,000 from the production. It cost us $288,000 to purchase the production. So we are $178,000 in the hole right now. So before we sell this flour, and I actually find my direction around where I'm going in town here to sell it, Bobby's gonna take over, and we're gonna subtract the dollar amount from the sell we do right now, and that's gonna be the dollar amount he owes me. So as a friendly gesture to an employee that's been very, very important to our success, we're gonna give him a head start. But he is definitely gonna have to take out a loan to get some land. He's gonna want to get some of his own fields going to make his, flour and continue using the flour production. So let's see how close he's gonna get to getting a free building here. Another 80 plus 10 from the environmental score bonus, so $90,000. All right, so that puts us at $201,000 that we've made off of it. Bobby's gonna owe us roughly $88,000. That's what we're gonna call it, even 88,000. And so he has no equipment. He has no fields yet. He has no way to make flour other than a production building. We're gonna help him. We're gonna let him borrow some of our equipment to get started. He's gonna have to figure out how to get land on his own. But after that, we will help him get started by borrowing and possibly helping out doing some work for him. But once he does start making money off of flour on his own, 50% of each sale is going to go to us until that $88,000 is paid off. So we have a decent amount right now. We're almost at 400,000. I'm gonna get on the phone with Ben. We're gonna finalize getting those fields swapped, and then it's time for me to get started on prepping these fields for spring. I know it's still January, but there's a lot of work I'm gonna want to do, and we'll start going over that really soon. Well, the land swap with Ben is done, but that brought us down to $167,000. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna work on blending these two fields together and make one massive barley field over here. Oh, I think I forgot to tell you guys, I did lease this cultivator. We don't own one, which I need to resolve soon, because we're gonna need our own cultivator. We got a lot of cultivating to do, so just wasn't sure with what size I wanted to go with, so I wanted to try this one out before we buy it. And I'm kind of tempted to hold off on some equipment so we get even bigger tractors, because as these fields get larger, as you can see, the size we're adding all the way almost to the bridge over there is where this field goes. So we're going for big. We're going big or going broke, right? That's the plan here. And I think it's going to work out in our favor, but I can't wait for you guys to see the new production building. It's beautiful. It's going to be able to produce a ton of whiskey per year for us. Hoping each facility can net us around $1 million per year. And we're going to have multiple facilities before everything's all said and done. Let's just loop back this way. And I do think it would probably make sense to get this field completely combined and turned into one before I finish the whole thing. So let's go ahead and loop this way. We're going to have to get this soil sampled as well. Lots to do, guys. Lots to do. Perfect time of year for it. We got lucky where it's a little bit warmer here in January. It's 41 degrees. It will get cold overnight, so the cultivator is doing a decent job for the conditions, but probably could have waited a little bit longer, maybe early March, but we're going to want to get this stuff planted as soon as possible, so felt like we really needed to get into it. Let's go ahead and straighten out now, go back, then we'll do the middle, and we can get this all done. And we're going to do something similar with the fields to the north. Haven't completely decided how I want to do that, but that's going to be our biggest field when everything is said and done, secondary to this one. So kind of talked about it a little bit last season. We're going to want to get a lot more equipment. We're going to want to have multiple harvesters, multiple vehicles doing grain pickup and dropping it off at trucks and semis to take to the facilities. And we're probably not even going to store things in our own silo at this point, so we need overflow from what we can fit in the productions. Hoping to have that building in place and all resolved and permits and everything granted to us to allow us to run that production by the time we harvest these fields that we're going to plant here in spring. But that will finish connecting the two fields, so we will go ahead and just get cultivating now. We should be able to get our GPS all aligned, just like so. Now we'll go straight down this, look behind us. Yeah, it's a big boy. This is a big boy. No more messing around. It's time to make a ton of money. Boy, it's going to take a while to get used to seeing other tractors on these fields near us. That's a big boy, too. I wouldn't mind some equipment that large. Get past this window and we can see it. Oh, it's kind of not there. Our monitor's blocking us, but here it goes in the view there. Yeah, what a beast of equipment. Almost seems too big for that field. But it is kind of sad, you know, cultivating up this alfalfa here, but I think it was for the best for what we're looking to do. I'm going to try to just do ups and downs and get most of this done, and then do the headlands at the end and just the areas that we missed. Try to limit the amount of time I'm spending on this field. It's going to be a long day. definitely getting jealous at that equipment over there. It looks like they're just about done with that field already. And we're just making a dent into ours. I do know ours is much larger than theirs, but man, they flew through that. Man, you can see way in the distance there. Let's see if we can get a little zoom in. They are getting busy. I didn't even realize Wyatt owned that field, but we're going to get a good idea to see everything that they do cultivate and exactly which fields they do own. Seem to really going to be some competition. I imagine they're going to be planting barley and some corn. I do know that they use corn in their recipe, and we're not going to, so that is a little different of a type of whiskey. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when we try to get to market and if we can not financially, but find enough buyers for it. I know the production in Black Mountain has basically been shut down at this point, and we're moving over here, so we're kind of starting over from scratch, especially with Bobby moving here. Bobby fell in love with it as well as I did, so it's gonna be here long term. Boy, it just looks so good like that. Great field of view. I believe it's 30. Looks so good. This whole area over here, I'm debating next time around expanding to, like, behind us. Let's get a good view here. I mean, it might make sense to cut that corner closer to the trees and utilize all of our land there, but I gotta get on the property lines and figure out what's actually ours, because I don't think our property goes much further than that. When I was looking at the information on the plot lines, it did look like it came off the trees quite a bit, so that's probably why we'll end up leaving it the way it is. It seems like they did reserve some of the land near the river for the city or the county to own and maintain. I don't know if they come out every once in a while and take care of those trees or if they just let them grow naturally, but I haven't seen anybody over here doing any work or maintenance. So I don't know why. I don't know why they decided to do the property lines that way, but definitely gonna double check that and make sure we stay within our own lines. Finally done. Taking a look at the sun here. It is getting close to setting. I'm hoping to get the outline of the other field done because we got so much ahead of us. I'm feeling like we bit off more than we can chew with the equipment we have. I mean, they're just busting through their work across the streets. But yeah, we got to get this field, at least the outline, done. Like, into the night will be fine, but I definitely want to be able to see what I'm doing for the most part. But we'll have to probably finish cultivating it in February. But we didn't mulch this time because I was wanting to establish these new fields and just need to use our time wisely, so I don't think we're gonna have time to really take care of mulching. There was a little spot up here I did want to fix. Yeah, so if we get like this, and then if I just deactivate that, lower it, we're just gonna pull forward and then fade into the field and raise, and that should be good right there. This spot here, let's go ahead and lower, and we're gonna come around like so. All right, raise here. And a lot of this, you know, we're gonna expand the farmyard. Even though the production's not going here, the farmyard is gonna get expanded long term. Just not 100% sure exactly what we're gonna do with that yet. So we're gonna do this whole field at least this year. Let's get far enough over to get all of this in one pass. And then we're going to look at connecting I call it the soybean field, the field right in front of us. No field, oh, okay, that was almost scared me, but let's go over here. And I want to lock in and try to go straight, but we'll see how it works. Let's go ahead and lower that. And we're gonna keep going straight here. Avoid the tree. So we'll come out a little bit and then blend back in. And that should work nicely right there. Just a little bit of soybeans that we missed last time, but that'll be all right. And now this is the area I do want to get completed tonight before we lose daylight. And it's looking like we're going to be able to do that. So let's bust it out. All right, this part is connected now, so we're gonna take a right and head up north, connect the rest of this area. And that should eventually, once we get this these passes here done and a little bit more on that path, it looks like, we'll have one big field. We'll raise here so we can do this correctly. Come around this way. That lowered. And then just kind of cruise over here and blend them together. And let's see how that looks now. Pretty nice. Okay. So now we just need to head back down south. There's a little speck right there where I lifted too soon. Let's get that first. And I thought I cleared these. Show lines is off. That's hilarious, but it keeps showing them. All right, let's back it up. And we'll go inside here. And I think we're going to have to come back one more time, but that'll be okay. Right there, got that spot. And we'll try to get as much of this in one go, but we lifted. We're gonna have to come back either way, so I'm gonna hug towards the field to the left, and we will do some terrain fixing over here. We'll have to get some equipment out to handle that, but that's gonna become annoying real quick when we get to cultivate, or when we get to planting and harvesting. And let's get these two specks here. Make sure this is all complete, so when we set up our GPS course next time, it's able to handle it. There's a little spot there I missed. But yeah, sun's starting to get really low. I'm glad we pulled this off in time. That should do it. Now the field up there farther to the north, there is a road. So it's a county road that leads to that other dairy enclosure there, or cattle property. Let's go take a look at that, actually. And I did the farm directly ahead of us. I talked to the family about that, about potentially getting rid of the road and blending these into this one field, and definitely got some pushback there. So we're gonna leave this one as is. We might actually mulch that in February to get a little extra yield on it, but barley's going in all of these. It's gonna be all about barley moving forward, but let's make sure it's all working. That looks pretty glorious there. And being that we have a lot to do, I am going to go to the far side of the field here and start working on some ups and downs until we lose too much daylight. And we got to remember that field behind us. Oh, dang, we just ruined that. Field's creation was still on. But yeah, we'll get as much of this done as we can before we lose too much daylight. Want to be able to see what we're doing. But I think at this point, I'm going to shut the GoPro off. And I'll see you in February. Well, it's February. We finally got a good day of weather to be able to get the rest of this field cultivated, and I'm hoping to get all the way to get lime put down on both fields this month as well. This month, we're also going to want to start helping Bobby. He's looking at land. He's narrowed it down to a couple plots, and he's hoping to get one close by, but it might not work out for the price range he's looking. Remember, he's got to finance his entire property here. We did end up getting all of the headlands done during January, so now we're just starting the ups and downs, making our way back to the farmyard. Pretty good sized field. I'm excited to see what we can bring in out of these two big fields, and really just narrowing our focus down on a couple areas. You know, instead of doing 4 fields or 5 fields, whatever we had, we're just gonna have 3 this time around. We do have the one behind us we're gonna want to get to as well. And I was eyeing a disc and purchasing a disc instead of a cultivator, so we might be getting that purchased today and have Bobby switch off and help. But I'm hoping he can get back from doing his little land search and be able to help us out a little bit in February. But let's get focused, gotta get some work done so we can get on to the next phases. Yeah, making some good progress here, and we're making good time. So I think I'm going to hold off on purchasing anything for cultivating this year. We'll work on that next year, but you know, we've already put a month worth of lease amounts into this and payments, so we might as well finish with it and not spend any more money on tillage. You can see we're working our way over there. It's a big field, and we got the one behind us still, but what we're going to do is I'm going to finish cultivating this one. By that time, Bobby should be over here, and I'll be able to hand the cultivator to him. He'll do the cornfield behind us, and we'll be able to start getting lime put down on the 2 fields here. Eventually get to the corn one as well, but we got plenty of time here in February. It's still early February, so plenty to get through till we get to that planting season here in early spring and get the barley in the ground. And really, I'm itching to get to that site. We're working on finalizing the mortgage for the new property, and once that's done, we're gonna break ground, and that's exciting times. Exciting times for the SWU whiskey distillery business. SWU Spirits coming soon. Well, I just got off the phone with Bobby, and he successfully found a plot of land that's just down the road. We'll go take a look at it later on today. But the plan that we've come up with is that we're going to finish prepping all of our fields in February. We're going to spend the month of March prepping his new field, and then in April, we're going to get what's going to be 4 fields planted. We're going to do 3 of ours with barley. We're going to get some flour going, not flour. That's the ultimate goal. But we're going to get some wheat put in the ground for Bobby's fields. He's going to make flour out of wheat this year, and he did have enough savings. Like, I've been paying him for many years now, and he has been saving his money, so he did not have to finance it. It was lovely to find out. Lovely for him. So doesn't really have a lot of money left over for equipment, so we'll have to help him out in that regard until he can make some more cash. But excited for him. We do lose our foreman, but we'll get another one. We'll get a replacement. We'll get another main foreman out here to help me while I really start focusing on the whiskey distillery this time around. And those are the plans. So I'm going to stay focused here. He's coming with a fuel tanker, so he should be here soon. You can see we're getting a little low on diesel right now on the Black Beauty here. So we'll get that tanker going. He should be bringing a full load of diesel in, get that filled up so we can do the field behind us by the time he gets here. But I just have the old smaller fields to go here. Making pretty good time. Just about 11 o'clock here on February 2nd. Keep cruising along. And I'll see you when Bobby gets here. And all finished up here and just kind of waiting for Bobby. And oh, look, that's where I'm sleeping now. Check it out. No longer renting the house in town. We're just going to stay here until we get our own house. Finally brought our camper. Looking good, looking good. And that's even better. Got a little bit of shade. Get some chairs out here eventually. Lovely. All right, almost out of diesel. Bobby's going to be here any minute now. Get this filled up, and we're going to get him on the old cornfield. Guess while we wait for Bobby, I'll take some time to spray this down, and oh, looks like he's coming around right now. He is flying. Looks like we're in his way though. Let's go ahead and move this, and I think we'll go closer to the silo. Be able to get this filled up. Have him park right over here. Come on, Bobby. Perfect. We are all set. All right, Bobby's gonna take this on out to that field once I get him out of his truck here. Come on, dude. What are you doing in here? And then we'll go from there. We're gonna get prepped on... Gosh, I'm probably gonna have to go pick up a bunch of lime while he's doing that, because I don't think we have any in capacity. All right, we know what's next. You know, we only get to use this Ford a couple times a year, so it's nice to get it out on the fields here, getting some lime put down. We're gonna have to do all 3 of our fields, and then hopefully we have enough in capacity to help out Bobby with his, but we'll see. This is going on good. Got to use about 3.5 tons per hectare here. Not bad. Bobby should be getting started. Yeah, you can kind of see a strip there that's been cultivated already out in the distance. Everything's going good. Loving this progress, getting super close to being able to focus on getting the land purchased and prepped for the distillery. It's happening this year. We are making whiskey 100%. And seeing how much lime we're gonna have to apply on the new field the first time here, it's a lot more. It's 5.26, so we're taking care of it for the first time here. It should use a lot less lime next year. But that'll be okay this time around. We know we got to get things in the best place possible for us to get as good of a yield as we can get to make as much barley. Got to make a lot of money. We got to keep up with the carvers. And there are some spots that are only needing 1.75 tons per hectare, which means we have sandy loam right here, which is awesome. That's going to help with the yield for sure. We got a decent soil type over here on this new plot, which is always beneficial. But I don't know if we'll get this full next pass done without needing to refill. Going through a lot of lime here. Still got the other 2 fields to do, so I don't think we purchased enough. I think I have about 9 bags left over there, so that's 18,000 liters. That'll fill this up almost one more time. Definitely gonna need more for the other field. Oh, it's 22,000. We have a little bit more than I thought, so this might... I don't remember the capacity, so we might have 1 bag left over here after filling this up again, but based on the time, I gotta stay focused. I was thinking about driving into town and getting more, but we might have to wait till tomorrow because I do want to focus on getting this work done more than going to the store since it is such a long drive. But take a little bit of time here to get this all filled up, and then we will get back to liming. Even with the extra that we had in here before, it all did fit. So 91% full. It looks like 24,000 is what this has, this capacity. So let's go ahead and start getting this put back down, get back up to speed here. Definitely have enough to finish this field, and I'm hoping we can get about a headland done at the big field before we call it a night here. Well, the friendly neighborhood lime dealership delivered a bunch of lime to us, so we should have enough to get everything done that we need today. They're gonna have another load coming as well, so let's go ahead and start applying on here. We should be able to get this rolling, and hopefully Bobby's done soon with the cultivating, so when we get on over there we can get lime put down on the old cornfield as well. But this is going on at 3.5 as well. So we'll have to lock in there. Looks like we missed a little bit, but should be okay. We can get that on another pass. Looking good. We're gonna stay busy here in February. And I'll see you on the next phase when there's something to update. It's March. Finally got a good day here. I guess I gotta set my cruise control pretty low for following Bobby here. He's, got the Ford. Gonna be going pretty slow all the way to his property. We're following him along right now. He's gonna show us the way. We haven't been over there yet, so I'm excited to see this. We're gonna get some lime put down. He did end up purchasing a field that was already plowed in a pretty good state. So what we're doing today is getting some lime put down for him so that he can be ready to plant when it comes in April alongside with us. But it's been a rough winter the last month or so. So we finally got a good day here, March 4th. Gonna cruise around, and once we get closer, I'll show you where we're at. I'm excited to see this. And I don't know if you guys can hear this, but I really think Bobby needs a tune-up. Listen to this truck. I mean, maybe it's just the type of engine it is, but it sounds a little off to me. Nice view of where we are for proximity so far for you guys. Our farm is back there in the back left. Going at the max speed he can go, pulling all of that lime with the Ford. Nice alfalfa field right next to us, though. I have a feeling he's going to turn right here. Yep, there he goes. Blew right by the stop sign. We'll do the same. All right, super familiar with this area here. We've been here a lot. There's this little commercial district here to the right. The pizza shop. We got some waffles. A cakery. Eye doctor. Got our McDonald's up here. Not sure exactly where we're headed, but at least it seems somewhat close to our farm. Not too bad, and it is pretty close to the flour production, which is just back behind us a little bit. And I think, yep, he's turning. This must be his field to the right here. The right of Oh, he's pulling over. Perfect. So this looks like this is it. We'll go ahead and park right here for now. All right, I think he's getting all prepped out there to start putting the lime down. But yeah, this is a pretty good plot, good start for Bobby. He's backing up, getting ready. All right, so let's go ahead and walk this a little bit. Looks like somebody did plow. The previous owner did plow beforehand. Then goes putting that lime down. Hopefully we have enough in capacity. We'll have to buy some more. Maybe help him out. He might have cash to buy the lime. I think he does. You know, we do pay him, so he's got to have some money. I don't know. Hope he didn't spend it all on this plot of land. I think it was about $250,000. Not too shabby, but, you know, just walking it. It's not going to be a ridiculous amount of wheat from this harvest, but it's a start. And I know he was eyeing this field next door once he has enough funding. He already talked to the owner, and luckily enough, like a lot of other people in this town, Noah's doing clover right now over here, but Noah is looking to retire soon, so he could be talked out of that clover field. So we'll let Bobby get going on this. We're gonna hang out until he's done so I can take the tractor back, and then that's why his truck's over here. Exciting times. Well, it is April, and look at this beast of a setup that we have leased. It ate into our money big time. We're at $44,000 right now. But I think this is a wise decision to get this work done super fast for us. And I'm eyeing this for a long-term purchase, this exact setup here. So I was wanting to try it out this time. Just kind of see how it goes, see if this is something we're interested in. But I'm loving it already. Getting the barley in the ground here in April. Should be nice and ready for us late summer. What a beautiful process. Huge piece of machinery. Seems like it's pulling it just fine. I do want to kind of see if we can go a little bit quicker in this. Just kind of see what this tractor can handle. Override that speed a little bit. Let's try to get it up to 9. It seems like this is going to be about the pace. But boy, with this width, I don't see any problem with that at all. We'll have to get something out here to take care of the weeds next. But we got equipment for that already, so we don't need an extra expense this year. But this is the type of equipment we're going to be going with long term. Figured, why not now? Give it a shot. And I'm loving it already. Let's get her done. A little rough to turn, but that'll just be when we're doing the headlands. Once we get the headlands completely done, we should be able to handle this a lot better. Let's take a little look at what we've got here. It says it requires 550 horsepower, and the tractor that we have leased gets 778, where the capacity, I feel like it's the pulling strength here, that it can't go any faster, which is interesting. So maybe the wider tires or the wider tracks here is what's required for that. But that's why we're leasing the equipment, learning the exact setup we're wanting to get long term. I mean, this still seems, even though we're going a little bit slower than we would go with the seeder we own, the seeder's tiny. We're doing like 5 passes at a time compared to what we would do with that one. I think this is going to be worth our time. All right, we got it solved. It was not the power. It was a little bit of a tweak of a tire in the back there. We got that straightened out, and everything is processing and going a little bit quicker now. We're able to get it up to 9 miles an hour with ease. We can go even faster if we want. So now, no regrets at all. Was feeling a little bit of regret, but there was a little tweak in the tire back there that was causing it to drag and not actually roll really well. So 11 feels pretty comfortable here. I actually think I am going to push it all the way up to 12. And I think that will be good. Let's see if we can actually get to 12. Kind of going uphill right now, so it might not, but much better. Oh, and look at that. Our neighbors are planting as well. Still haven't met Wyatt, but I know they're out there getting work done. Kind of interesting to see every once in a while. Having to be planting right when we do. Most of the town's actually getting pretty busy with planting season right now. Not surprising to see the carvers out there as well. And just about done with the headland here, and then we will be doing ups and downs, east and west. Should be pretty good. Tempted to, yeah, let's see if we can reconfigure this to be, that's the wrong field. Let's back up. Let's get into our GPS settings here. And I'm gonna try to set this up to 2 headlands, because I think we're gonna want the extra turnaround time or space. But here we go, second headland, getting going here. And we'll sneak on over to the finishing the first headland, then we'll sneak on over to the second headland here. And yeah, then we'll be going north-south because of the configuration change on the GPS. Should be good. All right, let's, Getting a little confused by the joysticks in here and all the buttons, but we should be good now. And going good on the ups and downs. This thing seems to burn through the fertilizer pretty quick, so I'm keeping an eye on that, because that might be the only thing that we really need to add here. I think we'll be good on seed. Oh, little speck we missed, look at that. But we'll see. 78% with fertilizer, 92% with seed, going really good. I think they're putting wheat in the ground next door. Should be some nice complementary fields here. And yeah, doing 2 headlands seems to really be the key for turning around and giving us plenty of room here. We could do the headlands last with this configuration as well, so we're not driving over areas that we've just planted. And Bobby should be here soon to pick up the Black Beauty and the seeder. He's gonna use that. The John Deere seeder under the shed there for planting his wheat. This is going great, guys. I'm loving this new setup. So we're definitely going to be looking into some financing to get this for next year. I didn't want to purchase it yet. It might have been financially irresponsible, but I'm feeling pretty confident in the money we're going to be bringing in over the next few years to where this isn't going to hurt us. And it was a nice opportunity to try something out before that long-term commitment to buying it. Yeah, look at the width on this thing. It is awesome. Getting close to being done with the original fields and into the bigger field to the left there. Just cruising along today here in April. And last pass on the first field of our 3 we're going to be planting. Going good. I love this setup now that we've got it configured correctly. We're going to go back to the old cornfield next, do that one, and then we'll see where the solid fertilizer is sitting at the end of that to see if we feel comfortable getting started on the big remainder field out there. I think we are going to need a couple thousand more liters of solid fertilizer, and I'm not sure what we have over there because we do have the seeder already jam-packed full for Bobby to take over and use, so he should be here any second now to pick that up. Exciting times. I think they're done with their planting over there. They're close. I think we're getting kind of showing off. We got this whole field done while they're still working on that smaller one. I love it. And started on the second field here. This one should be a lot faster. Really a small field at this point compared to the other two. Using, well, 105 kilograms per hectare of nitrogen here. That's what we're adjusting it. And it takes 400 kilograms of the liquid or the solid fertilizer to do so. So burning through it a little bit quicker on this field, it seems. So we will definitely have to top off, but I think we're gonna see how far we can get with one load before we actually refill it, just for science. I mean, we're down to 150 back here, so the soil type definitely favors us right now. It's where it's dropping a lot slower now. All right, get it done? Go, Bobby, go. I mean, we're down to 30%, so I think we're definitely gonna need more fertilizer, but I still wanna see how close we can get. If the capacity, how close the capacity of this is to just be able to focus on planting and not have to refill often. I'm guessing we're gonna get a little more than the headlands done over there. But let's head that way. We do need to get some weeding done on this, and I think that would be a good opportunity to test out a new farmhand. So I'm gonna look around town and try to find someone that can help us with that. This lower, just this small area we missed, and then we'll head on over to that other field. But yeah, we'll definitely be looking for that new farmhand to help out with some of those tasks that, you know, I usually would throw Bobby's way. And we'll focus on getting the headlands done here before we fill back up with some fertilizer. Definitely have enough seed on hand. That's not going to be a concern at all. It's able to handle going up this hill pretty well. Just dropped to 10 miles an hour there. I think we can handle that. Go ahead and start turning here though. All right, let's see after we get the headlands done what we have left in capacity. If we do, then we might possibly finish the 2 headlands without adding more fertilizer, but it's getting close. We're down to 1,000 liters. You can see how much of this field we have left. So if we could figure out something that just adds a little more nitrogen to the ground between now and harvest and before we plant again, we might be able to pull it off with this setup. Maybe some cover crops or something like that. And speaking of that, we aren't going to be crop rotating, so it might be in our best interest to do that anyways, just to keep the soil as healthy as possible. So I am going to go in, top off on what we have left. I believe we have 1,000 liters, but we're going to need a little more than that. I'll probably we'll order 3,000 just to be safe. You know, it's possible that we overspent, but we got 3,000 added to here. We're down to 38,000 bucks. We might need to find a way to make a little bit of cash between now. I do have that loan coming in for the land, and we are getting a little bit more than we need in that loan, so I think we'll be fine to get by. That mortgage, it's going to be a 30-year payment, so shouldn't hurt our economy too much. And it seems like we purchased the right amount of fertilizer here. We'll get this home, unload the seed and fertilizer that's remaining, and take a nice drive to the dealership and get it returned. Great experiment here. I love it. I think this is our future. Okay, well, the loan is all finalized. We ended up taking out a $750,000 20-year loan. We take a look here, it's $750,000. Like we mentioned, the interest rate is 3.5. Our monthly payment is $4,397 for 240 months. We should see the loan transfer come through, the wire transfer to pay for the new land that's just right down the road a little bit. So what we're gonna do next is I need to get, oh no, we don't have our trailer. Well, we're gonna lease something anyways. We're gonna lease it and drive it to the site. How you doing, ma'am? I need a bulldozer for the day, which is gonna be about $8 grand to lease. Oh boy, that's all right. It's definitely needed, and it's gonna save us a ton of money by me doing these tasks myself. And I'm thinking it's gonna be slow, but I think there might be a back way for me to just drive this over there. And then we'll get the truck brought over here later with the gooseneck to be able to bring this back. So let's take this on over. I think we can take this route and hopefully hug the road until we get over there. But yeah, we should see momentarily that wire go through for the land being purchased. And I think what I'm gonna do is, I'm a little scared of getting a ticket. I'm gonna park it here. Actually, we're gonna take it back to the dealership. I'm getting a little nervous. Okay, we're here with the truck, so I should be able to just drive this up here. I think I want to back it on there. It's about as big of a piece of machinery as we can fit on this trailer, so that looks good. Just got to get it strapped in here. Like so. Put one more right there, should be good, and then we'll get this ramp lifted. All right, let's head on over to the site. Again, any second now. We can't start our work till it happens, but any second now we should see that money leave the account, and that field will be ours. Not 100% sure what is taking so long on this loan transfer, but they said around 1 o'clock at the latest, and we're getting close to that, so we'll get there. Maybe we'll have to take a little break, need some food, but very soon we'll be prepping this for a whiskey distillery. Well, there we are. $254,000 has left the account. We still have $500,000 to get everything prepped and going. It's going to cost a lot to get this building established, but let's find a good spot to pull over. This is a good size field and building. It's pretty good size too, so let's not block the road. Let's go ahead and sneak over here to the little grass area. Make sure the ramps get down there. All right. Unstrap it, and one more to go here. All right, we should be able to hop in. So this cost us $8,000 so far, and a little bit of diesel that we'll have to fill it back into it when we return it. But this was definitely what I noticed was the best opportunity for us to save a ton of money on this project. So we got to start clearing this land. So let's get it down about right there. Oh, there we go. Looking good. All right. Lots and lots of dust getting picked up here. It's pretty bumpy. Just keep on cruising straight here. Yeah, I got to get back over just a little bit. Guess we'll come back and do the pass to our left here, but gosh, looking good. Gonna get all this old debris out of the way, and we're kind of flattening the ground at the same time, which is perfect. To the end of our property here, we'll lift the blade. Just slow down. Don't want to go too far here. That should be good. And I think I don't want to go as far down as we did before there. I think this is good. We'll have to figure out how to level this back out, but I think this height is a lot better. Yeah, and 4 miles an hour seems to be a little bit easier to control the dozer here. So much dust particles in the air. Don't want to run into the truck. All right, I think we got a good system down here. I'm gonna get enough land cleared for us to start getting this prepped for some concrete. Let's get it done. I think that's a good spot. Let's hope no cars are coming here as I line back up this way. Woo, go. We'll just drive in a little bit. Probably would have been a safer way to do it. Luckily, no. Oh, there's a car there. Woo, close stuff. All right, let's get this lowered back down. About right there. And we should be able to just cruise forward now. Excellent. All right, I think that should be a good enough starting space, and we'll get this measured later on and just double check to make sure. But I think I'm gonna get busy here. But the first thing I'm gonna do, I did notice that I have a way to send my workers information on this new system we're using, so we're gonna do that. I can tell them I want them to use 7810, and I want them to do field work here, and we already have the weeder on there, so they should be able to just get started on that work for us now. Bob is here to help out today, or not here, but he's back at home at the farm. So he'll be taking care of things there while we're working on getting this prepped. He already did 2 of the fields with the weeds yesterday. Just a new potential foreman, farmhand that we're working with. See how it goes, since we're going to be losing Bobby to his full-time operation soon. Just going to stay focused here and get this whole area cleared out, and then we'll double check the size of it when we're done. And just about done here. We're definitely gonna need to do some grading next because this place is pretty uneven. You can see we've taken a lot of dirt out of here and moved it around and just kind of pushed it and caused some hills. And we're gonna need it super flat, so we might need to get something out here to survey the land for us to help us out with that part, because we're struggling a little bit with that aspect of this job. But other than that, the ground is cleared. The next phase is to prep the ground a little bit more to get some concrete put down. Well, I think this was a good first day on the construction site here. Can really tell by the fences how uneven everything is still, but we'll let the construction company take over from here. That's gonna help us out, and we'll see if there's areas after I talk to that foreman about me possibly doing some more help to make this cheaper. We're gonna have to figure out something with the dip here, or the hill. We are gonna go farther long term, so this isn't the end of the production area here for whiskey, but it's a start. This should be able to get us enough room for one, maybe two of our distilleries long term and the home office that I want to put here. The SWU Spirits corporate office is gonna go here, so pretty good start of the day. I think it's time to head back to the dealership, return our leased equipment here, the bulldozer, and get some sleep. But definitely got to get this strapped in before we do that. Get the ramps lifted. Yeah, long day. Long day of work. It was well worth it. I do want to kind of drive around here and just see how the ground feels. Yeah, not too bad. Seems pretty level. I don't really feel any terrain change in this area, so but we might have, saved us a lot of money by doing this. They dropped off the fence, right towards the end there, and got it all prepped and all safety. It's safe now. OSHA should be happy. Let's head back to the dealership, return this lease. Like I said, we got to get in business to compete with that. Bill's doing pretty good. Look at Bill go. Looks like he's just about done with the weeds, so the trial with Bill's been going good. I'm hoping to find a couple more jobs for a couple other farmhand leads that I was looking into as well. But right now, Bill looks like the winner. But he's the only one that we've really evaluated so far. It's May 1st. We're heading on over to Bobby's field because we didn't think we were going to get weeds, and we ended up getting weeds over there. Everything looking good that Bill did for us. Our fields are looking pretty nice, so I checked the closest ones. We'll have to check the old cornfield later on. We're gonna head on over to Bobby's property. I'm gonna do some weeding for him, and then later on today we're gonna go check on the progress of the production site and see how the construction company's going. We did hand over the entire operation to them. I saved us a good amount of money. I think it was about 30 grand for just clearing that area, and minus the lease that we did, so we saved about $22,000, which is very much needed. We're down to 520, but we still got a lot of money to spend to the contract company once it's done, once we have that building complete. And it's gonna be a couple structures put there, so we're gonna see how much money we have left. I know we have enough in the budget. I'm hoping they don't run into any unexpected expenses and we can have a little bit of cash to get us through until harvest season, when we can start making some whiskey and then start making some money, because that is our only revenue stream right now. Things get really bad, or if we produce too much whiskey or too much barley that we can't handle in the production, we could sell some of the barley. But we'll keep that in mind. We're going to be definitely looking at the numbers in a lot of detail this time around to see if we have enough land to keep the distillery populated for an entire year. And once we get one distillery populated for an entire year, we're going to build a second one. We're going big. But we're almost there. We're just going to do this little cut through to get over to Bobby's field and get those weeds taken care of for him. I wonder why Bobby's truck's down there. Down by the creek. Interesting. But here we are in his field. We'll go ahead and unfold here. Yeah, let's take a look. Needs rolled. What was he talking about? Oh, there are some weeds out here. Okay. There is a little bit, just not by the edge here. All right, let's hop in. We'll go ahead and get this done for him, kind of returning the favor for all the times he's helped us with weeding. You know, another upgrade we're looking at, but tractors will definitely be first, and that's one of the things I'm going to be keeping in mind when we have money left over is what do I want to purchase to help out the farm and help out probably the harvest is what we'll be looking at first. But I will see you in a little bit. And the last little strip here, I'm going to go check on Bobby and see what he's doing down there after this. He's probably fishing, but I'm kind of wondering what he's doing down there. That's an interesting area. Hasn't been developed yet in this town. Yeah, we'll get this done, fold it on up, and I'm going to cruise down there, see what he's doing. Maybe join him for a little bit of fishing, but then we got to check on that construction site, see what kind of progress they're making. All right, Bobby, I'll see you later. We're going to let him just enjoy his day. Everything's prepped on all of our fields, just got to wait for harvest. He was wanting to possibly, once money's in a better spot, buy this lot and build a couple houses on it, like his house and my house. Something to keep in mind. I definitely want to look at the flood reports in this area, because I don't want us moving in somewhere where we're going to have to build extra infrastructure just to be careful so we don't flood our houses if big storms come in. So we'll check the flood reports and see how everything looks there. It's a good idea though. I kind of like that spot. Could have a little private fishing area there right on the creek. But let's get home and then we got to drive up to that site and see what's going on with the new production buildings. Hopefully they've made a good progress here in the last couple weeks. Well, did we go overboard? Probably. But this is our new facility. This is the office, pretty much. And we'll have some storage in here for some unsold whiskey. But we'll just cruise around here and take a look. A couple areas are overgrown. We got some parking here for some employees and potential customers when they come by. Yeah, a little bit of detailing needs to be fixed with the grass, but this is looking great. Let's go back here and get a little view of it. Might have been a little overdone, but I love it. I love it. It feels welcoming compared to that building. So let's go ahead and cruise in here. We got a little walkway into the office. Here's our office area. And a little bit of trees coming through. We might fix that. And then this will be for storage of goods. So the idea here is that we'll be storing products that we're not actually putting into the production, but we might need. Just role-playing that a little bit. And yeah, I'm gonna clean up a little bit of these shrubs out here and a little bit of this grass. I think we're gonna call the office good. Yeah, not a bad start. I think this looks pretty good. Well, it is June 1st. Everything seems to be growing pretty nice. We're gonna take another check and take a look and see how the production's coming. Well, you can see our money is at $140,000. So let's go ahead. We're gonna go this way, kind of hide a little bit. And then we're gonna turn around our grand reveal. Looks like we did the wrong color fence over here. I think I like the black better, so we might replace this one long term, but that looks good. Got the outside growing a little bit more. And then once we get in here, it's really nice and manicured. Gosh, I'm loving this. Montana's finest whiskey since 2022. And we can see here, SWU Spirits. This is looking awesome. Got a little bit of parking over here. We didn't detail this as much as we did over there because I wanted it to feel a little more industrial. Some longer parking spaces for bigger vehicles over here. Not a lot of room to sneak behind the building, but there should be no reason for that at all. Looking pretty good. I'm loving how this is turning out. We got this big wall to figure out, but we're gonna keep expanding that out long term. We should be able to fit one more of these productions once we have enough cash in the existing footprint right now. So if we hop in here, come on down this way, we can put one more right here. We should be able to completely fit it in there. Yeah, should be good once we have enough cash. So once we get $250,000, we'll definitely be doubling down on the production site here. Oh, so exciting. But now it's really just time to wait until harvest season so we can get that populated. $140,000 will help us with our loan payments and also some down payments on some equipment I'm looking to buy. The only thing really we're gonna do in July here while we just wait for this crop to be ready, and you can see it's coming in good. It's coming in real nice. We're looking at 97% yield bonus. We're gonna get approximately 13 tons per hectare here, but we've got bees. We've got bees and we need honey. And that's all I'm gonna tell you right now. Early morning, checking on the bees here, 85 liters so far. That's not gonna be enough. That's not gonna be enough. We're gonna have to really expand that production there. But we've got golden fields at this point. Some gold over here, gold back there. And I believe even Bobby's field is gonna be gold. Well, I got some prepping to do. We're gonna get some different equipment this time around, but I will join you in a little bit, and we're gonna start a huge harvest process right now and see if we've produced enough barley to fill up our production for an entire year. And we'll go over those numbers soon. We've got a lot to do, and we're gonna spend, well, we're not gonna spend money. We're gonna finance a lot of things. We're gonna start by selling a lot of equipment. The Lizard trailer is getting sold $21,000. The corn header going away for $36,000. The New Holland going away for $100,000. The New Holland header going away for $23,000. Everything else I think is gonna stay at this point, but I'm gonna drive to the store and we're about to do a little bit of shopping. We could go for the big boy here, the AF11 Case IH for $740,000, or we could look into getting two of the 7150s for less money combined. The capacity is about the same for the two, but we would have two going. We are going to go ahead and we're gonna do 5-year loans. We're gonna do 10-year loans. Man, should we try to do a 10-year loan with a payment of 91,000? I think we're gonna do 10 years. We're gonna put 5% down on this. We are gonna do 2 of these today. And we're gonna go with the 28-foot headers here. So we'll hire these as well. We're gonna do 10 years on all of these and hope it works out for the best. And I think we'll pay for cash for the 2 header trailers. There's one heading back. We got a bunch of farmhands helping us today. Bill has gotten some of his closest friends to help us out. So lots of hands here to help me. I'm gonna get this one going. We'll hand it off to one of them to get it home. We're gonna continue shopping. No way that one goes. All right, next up, we're gonna buy 2 J&M auger wagons. We'll do 10 years as well. These might not work. We're gonna keep the auger wagons here because we're gonna purchase a semi truck here next. We need to get another tractor because I don't think the John Deere is gonna work. I said it was a shopping spree. It is 100% a shopping spree. Let's see, we're gonna go, I want enough horsepower, but I don't wanna overspend on this purchase here. I think we're gonna go with 2 of the International LT series, and we're gonna do them our custom color. And then I wanna change that to matte. Yes. We're gonna get this one for 10 years as well. And you're not seeing wrong. We got 2 of them and 2 trucks. This operation's getting huge, guys. Lots of debt, but it's all good. All right, and I do want to test out the height here just to double check that we're going to be good with this configuration. Oh yeah, that should work lovely. So one more purchase. I was going to go with it. I just can't justify it. I can't justify it. So I think we're going to go with a smaller seeder as well. But we are gonna go with the Magnum. Let's get the US one set up. We wanna get, I think I wanna do wider tires. Well, you know what? Let's just do the wheel weights for now. And let's get this going for 10 years as well. And that's gonna conclude the craziness that was this shopping spree. We're gonna get all this equipment home and get started with the harvest. I made a comment a while ago that it felt like something snapped and that Wyatt might be winning and Ken might be winning. But I think this plan's gonna work. Now let's try to help this guy out here. There we go. That was awesome. All right, let's see if we can catch up to the caravan, but we'll get everything prepped. And I think we're gonna start with the biggest field. And I have a spot where I want to prep everything. So we'll get things rolling here. Man, actually we might start with the smaller field just to get some practice in. So I'll explain our plan here as we're driving back. So we've got 2 auger wagons, we have 2 trucks and trailers that we're gonna put the grain in. So the auger wagons we're gonna fill up obviously with the harvester. They're gonna dump into the trucks. The second the trucks are full, they're gonna drive to, oh look at that, it looks great, to the whiskey distillery, start loading it up. We also need to buy a water tank. So once I get everything going and the process set up there, we're gonna take the John Deere back to the dealership and pick up a water tank. We gotta find somewhere in town that we can get water, but we might actually, well, today we're gonna have to get away with it, finding it somewhere else, but I think I'm gonna get a well put in at the production site so that we can fill up directly there and not have to do long trips. But let's get back, let's get everything prepped and going, get that first harvest going, and once I feel like it's rolling good, we will do that so that the second barley gets over here, we can get that production turned on. That's the plan. Now looking at this pipe as we're taking one out here to get prepped, we definitely can upgrade these headers long term, but I wanted to make sure we had this operation going pretty smooth before we end up doing something like that. All right, there's a lot to take into consideration here. Let's get this lower to get it activated. What we're gonna do is we're gonna cut this first little area. I might do both headlands here because we do want to get straw dropped here probably for more money, but we're gonna want to clear this area so we have a working area to unload because there's not much room on the roads here. So what I'm gonna do is go up and down. Hopefully we don't hit the semi here. I think we should be good to squeeze right by it. Black Beauty here, looking good. All right, let's let this swath finish. And then we will back out and cut in a little bit more. We'll see how it feels after 2 widths, but let's go ahead and get a decent amount here. And then we should be able to make this turn now. And continuing on. I mean, that's looking like a good amount of the field opened up there. All right, that should be good. Let's get this shut off for now. Leave it running so it stays warm. Next, I want to get these auger wagons configured correctly. Auger trailers, I should say. All right, so we've officially got 2 harvests going on 2 different fields. Looking pretty good. The first truck is close to being full. We just need probably one more time unloading one of the auger wagons, and we'll be heading over to the distillery. Then finally, while that's going on, we're gonna take the John Deere, go get that water truck, or water tank. We're gonna purchase a water tank and get the distillery populated with water. And because of the plan we have, we're gonna go with just the $6,500 or $17,000 one that holds 6,500 liters. And I did find this nice creek here that we're gonna fill up in until we get that well installed. And it's just up the hill is where the production is, so we're not too far away. We'll just try to sneak back here, get some water. Good thing we have a little filter in the production to filter the water. We should be good. Their building is taller. We plan on scaling horizontally with more productions, but it makes me happy seeing this place. I love it. So let's get in there. Let's get this set up. And then we'll just wait for the truck to get here. And the first truck is on its way to get delivered. 46,000 liters already heading that way. And starting to fill up the second truck. Perfect. It's been fun watching the harvesters on the tablet from here, figuring everything out. But we're just about to have our first delivery of barley to SWU Spirits. Getting antsy. Here they come. There they are. This is awesome. And officially putting some barley in the distillery. And they're on their way back to the field with the second semi on its way. What a process.
Don't you know the world is cold, we're living in
All right, now ignore the images. They're going to change once again. I messed up again, but we do have a whole barrel already produced. It is the next morning. We have almost 400,000 liters. The way we've set this up, we're going to use 77 barley per cycle, and we're going to do 480 cycles a month. That's going to give us 36,960 barley to burn through. And over 12 months, that's going to be 443,520. So we do need another delivery here to get us enough barley for the entire year. We want to have 12 months. And looky, there's our first SWU whiskey. 1,000 liters of whiskey. We got 250 liters in each barrel. Looking great. And we've started to prep out here. You can see we got things going. We have also the Ford out there picking up the straw, delivering it to the animal dealer. I got this prepped already. So we're going to get these guys all configured, and we're going to want to do multiple vehicles, and we will do one headland this time. We'll go ahead and get them started here. No reason to wait. So the only real issue we've had with Bill's team so far is every once in a while their combine drivers end up running into each other, and that's something we're working with them to figure out. I think we're getting them up to par, though, with what we need them to do. This one's going to go ahead and drive to his starting location and get started. We've got everyone else prepped, just ready to go. And we're heading back to the whiskey distillery with the John Deere to get a little bit more water put in, just to make sure we have enough. So pretty around here. I love the look, man. One of my favorite builds we've done so far on the channel. Who put that tree there? And I think I might regret not getting enough water over here, or a big enough water tank, because this thing's thirsty. It takes a lot of water to produce whiskey, but we'll get that solved later on. We got one harvester filling up already. The other one's going to come around and probably catch up to that, but the operation is looking solid so far. Headlands are always the toughest thing. And once we get through the headlands, this whole process seems to work a lot smoother. And our first grain car getting unloaded here on this run. Got the other one coming right back behind it. You can see the Ford out there working. I just love having this much equipment out running at the same time. Besides some rendering issues that we're seeing right now, this is looking sweet. Everything's going in the silo today. We'll move a little bit more barley over when we need to. But as of right now, things are looking solid. Just big fields, and it looks like Black Beauty's gonna try to unload on the go here. Let's see how that goes. Oh, this is sweet. It is working. I'm gonna have to double check the settings because I was struggling getting this to work. So no, we do not have course play enabled. And over here, we have the same setting, but this one, let me check. Yeah, we're dropping RP big time right here because this is beyond awesome to me. Yeah, I don't know why this one is working the ideal way, but the other one's not. Maybe because they're on the headland still and they can't go to it. So we'll see how this proceeds. Back to RP. Really just 100% playing farm manager at this point and checking in on all of our workers. We're at 74% full on the straw. There's a couple passes where we reconfigured the course that the combines were running on that I'll probably have to do myself later on, which is completely fine. But boy, farm management is a blast. And, you know, that's only one crop type or one whiskey type. We are going to do honey whiskey, but we need to get a little bit more product of honey going. And while that's unloading, I am going to jog on over and see how that's looking. 181 liters. We're going to need a lot more. We're going to need almost a whole plot of land. Well, we're going to hopefully adjust this field again soon and expand our farmyard, so we might build a place for the honey production. And we're really gonna have to get this tiered up before we start promising to process a bunch of honey whiskey. Things are looking good out here. I think we're gonna get a little side-by-side ordered and delivered so I can cruise around and check on things. Definitely were able to pay for this with cash. But yeah, this is ideal. So now I can just cruise around the farm area, start checking on things, seeing what's going on, why things are not being processed, and why they're stopping, if they are. Very cool. Yeah, we can come around right here. All right, this harvester's back on the go. They both seem to be satisfied right now. The grain cart operators are just waiting to be called. Cruise around this way. This might be nice. How you guys doing? Need anything? Looking good, all right. How about back here? You need anything? Still early, but we'll get some lunch headed this way soon. Yeah, lots of straw to pick up. That's going to be a huge part of our income this year because we're not going to have all of the distribution companies that we're going to need to get through all of that whiskey when it comes to selling it. So still working with some companies on that. We do have our old connections from Black Mountain and Iowa, but we're producing so much more whiskey than we did back in those days. So things to keep an eye on. Finishing up the first headland here. They're both doing one headland, so it'll be 2 total and give them plenty of room to turn around. And we'll see the grain cart operators. They're hanging back this time. Little inconsistencies with the way those guys do their job still. Let's go check on our semi-operators, see how they're doing. Ooh, how you doing? Doing good? All right, have a good one. Talk to you soon. We're gonna come by and get lunch orders in a little bit. How you doing? All right, sounds good. Yeah, lunch orders in a little bit. And the last one really to check on is the Ford as we cruise out here. Like they're getting close to being full. Might be right now, actually. They're gonna head on in and sell that, and we'll check on them and make sure they're doing good. But we'll see money coming in momentarily from that, and they'll come back and pick up where they left off. Beautiful thing. So, you know, while I have just some time to... Oh, they unloading? They're unloading while they drive by? That's all right. That is okay. But we're going to be putting some cover crops in here this year to get this soil in a better state. You know, if we're going to do barley on it every year, we're going to have to make sure we're taking care of this soil, and we're not rotating crops to help it out, so... I think a cover crop would be nice for that. What we got going on here? Taking the long way? Oh, you're getting caught up. Love it. And then this one, they're hanging back a little bit farther, being kind of shy back there. And there they go. The headlands should be done at this point. They're going to start doing some ups and downs. And that's when this really starts to speed up. Only being able to go 14, it's going to take the Ford a little bit of time to get there and back, and we're hoping they're not too wide for some of the areas they have to go to. Oh, what are these guys doing? See, this is what these operators do every once in a while. They just start running into each other and having a little fight out here. I think we got them all sorted out. It's when you know you made it big time, when you're just sitting in the side-by-side. In case there's repairs that need to be done, in case anybody needs anything. Hoping to get this one done today so we can get to Bobby's field tomorrow. Yeah, things seem to be progressing awfully well. Another part of this process I do want to keep an eye on. I thought they were getting... Oh, let's get out of their way. Thought they were getting full and headed in, but they might not be yet. See our grain cart operator coming in now. Should be coming here and unloading. And we're going to find out right now if we got this all configured correctly for them, if we set up their routes correct, or if we're going to run into any problems. Oh, they're coming in quick right now. Are you gonna slow down in time? Oh my goodness. So you should have filled up the back one first, but you're coming in too hot. That might be a problem. And we're taking a look at our drone here, our drone footage, to see if the Ford can fit through this entrance. And this was the big issue I was worried about. Looks good. Now they should just cruise on over here and sell at the animal dealer. And we'll see what each one of these loads is going to bring in financially this time around. I mean, if it gets us enough to get another distillery going, we might get that ordered here and get it installed by November, hopefully. We just need 250 and then a little bit of breathing room for our bills. So 40,000 plus 4,500, a couple more loads, we might be there. Looks like we are getting about 12.4 tons per acre. per hectare. 94% yield bonus. This one's showing 121%, so dramatic change there in the different soil type with 16.1 tons. And we hop over here and they should be transitioning to that other soil type here in a second. Yeah, we see it start going up, getting closer to 16, but at 121%. Yeah, this is a good money field right here. And we got another one of our operators coming in. Let's see if they are gonna blow past it as well. They are. Oh, they slowed down in time. Perfect. All right, we got that fixed. I did adjust where the target was, so that should help out. And it'll be interesting to see if this semi is going to be all the way full now. I think it might be after this. Got a full grain cart operator there, just watching this here to see what happens. And then they're going to scoot forward, unload a little bit more in the middle bin, and then they stopped. So they're all done. What is she going to do in the truck here? Covers on. Once the grain cart's out of the way, the auger wagon, they should start pulling forward. Lunch will be here soon, but I need you to do your job. Oh, not quite full yet. I was seeing things. Okay, that's all right. My bad. Actually, I think I am going to send her on her way so that the next one isn't so stressed out. So that one's going to head on to the silo, and they're just going to loop back around and drop it off at our silo this time, and not the whiskey distillery yet, since we have a lot of liters extra. All right, and she is ready and waiting. Should be nothing in here. Absolutely. Everything's working in unison. We got them skipping rows this time, so that should help with them not running into each other. As this one's cutting through, this is where they're gonna end up running into each other though. Just right here. Yeah, unfortunately. There's the semi successful at turning around, now just making its way towards the silo, and the Ford is slowly creeping its way back to get back to work. We need to get something a little more efficient on that job, I think. Should fill up this grain cart, and then they'll head over to the truck and unloading at the silo. Absolutely perfect. What are we looking in here? Already 68,000, 69,000. We can only hold 400 here, so it's going to be close. See how this field yields. All right, we've seen the whole process. Now it's time to look at the trees. Just see it finish. We'll be back. And we're just about done with harvest, and we're going to swap out the Ford and the Magnum here on picking up the straw, because the Ford's just way too slow. They're out there finishing the first half of that field as we've pretty much finished harvest here at this point. We can have just a little bit going on back there with the second combine still, but it is time to put this auger wagon away, and we'll swap out with the Ford like we said, and then we'll take a look once we finish the harvest on what we have. And I need to head into the office here in a second once we get everything sorted, because we've got a possible problem. We need to get organized out here. Been chaos. Long harvest season this year. Not sure what we're running into. There we go. It looks like the Ford is officially finishing the first half, and this is a perfect time to swap machines here. We're just gonna cut them off, make sure they stop. Probably gonna list this for sale soon. Not getting a lot of use out of it. We got multiples. Love it. You know, Bill's crew did pretty good this time around, a lot better than yesterday, so they're showing great signs of improvement. So we're, debating hiring him full time. Don't know a ton about him, but I think it'll work out good. But this is the end of the grain that we have. The harvest is finally complete of all three fields. We're gonna look at those grand totals after I head to the office in a moment. All right, we were just relaxing here at the office, and I wanted to pull up the numbers and show you guys. Just under 400,000 liters in the whiskey distillery, and another 303,000 liters in storage, for a grand total of possible income of $345,000 on that, just from barley, that we're not gonna need in the distillery. So the big issue right now, we might have to start storing our whiskey over here because the distribution companies in town, they're not fans. They are not fans. And look at this. Just throughout the day, we've got 3,000 liters of whiskey out here. Lots of money. And looking at our time-saving stock check, that's showing us it's going to be approximately $83,000 worth of whiskey right here. But struggling to find people that are willing to buy it. So I have suspicions that somebody's working on blocking us. And I have a feeling they're the owner and operator of that building right over there. Oh, it's starting to happen. It is August 3rd and Bobby is getting ready in the harvester to harvest his field. Let's make sure that we switch over to his account right now. We'll get his money sorted out later on. Just really waiting out the rainstorm at this point. Bill is also taking care of picking up the straw in this field here in the south field. You can see the big field has been cleared and our dollar amount, if you saw a minute ago, was at $300-some thousand. So we're looking good. We'll do a nice report on our farm after we get this harvest done. I think it's gonna clear up right about now and away we go. So Bobby will be running the harvester. We'll be in Black Beauty here running the grain cart, and I just have this here because we're gonna run it straight to the flour distillery when the time comes. So let's go ahead and follow along with him, get this unloaded. And like I said, we're gonna wanna get his production up and running as soon as possible. So we might get, you know, a couple thousand liters in here, run it over there, make sure everything's looking good for him. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll do this the headland. We'll follow him around the headland and then we'll head over to the flour mill and get that operational. All right, I think that's good. We got over 6,000 liters. Let's head on in. And, ooh, I think this will work. I think we'll be able to unload it with this. Otherwise, we might have to tell Bobby he's got to buy his own grain cart. I guess we could bring one of the semis over here if need be. I think we can cut through this way. Take a little shortcut. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know why they never connected this road right here, because it's through a private property, probably. Oh, yeah, it is like that. Okay, so we will have to transfer this to one of our semis. And, yeah, go from there. All right, we'll go back. We'll get this completely full. A little oversight on my part. I think Bobby will understand. Just a couple, 30 minutes maybe delayed getting his production running. Shouldn't hurt the bottom line too much there. And we've gotten back before he's had to stop, so that's good. Go ahead and get going here. And if we get close to filling this up, we'll get Bill on the phone and see if he can bring over one of the semis, but I think we'll be all right. Who knows? It might not be, actually. This is a decent sized field. It's a little bigger than I thought it was originally. Yielding really good. We took care of it well. We just had some of our straw sold, so Bill's doing good. We're up to $382,000. We're going to be making some decisions on what we're going to do with that money very soon. We kind of missed our turn there. We talked about the distribution issue that we're having, and I'm, 95% sure that Wyatt and Ken are behind it. None of the distributors in town are wanting to sell our whiskey, which came to us as a surprise to me. I thought the town would be real welcoming of another distillery, especially since we got everything, approved by the boards in town. And it just seems like they're claiming they've got enough product. So we'll keep on working on that. Try to figure out a different angle maybe, but we might be shipping it out of state, which is okay if that is the case, but I was not planning on that, so we'll get it figured out. All right, we got this set up good. Thought I would come and get it. Not bad. We got there pretty quick. So we'll try to get around and give them some relief on this pass here if we have time. Looks like it'll be close. We should be good. There we go. Let's see how much this fills it up now. Yeah, I get him completely emptied here before he goes back for his ups and downs. And we should be sitting, yeah, 14.7. Dropping this off in the semi. I am thinking, yeah, let's head over there. Once that's done, and we'll get this all going. We'll have to remember to deposit it in the correct account over there. All right, hopefully this works correctly. Money should not be going up, and we should pop into the production here and see some wheats perfectly. Let's get the wheat changed to just storing and activated. All right, Bobby is on the go now, making some more flour to pay us off. Harvests seem to go fast when you're keeping yourself busy. We're over here waiting for them to finish this pass and turn around so we can unload them again. I think we should check on Bill too. Bill seems to be getting it done. Not too much left to do. I don't think we'll get another full load here, but good progress is being made. Still got the old cornfield to pick up straw from. Hoping to get to some tillage and be able to get the cover crop planted here in September. So that means we will be buying a cultivator and potentially a new seeder. About halfway done, so not bad. Making good progress here. Bobby should be real happy with the outcome of his first ever harvest of his own field, and you know, he's got a lot of experience in the harvester there, so he's looking happy. Look at him. Look at him. That doesn't look like him. Grain going in good. Just cruising along beside the axle flow harvester. Header's looking good. Got to do some maintenance on that soon though. Make sure things are in tip-top shape for next year. Going about 10 kilometers it looks like. And we got another, yeah, about 9,000 liters in here. Perfect. That should suit Bobby well. I just logged into Bobby's account here in the county, and he never did the soil samples. So many things that I take care of that he wasn't doing, that I didn't teach him, is what I'm starting to learn here. So when we did lime and we did everything, or when he did, the amounts were not correct because there was no data for it to be, you know, connected to. So his yield is looking pretty bad. It's like 70%. So not sure what the plan is for that. I did talk to him a little bit about it over the radio, so should be good moving forward. We're gonna get that purchased, and you know, it should work out still next time around. This was his first time. We gotta get a little closer, it looks like. Come on, get on over. There we go. Get another about 8,000 on this run. So this is still looking pretty good. He's gonna make a decent amount of money off of this. All right, we'll cruise around almost 10,000 on that one. You know, just for fun, because I have time while I wait for him to get down to the other end of the field. I've been unloading this. I haven't taken a look at how close we are here to filling up the back yet, but we're getting there. Next time by should fill up the back, and then we'll start working on the middle. But just a handful of passes to go. Everything's going good with the straw at home. Still a lot to do this year though. No, we got a late start because of rainstorm. It's already 3 o'clock, but we're just about finished with this harvest. We do have another load of straw heading to the animal dealer as we speak. Be a couple minutes before they get there, but it should be before we finish this and I deliver the goods back to the flour mill. Maybe we will get done first. Yeah, when this money starts showing up here in a second, this should push us close to about 425, which was part of the plan. I knew we were gonna make ice cream man. I knew we were gonna make a decent amount of money this year, so that's why we went so crazy on the loans and the financing of the vehicles and implements. We're gonna pay a good amount of that off here before the year ends. Get ourselves in a pretty good spot to start year 6 here in Montana. But this is gonna finish up the harvest, and we're gonna wait for that dollar amount to go up before we switch accounts and send Bobby's grain to the flour mill. And that should do it for the harvest. Another 14,000 about to go into the semi. 38,000 liters going into the flour mill momentarily. Should be a good start for Bobby. And dropping off the goods for Bobby. I'm sure he's already back down there fishing. He is obsessed with that spot. And just filling in a little bit of water here at the distillery here in September. We've got a lot, but again, nowhere to sell it. We got 6 here. We got, 8 more in the building. a lot of money worth of whiskey. Honestly, it's $309,000 worth of whiskey already. It's a little insane. I might adjust that actually before we sell those. We're going to probably cut that price in half. I did this realistic to liters to whiskey in real life, and I think the scale is a little bit off. So we'll get it figured out eventually. But we do have a decent amount of money, and the cedar we're going to go with is going to be, yeah, this horse for 12 meters, 300 required horsepower. We're going to go the biggest one possible. And I did kind of like design 2 on this setup here. We're purchasing it. $5,000 delivery fee on this bad boy, but it's cover crop time. This is a direct drill. I do want just seed. We're not going to do any fertilizer. So let's see if we can get this filled up here. Bill is working on the northernmost field. We're going to start here on the south. And again, we're doing a cover crop, so we'll get oilseed radish selected here. And away we go. I think this is a good compromise for what we were working with. This is flying. We know we can go super fast if we want to. Default is 9 miles an hour. We're going to split the difference. And we're going to set it at about 13. So this should help the soil recover every year from doing barley. And when it comes spring, we'll get some more barley planted. We'll probably mulch over the oilseed radish. And I think that'll be our way to get in a little bit extra yield bonus and get it prepped for being able to put lime down next time around. But let's go ahead and see how quickly we can get this field done. Enjoy. Making great time here in the morning. Just kind of reflecting on what's happened and what's to come here. You know, we started this year by expanding these fields, swapped out a field with Ben, spent some money on it. Got a good loan out to buy some property, a new mortgage going, beautiful production yard that we have out there now. SWU Spirits is officially online, but right now it appears that the Carver family is pulling its strings and causing the distributors to not buy our product. So I'm gonna have to do some soul searching, maybe get a lawyer. I don't know what we're gonna do. This family over here has been a thorn in my side for over a decade now. We got a lot of barley sitting in a silo. I wanted to get a second distillery going, and we have funds for it if we just sold a little bit of the barley and a little bit of our whiskey. But I feel like that wouldn't be a wise investment. Something's got to give. We got to get this to end. We got to get this family to leave us alone for once. We never did anything wrong other than buy property near someone who was running an illegal moonshine business. Now, I don't know about you, but it feels like in the end, we've got to win. We can't let them win. We can't give up. We got to find a way. If that's sending them international, spending extra money for getting things through customs, that's what we're going to be doing this winter. I'm going to be spending a lot of time looking into our options, figuring out if there's ways I can just get this family off my back, but also figure out a way to actually make the ridiculous amount of money we should be making off of this amazing whiskey we're making now. We've been making whiskey for over 10 years. We know it's good. We know it's a good product. We just got to figure out how to get the right people to want to buy it. I'm going to shut the GoPro off for a few months here. We're going to go into hiding until spring. We're going to get all 3 of our fields oilseed radish planted on it for cover crops, take care, just a lot of busy work. Make sure that the distillery's filled with barley and enough water to produce the whiskey. And we're gonna have to figure out, like I said multiple times, where those distributors are gonna come from to help us actually make money off of this distillery. Until next time, I'm Socks Way Up, and I will catch you on the next episode. Okay, Kevin, thank you for the information. We will get you 8,000 liters delivered today. How's it going, everybody, and welcome back to Whiskey RP. There's some huge developments. It is October right now. We have a couple purchases I want to go over first. We did get a nice set of forklifts here. A nice forklift, and over here we've decided we needed to upgrade the tanker. So we did spend a little bit of cash. We have $153,000 in our name right now, and just to kind of remind everybody, we have a loan here that has $750,000 total. Right now we have the balance down to $736,000. This is a monthly payment with a 240-year term, 240-month term. And then also we have a ton of things financed equipment-wise. We ended last season with somewhat of a crisis, having no idea when it was going to be time or when we're going to be able to sell any whiskey. So you can see here we do have 32,000 liters. So that's a lot of whiskey that we could distribute, and we just got off the phone with a man named Kevin. Well, Kevin just informed me that Wyatt might have dropped a huge ball that's actually extremely going to help us out. So he had a distribution order that was not fulfilled, and there's a couple reasons that happened. Actually, the quality of his whiskey was a little questionable apparently, and they just didn't get enough done. They didn't get enough delivered to fulfill the contracts that they signed, and our indications were that they were blocking us when reality was they just already signed a bunch of contracts with the distribution companies, and they didn't have any more, room for new products. There's no demand, supply and demand is a thing. So the demand was not there for another brand of whiskey until now. So good news for us. We need to load 8 of these pallets, and being a new vendor, we're not getting a big order. So Wyatt did have the Jack Daniels name attached to his business because of the building they bought, and becoming vendors for Jack Daniels. They kind of dropped the ball here. Just go with it, guys. Just go with it. The first contract that we're going to get in town here is going to be for 8,000 liters, and they want to see how well that goes before they sign any bigger contracts. But from my understanding, they're no longer going to wait for Wyatt. They're absolutely favoring more business in town. I was kind of wondering if it was going to be like a first strike, kind of forgive him type of a thing, but the fact that they promised so much whiskey and have dropped the ball on that they're not able to fulfill the orders, the vendors aren't going to wait, or the distribution company's not going to wait, because their restaurants need their whiskey. Customers aren't going to be happy if they're not able to serve whiskey at the bars in town, and hopefully we're here to save the day. I'm going to get 6 more of these pallets loaded, and we'll get them delivered. And just taking a look at this chart, it does indicate our low one, and this will update as the year passes, but our peak is going to be close to about 8,000. I did even it out with the other whiskey company. We had to do that in order to hit these contracts. So the big one today is going to be Applebee's. They were the ones that were missing their order, and typically we wouldn't deliver it directly to Applebee's. We would get it to the distribution company, and then they would distribute it for us. But the order was so far behind that we are going to go straight there today, get this dropped off for them so that they can start serving it to customers. The indication that I got was that after a few weeks or maybe days, depending on how well it goes by, they're going to need to decide what they're going to do long term when it comes to who they're buying whiskey from and how much they're going to buy from everybody. So I don't think Wyatt's going to be completely out of business. We will find out eventually, but I do think we'll start getting a decent amount of requests from them to get our whiskey sold. So that's the thing we're looking at here. We got 8,000 to deliver today. We will get paid for it right away. There was some rumors about having to do a net 30 contract with them where we could deliver it August 1st and they would have till November 1st to pay us. But this one being in such a pinch, 8,000 being delivered here early morning at 10 o'clock, right before they're going to open up at 11, should make Applebee's happy, should make them, I'm hoping, instantly try to order more from the distribution company and playing really in our favor. All right, I'm gonna pull up here, go talk to them and get these delivered and figure out what's next. You know, not bad to start the day off with about $50,000 in our account, a little bit more. So we're sitting at 207. Good conversation with them in there. You know, it's just the local workers. They don't have a lot of say in what they're ordering and who they're ordering it from. That's the management that was not in today, unfortunately. So we didn't get to chat with the person that orders all of the whiskey there at Applebee's, but things are on the up and up, and I was feeling a little down about, you know, 2 weeks ago, and things have been moving pretty quick here. We're gonna find out. So we'll rejoin you and let you know what happens if we hear back about more orders. But as of right now, things are looking good. Well, we've made it back to the office here, and we just need to be patient, I feel like, right now. And we're gonna produce so much whiskey when prices are good for the barley that we have left over. We're gonna have to get it sold. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It absolutely is gonna have to get sold. We're gonna jump into our truck here. We're gonna leave the other one here. The John Deere is gonna stay for now, but I'm gonna head home. Don't really have much to do until we just kind of wait to hear if we're gonna get more orders. Once we get more orders, we'll definitely do some deliveries and make some more money. But we got to make some cash between now and the end of the year to make sure we're paying our bills and have a nice cushion. We got to get these things flipped, and I'm going to go see how the oilseed radish is coming. We did do a cover crop, so I want to see how that's going. Probably going to leave that till closer to March, and then we will have to... Oh, I'm passing this guy. I have no patience today. We're going to have to cultivate that up, and then we'll replant the barley in the spring. And that should set us up real nice. I know I did talk about getting a second distillery, but until we're able to produce enough or sell enough, we know we can produce a ton. But until we can sell enough, there's no purpose in getting it. We're just gonna have a ton of inventory and lost revenue that we could make right now. It is gonna be less money off of barley than it would be off the whiskey, but that's just the way it works. Taking the back route home here, we can see a decent amount of oilseed radish. It's growing pretty good here. Nitrogen levels looking good, looking perfect over here. Just a little bit of a boost like we were hoping. Seems like that might be the case. Over here we're not seeing much nitrogen, but hopefully in a couple months time that'll look a little bit better. Honestly, I have no idea how that works with precision farming, guys, but we're doing it anyways for the role playing. All right, I think I'm gonna head in here and take a nap. I'll see you guys when there's something exciting to talk about. Well, it's November. We are getting ready to deliver another load to Applebee's, and we have a long-term contract now for $10,000 a month. So that's one contract. We're producing about 15, so we're still getting an inventory in here that I've been just kind of adding to. So we're gonna have to figure out, you know, hopefully more contracts show up, because this is just not enough sales for what we're producing, and we'll figure that out long term. But you know, we're starting over really. Reputation here in town, gotta figure out how we're gonna break through completely. I know Applebee's is happy with us. The rumor on the streets, you know, it's gonna start spreading. Let's head that way though and get some money. It's definitely gonna be enough to keep us going, and all the financing that we did, we're in a good spot now. We're making plenty of money every month. Expanding potentially will be a thing. We'll see, you know, and we have a ton of barley to sell, but we're going to sell here in December. So we're going to make a couple $100,000 off of that. And I don't think we need to do any upgrades on equipment quite yet. So looks like we just get to start making money and don't have to worry about bills, because they're just going to be paid because we're making enough pretty regularly. The plan's coming together, guys. Things are looking great. You know, $66,000 every day. We're not going to complain about that. There's some other businesses in town that could get interested, and the way this contract's working right now, they have no issue with us delivering it directly. As I was pulling away from the office, I got an order of 12,000 that's going to go to the BP gas station. The word in town is spreading, and more orders are going to come in. So this one's not a dedicated every month we're going to do it. This is kind of an as needed. The distribution company's probably going to be willing to hold a good amount in inventory for us moving forward. They're just trying to figure out exactly how much they want us to deliver monthly. So we do know we have that 10,000 right now from that's going to go to Applebee's, and we do want to get that in stock for them so they can start doing that their normal route. The way things typically work is there's, you know, required or approved vendors in town that are going to be able to purchase their alcohol from directly from the companies that produce it, like us. Then they're going to get orders from the businesses in town. So there's a couple different distribution companies that are allowed to sell liquor in this town, and so we're going to be working with at least one of them at this point instead of delivering it directly. That's just not typically what happens. So, and luckily this order was closer to home because I was getting ready to head that way, so it'll work out pretty nice. So we're gonna get down to this gas station, drop it off, make a pretty penny here in November. All right, they told me just to pull up right here and they'll get it all unloaded. I think that should be perfect for them. So quite a successful day, and I need to get back on the phone with Kevin and find out what the plan is. We do know we have a guaranteed 10,000 a month. So that this guy's gonna pass me while I have my left blinker on. That is dangerous. Yeah, so 10,000 a month. We're producing just over 15. So right now, if we do get another order, then or another business that is gonna regularly order, then we would be a little short. So Kevin does know that. So the max that we're gonna be willing to offer them is 15 a month. But we do have a little bit in inventory still. We have about 23,000 in inventory right now that could get them started. So I'm hoping to hear in December that they're going to want to start having a minimum inventory every month. And I'm hoping they pick like 30,000 because that would be ideal. And all this money coming in is going to definitely enable us to make this area look a lot nicer. Need to get some better sheds. We just got so much equipment out here just dealing with the elements at all times. Both our harvesters, we got both our grain trailers there, the Black Beauty over there, the forage wagon, and all of this equipment here. Oof. Just need to find a better place for it. And our second product of whiskey, we got to figure this out this year. This year is going to be the big plan, is going to be getting that second product live. I might end up sourcing some honey because this is just not working. I mean, we have a handful of jars here. I mean, 24 jars. I mean, that could probably get a 1,000, but the thing is, if we aren't able to produce enough honey to just keep that business going or keep that part of the business going, there's really not going to be much of an advantage of that. It's not really going to help us much. So some of these areas are showing pretty good nitrogen. Let's take a look at our tablet here. Nitrogen, it's just the outskirts. Interesting. So parts of the outskirts we must not have harvested. So I'll be interesting to learn how the soil actually performs in the spring. But I'm kind of itching, guys. I'm kind of itching to get back to some farm work, and we're staying busy at the business over there. And there's an offer for something. You know, moving pallets around is definitely going to keep us busy. I'll see you in December. Happy December. We are heading in with 14,000 whiskey, and this is going to be our normal delivery every month for now. So we signed a 12-month contract. Between now and next December is when we could negotiate for more. And you know, things could happen. Like at minimum, they're gonna want 14,000 from us every month. They could increase that if they wanted to, but at minimum, it's gonna be 14,000. So I'll probably start doing that a little bit off camera because we don't show the exact same thing every month, but every once in a while when there's bigger orders or other things happening, we'll let you know. But you'll see the dollar amount just kind of go up depending on the supply and demand of the prices here. So we're probably selling these for a little bit lower than they were last month. All right, we did find the place here. It's just the back of this little strip mall is where this distributor holds their stock. Wink wink. So about, you know, $77,000 right there, and that's on a low month. So we will get a little bit more some months, but I think that'll be good. We can start budgeting things that way and start planning out expansions. So 14,000 a month, we're able to process about 15 in general. I'm gonna get us all the way to spring at this point. So we're gonna sell in January, February, and March. and we'll rejoin you with a larger dollar amounts and start getting some farm work going. So it's March. Our money is sitting at a pretty $552,000, and we're going to make some decisions here soon, but I wanted to start getting some cultivating going. We do have the barley being sold as we speak. There is a driver driving back and forth doing lots of loads. Should be about 6 loads. They've done one already, but we had 500,000+ liters of barley. Not 500,000, sorry, 300,000 plus liters of barley. Let's take a look now. Yeah, we still have 200,000 left. They should be pretty close. If we look at our big map here, we can see where they're at. They're going to the farmer's market, so they are close by. And I didn't catch how much we made on the first load. I was distracted getting this prepped, so we'll see what money comes in on the second one, and we'll know about how much we're going to make today. But I want to get all that sold before I start making some financial decisions on some sheds and potentially also paying off a little bit of our loans. We have a lot of them. I'd like to start getting some of them paid off. That is definitely going to be a goal. We want to be debt free here because we brought in a lot of money already this calendar year, and I want to be able to keep that and not have it go towards the bills like it's going towards right now. So I think we'll probably go after maybe this vehicle here or some of the combines, the harvesters, the ones that'll save us the most money on interest will definitely be some of the things that we're going to focus on first. But getting this oilseed radish cultivated up, I think it did its job as a cover crop, helping the soil recover. And let's look at the big map again. They should be really, yeah, they're circling around, so it'll just be a moment here and we'll start seeing money come in, and here they are selling it. Perfect timing. So we'll see how much we make per trip here in a moment. Well, we're gonna get 3 numbers most likely. Yeah, 18, about 20,000 on that. The back or the middle here will be a little bit less, but that's not bad per load. So we'll get another 20 from the back and maybe about 15 from the middle. Let's see. Yeah, just about 15. All right, we now know. And we've got a lot of work ahead of us. Without Bobby, Bill is not around right now. He is out of town for the winter. Hasn't come back yet. Seems to do like a snowbird type thing. He leaves the area when it's cold. He comes back when it warms up. We're still in the 50s today, so I think we'll see him in April when we start getting to planting, but lots of cultivation to do. Not sure exactly how much I want to bore you with it, but I'll see you guys in a little bit. All the barley has been sold at this point. We're getting this cultivation done. We decided to do mulching on that field, and I think we're going to try to use the direct drill, the no-till planting on the field back there, and compare all 3 of them. And based on which one does the best is what we will do in the future. If we don't see any difference, I don't think we'll do a cover crop again. It's just way too time consuming. If we don't see a big benefit from it, I don't think I'll spend time doing it. The soil will be fine. We could plow every once in a while. It'll be fine. But $879,000 to spend. I think we need to start chipping away at this debt. And once we turn around, I'm gonna pull my tablet out. We're gonna pay off a couple loans right here. All right, the finances are a little a mess right now, but we did make we made $354,000 in March, plus $37,000 in environmental score bonus. I did sell all the whiskey in December to get us to March just to speed up time. So that's why the balance looks a little off, but we did make $307,000. We're looking good here. All right, let's go into the higher purchasing. I'm gonna go with the highest amount here. We're gonna save about $90,000 by paying this off now, so that'll be great. And then we can pull off at least one of the Axle Flow 7150s. So let's do that. And with 288, I think what we'll do is let's tackle one of these 74,000, maybe 2 of these. We'll get the LT 70s paid off. And then possibly one of the triple hoppers. And I think that's good. I think we'll hold off to the money. With the money right now, we have 71,000. We're gonna have, about 50,000-ish coming in every month moving forward. So we'll keep chipping away at that. Later in the year, we will definitely, well, we might get one more harvest done on this field is what I'm kind of thinking. And then we do the farmyard in the fall after the summer harvest. I think that's gonna be the plan. Because we should be harvesting in August or September, and then after that we can build the farmyard out because we'll have even more money coming in by then. I think that'll play good. So now we're looking at our debt. It was 1.3 million, I believe. Now we're at 50 or 500,000 right now in the financing of vehicles. Plus, we still have the 725,000 in the mortgage. And there's the truck getting back from dropping off the last bit. They're almost done mulching up there as well. So it should be a pretty good time to take a break here in March. We do want to get some lime put down on all 3 fields. That's the thing I don't know about the one in the back there. Are we going to be able to put lime down on top of the oilseed radish, or are we going to have to cultivate it up? If we have to cultivate it, we definitely need to get the lime. I don't want to lose 5% yield, or even 7 to 10, depending on how much we burnt through the lime last year. So that'll determine whether or not we're going to cultivate it and actually test this out with 3 different approaches. But I would like to, if all possible. But I'll see you when we're done with cultivation. And before we head to the store to buy some lime, I wanted to see if it would allow us to apply on a field that was planted with a cover crop, and it seems like it does. So we'll get this field figured out. It's not using a ton. We might actually have enough for this field. It'll be close, but we're gonna buy some more to do the other 2 fields. Like I said, I figured I'd start back here and learn a little bit about precision farming and how all this stuff works with lime. Let's take a look at our field data to see if we can learn anything about what we need to purchase here. I don't know if we're gonna be able to, but this one's gonna show the 3,000 that we've used, so we're not going to be able to see anything from there. 13,000 last time on that. This one doesn't show any data. 18,000 down here. 16 doesn't show any data, and this one's not either. Okay, well, we're gonna stop that for now. I need this truck and trailer. We're gonna get as probably about 40,000 liters and hope that that'll be enough. I think it will be. Well, we bought $10,000 worth, 10,800. I don't think we'll get them all in one trip, but we can come back here and get the rest of it later on. And this will actually be just about 1 load worth. So money's at 60,000. I think we'll be okay. I mean, come April, we have another 14,000 liters of whiskey we get to deliver, and we have a ton in inventory. We have about 40 liters. Well, let's see exactly. 46,000 liters. So would be good to get a few more orders, but I think our sweet spot might be 14,000 each, and we just have a little bit of inventory in hand to help us in case something bad happens, or in case another order comes in. A little breathing room. That's all I'm trying to say. What does this sign say? Posted, no trespassing, hunting, fishing, trapping, or motorized vehicles. Ew. And this says dead end, private, no trespass. Okay. We don't want to go that way, guys. Let's respect them. All right, we're all filled up here. We'll see how well this treats us. And back at it. Looks like we do have a little strip there that we'll have to get later on. A little funny shaped field. We'll get her done. I'll probably see you when it comes time to get some planting done. Well, it is April, and I think we do have our answer on how the fertilizer is working. So while we're going ahead and seeding right now, you can see the nitrogen looks a lot better down here in the big field that we did cultivate. Not so much in the field that we didn't. And then the one that we mulched, it has a little bit of a lighter color, but we definitely got the nitrogen bonus in the big field, so we will cultivate moving forward. We'll see how the yield bonus works, but I think the thought was, if I'm remembering back from last year, we were hoping to have enough fertilizer in one go to get all these fields planted without having to fill up with seed and without having to fill up with fertilizer, so I could just heads down, do the 3 fields, get it done. So that's what we're gonna see. I know we're moving pretty quick through this, but that's the way I like to do it. I'll see you guys in a little bit. As I'm getting just through the headland here, I am remembering that was a different seeder, so we're gonna have different numbers here, but we definitely I think we found a way that it reduces the fertilizer, but I just don't think the benefit from the time spent, like we're spending so much more time on this field than we would have if we didn't do the cover crops. So I don't know if it's worth our diesel. And I imagine because of how much more diesel we're using, that our precision farming score isn't really going to benefit from it. I can't imagine. It is at 88 right now. Weed control's a little low. We'll get that fixed. And then everything else is pretty top notch. Their tillage is only down at 9.3, and that might be because we did cultivate this one field. I'm not sure. I do know that the direct drill does help that. But there's no but. That's all I had to say, guys. Let's get her done. And we're finishing this first field here, and I'm noticing something off with my fertilizer rate here. So finishing off this last little pass, and then we'll look at the big map so I can explain what's happening. So it seems like something is off with the calibration or so. This was every time we would head south, we have these darker lines, so it used more fertilizer than it needed to, and it changed the nitrogen level more than it needed to as well. Not 100% sure what is causing that, but I do have a feeling it's using more fertilizer than it was supposed to. But we're gonna get the weeder set up. Bill should be here very soon. He's gonna take over. He's gonna take over doing the weeding while I plant this field that we're touching right now. We're gonna get a lot more fertilizer delivered. That delivery should be here momentarily, but we'll get the weeding started and hand over to Bill once he arrives. And we can see Bill working in the background there, getting the weeding going. He did drop off some fertilizer to us that we got purchased. And we're gonna pick up some seed when we're closer to the shed over there, because we do have plenty of seed. And we're gonna need even more fertilizer, but just kind of buying as we need it, since the deliveries are happening, you know, pretty quick. I can get on the phone and let them know we're close to needing more, and they'll be here within about 10 to 15 minutes. Pretty awesome process. Let's get going. And it's gonna be a lot of fertilizer through this, especially if it's doing the same thing the last field did with the passes being inconsistent and burning through a little bit more, but extra expense that we can afford this time around. And we did sell what we needed, our required 14,000 liters already here this morning in April. That's why the money is at 123,000. You can see each month we're bringing in a lot. This month was 76,000 from the goods, and the environmental score gave us another 8,300. 2 more fields to get planted here and get weeded, but I'm itching to get to that harvest season. I love me a harvest. Almost done with the headlands, and we already burnt through 47. Well, I don't think it was full. I was gonna say we burnt through a lot of fertilizer, but I did get a good amount here delivered, 8,000 more. I don't think this will be enough for the 2 fields. I think we'll need a little bit more, but really trying to save some money for the eventual farm build that I want to do, and tackle some debt. We still got to get out of debt. So addressing a couple things. I know I said earlier we wanted to get to 100 million. That's not gonna happen. I mean, it will happen. So we could get to 100 million. It'll take a few years, like 10 years probably. But we're not doing that. We're not running this series that long, is what I'm trying to say. The plans right now, breaking RP, is going to be getting out of debt and having a extremely established farmyard and ranch house that we're going to have. So like our long-term living situation, and getting this all designed out and looking awesome. That will be the end game for Whiskey RP, and I'm not sure how many more seasons it'll be. We'll see how this one goes. And honestly, views are what's going to drive how quickly I move through this. Being completely transparent with you guys, last video didn't do very good, so I take blame for that, honestly. Probably too much repeated content here with Whiskey RP. Probably wasn't a needed series, but I have fun with it. We're going to keep going, at least get this season and maybe one more after this. Good stuff. So I'm over here, it's May, we're getting ready to do our delivery for the month, and we did a terrible miscalculation of what we're producing every month. We're producing 45,000 or close to. So what we're gonna do right now is this place next door, I believe, has some honey for sale. We need some honey. And I need to get a sample over to Kevin of our honey whiskey. So it's time to get that production rolling. And I think for a couple months, because we don't have enough barley for both whiskey types, I think what we're gonna do is, I mean, we've got to take a break on regular whiskey because we're just gonna run out of product. And luckily this location is super close, so I'm gonna go talk to them and see if I can get a couple pallets worth of honey. Not sure how much that's gonna run us, but let's see, Amazon here. I'll go talk to them and see. Yeah, they got a lot of stuff in stock. Let's find out here. We're gonna spend a decent amount of money on this. We're gonna spend about 30 grand right now, which is crazy town, but that's gonna give us 7,000 honey, and that should get us into business for 2 months. We do need to find a way to produce this ourselves because I don't think this business model will be sustainable financially long term. But I'm gonna go ahead and get these moved straight into the production. I'm wondering if I can snag 2 of these at a time. Not like that, we're not. Yeah, that seems to be pretty good. Could probably even go a little more aggressive on this. Yeah, we can grab 4, then we'll come back for the other 3. Tilt that a little bit. Yeah, we could tilt it to be safe. Lower it a little bit so I can see what I'm doing. And just head right back across the street and hope we don't lose any of these pallets on the way. And we're losing one. Gonna have to get the semi out of the way as we get close here. We're gonna have to get that home soon for the next harvest. I think we made it over here just in time. We didn't lose any. There we go. All right, now we need to get this production up and running. So we are gonna temporarily deactivate regular whiskey and just activate honey whiskey. And hopefully Kevin likes what he sees when we test that out. I do know that that was one of the products that Wyatt was wanting to produce, and they didn't get any. Like, I haven't seen Wyatt. I don't know if they just skipped town after kind of being embarrassed by what was going on there. It just seems like their sabotage mission failed and he's nowhere to be found. Crops or fields haven't changed, nothing. We're gonna head over to Bobby's here in a little bit and see how things are progressing with him. He has a little bit of a payment for us, and we'll see how that goes. Oh, I don't need to buy more. That was silly. And the other 3 getting dropped off here. Perfect, so that should be enough to process or have us run through, if I did the math right. It should work at least through June, but I think the extra days per month is throwing me off on the calculations, guys. We'll go ahead and park here for now. And let's take a look at, yeah, I'm gonna talk to the manager in here and make sure things are progressing good. Employees only entrance is definitely where we're going. So we definitely have enough in inventory to keep us afloat while we're not producing regular whiskey this time around. And just gonna drop off our monthly supply here and take a look at what the balance is looking at afterwards. That honey did eat into our money pretty bad there, but I'm hoping Bobby has a little bit of a payment for us for some flour that he should be selling. And just sneaking back here to drop off the goods for the month. Another 70 grand into our pocketbook. So we're doing a little delivery for Bobby here, 40,000 liters of flour. We are gonna deliver that to Applebee's and tip the truck. 42,000 is what the total actually is. So we're gonna slowly drive all the way back into town and get this sold for him. And remember, up to 88,000, half of his revenue is ours. So if he makes, that's a lot of math for me to do right now. $196,000, we get half of it. We'll keep track of the total moving forward, but we'll definitely be getting a nice little payday today. Right now, the 112 is Bobby's Farms balance. Make sure we sell it on the right account. When we get there, I'll see you then. All right, here we are selling the flour. Brought in $110,000. We're gonna use that as the round number. So we are going to send 55,000 over and subtract that from the balance. So we come in here, actually we come in this direction, transfer money. And we said 55,000. All right, so 164,000 is where Bobby's account is sitting. I'm gonna head back to the whiskey distillery right now. Keep an eye on it. there probably won't be much to do until it comes time to harvest at this point. Well, outside of checking in on the honey whiskey, which we'll probably see in June. Once we have a good sample, we'll get that over to Kevin, and then at that point, we'll hope to get an order and add on to that 14,000 of regular whiskey that we're selling. But June 1st would be probably our first opportunity for that. All right. Getting our first look at our honey whiskey here. We have 15,000 liters that we are absolutely going to be able to sell. We're going to drop them off at the distribution company. They love the samples they got early on in May. So we're able to produce 15,000 a month of honey whiskey. I think that's what I was doing my calculation on earlier. That won't be what we sell every month. This is something that we're going to be a little bit farther behind on, especially when we activate both of those, because we don't have enough barley to get through until harvest, which is coming around the corner here. So we'll have to make 2 trips into town today. One for 15,000 of honey, and then one for the regular whiskey. So I will see you at the distribution house. And we'll get to see what they're gonna pay us for 15,000 liters of honey whiskey here. Pretty good dollar amount there. 76 plus 8, with a little bit left over. Let's go get the regular whiskey and get it sold too. And selling some whiskey here. Brings our dollar amount up to $329,000. We're starting to get a good budget for what I want to build for the farmyard, so that is good. So that will definitely be happening after harvest. So gonna do a little bit of the same next month. We're just gonna check on the crops. Let's actually do that before we end the segment. Not too far from home right now. And yeah, after we check on the crops, the next thing we'll do is the harvest. Some sunflowers in Ben's field. Look at that, nice. All right, I wanna see if there's any difference in this information we see over here. So we see 98 out of 100. So it didn't change really by doing the cover crop. We just use a little less fertilizer. So we did save some cash there. Not worth it to me. Not worth the extra time it took. All right, I will see you guys when it's time to harvest. Well, we've skipped a lot of time here. We are in late August at this point, and we've got 2 out of the 3 fields done. The yield's been going great. We'll take a look at the production in a minute to see how we're doing. We are targeting 500,000 liters in the whiskey distillery so that we have enough barley for honey whiskey and regular whiskey. So going really good. Well, like I said, we'll take a look at the numbers here in a second. I just wanted to make sure everyone was still progressing pretty good out here. We have got the headlands done, doing some ups and downs right now. 2 harvesters working at the same time. One out there. Bill's team is doing absolute great work. So he is officially hired on full time to us. He is officially Bobby's replacement. We got another truck heading in, another one on its way back right there. Perfect timing, looking great. We got the straw getting picked up in this field right now as well. Let's take a look. So right now the production does have 423,000. So what is going in the next load here? This one has 44,000 liters heading in. So that's gonna put us pretty close. We'll probably do one more load after that and then switch to dropping in the, well, actually can switch to selling right away because the prices are probably good. Let's double check that. Yeah, barley prices are pretty solid at the farmer's market right now. They don't go much higher than that. So yeah, after that truck behind us makes it to the distillery, we will switch its location of where it's going so it'll start selling instantly. We're at 780,000. We've sold all the whiskey we could this month. The 14,000 that we're allotted, and we got unloading going on there. Should have a combine back here turning around. Not bad. I want to get the drone out here for a second as well. Yeah, we can see what we've completed from this view and what is left. A couple hours of a harvest. We've got plenty of money to start working on the farmyard afterwards. We've officially hit 514 in here, so we should be good. We do need to get some more honey because I'm still not sure exactly what we're going to do to solve that, but we're done picking up the straw, heading home with this right now. We're going to park it. Just got to finish this harvest. You could see not too much to do. We're getting there. We've officially moved to the selling phase here of barley. Got our first load coming in here. It's 45,000 liters. We'll see what each one of these loads is going to bring in financially. Should be about 60,000 bucks. I'm really hoping we're well above $1 million when today is done. We're going to pay off all of our equipment loans and spend a good amount of money building out the farmyard. Got multiple dollar amounts going here because of the 3 different hoppers. But we were at what now? 803, I think is what we started with. We're going to be, wow, this is a pretty good load here. About 60,000 is what we said, yes. So 62 plus the environmental score, not too bad. And looking today, harvest income so far, that includes the straw, 233,000 already. Products sold, 82,000 from whiskey. Miscellaneous, this is just the environmental score bonus, 32,000 this month. We got a lot in miscellaneous here. I wonder what that was about. Pretty solid financial situation for us right now. And a decent amount of this field yet left to harvest, so more money coming. And lots of money from straw. Well, with the harvest done, I'm checking in on the distillery here to make sure things are going good, and we're just gonna do a little recap of how things have gone. So I do kind of regret not showing you guys the sales of all the harvest, but we did do a $572,000 just in barley and straw. So then we have 82,000 in our whiskey and 63,000 just from the environmental score bonus, bringing our grand total for the month to $712,000, $1.2 million right now. We're going to come in here to the higher purchasing. We're going to settle everything. Now with our equipment paid off, that brings our total to $759,000. If we go look over here, we could pay off the loan. Okay, the mortgage could get paid off. We could be patient and build the farmyard later, but I want to head home. I want to head home, get the farmyard built. It's time. So just starting to move vehicles and implements. We're gonna need them way out of the way because all of this is going away. We're kind of gonna start fresh. I'm excited about the build. I think you guys will like it too. Just kind of doing an inventory of things we need moved. I'm going to need to use the tractors to get this stuff all sorted out. And then we'll get construction underway. Well, the new house is finished. We're going to do a little tour here. I think this looks absolutely awesome, though. Let's back up and take a little look at it. Not a bad asset here. Let's do a tour. It looks pretty awesome, though. Got some U.S. flags going. Look at these wooden doors for the garages. They're pretty sweet. So inside here, we got one of Bill's guys over here putting some stuff in a box there. Cleaning up a little bit. We got our truck here, but a nice little garage area where we can do the maintenance and take care of all of our equipment. Lovely. What was that? Nice. Toolbox. We got a little desk here. Billboards full of stuff. We got the master bedroom in here. Our bathroom as well. The shower. Door opens. We can take showers. Pretty sweet. Mirrors are reflective, but we're not in there. But we are when we go this way. That's pretty slick. What do we got back here? Nothing. There's some closets. This door goes to the laundry. Well decorated, my goodness. Over here we have another, was this like a half bath here? Can we actually, that would drive me nuts. Into the bathroom there, so that must be just a closet over here that you can't open. Okay, okay. Interesting door format there, or setup. And then the living room. Nice fireplace with the TV. Some good furniture here, an island in the kitchen. Not too shabby. And there's our back door. But then if we go this way, we have some stairs to go upstairs. Even more rooms up here. It's like kid rooms. Got Master Chief hanging out. Window access there. Pretty lovely. Little couch to lounge around. And then we got the princess room over here. But that's just the house. Let's go ahead and head out the back door. This is definitely going to be my favorite way to kind of leave the house and kind of just see our property back here. Little dirt road, a gravel sand road here. Leads up to one of our sheds. Now the terrain here was very difficult to work with, but I think it ended up actually turning out awesome with the different levels that each building are on here. You know, looking here, we have this, I don't know, like I think, let me show you where I think it looks amazing. So we come over here and just, you can see the different levels. I don't know. I love stuff like that, guys. But let's head on into the shed. These doors open for the day. You see, we got most of our implements in here. We got, you know, the cultivator, the seeder, the spreader, our fuel tank there, the forage wagon. Got the little John Deere side by side. Got our weeder and both of our tractors right there. And then going through this garage, we can come on over here. We have a little turnaround for the silo access here that I think turned out awesome. We did lose a good amount of field space, but here's our new silo. Nice upgrade for us. We haven't been taking advantage of the silo much, so it might be overkill. But we have a lime station as well. We'll be storing lime here, so we don't have to go to the store as often. And then fertilizer will go in here as well. And this is the big one. Let's see if we can get this open. Urgh. So right now, all of our harvesting equipment is really in here. We got our 2 combines over here. Plenty of space in this one too for some growth. We got the gravity wagons over here, or the auger wagons over there. And one of the semis is here. The other one is at the distillery right now, which we're gonna head there in the morning. But man, why do they have the same license plate? That's troublesome. All right, I love it. I think it is definitely one of our better builds here. And financially, we did pretty good. So we still have $44,000 left over. So it's finally time to get to September. Let's see how close we can get to getting out of debt this year. Got a lot of stuff to think about. We've been here for 6 years at this point. What is next? But I will see you in the morning. A couple things we need to solve this morning. We can see we do have a mixture of different types of whiskey over here. So we do have some honey in process, but we're just about out of honey. So we're gonna have to source that. You probably noticed in the time lapse we got rid of our honey production. I just don't think it's gonna be worth it to us. We're just not producing enough honey. So I think that is something we're gonna have to purchase. And I'm gonna figure out after we sell this batch of whiskey, we're gonna figure out how much we need for the entire 12 months. So at this point, we Our kind of drama-free, not debt-free, but our equipment's all paid for. Next thing is getting rid of that mortgage and really setting ourselves up for just a long-term successful business. And it seems like that's kind of where we are already. So I'm interested to see where we get by the end of the year, how close we get to that debt. And then in year 7, we're absolutely going to be pushing for debt-free and to be just really increasing our net worth constantly. All right, 14,000 is the number. Brings our balance up to $114,000 today. Now let's head on back, do some calculations, and figure out what the plan is for honey. A rainy day here in September, but we're heading into the office to crunch some numbers and figure out if we can afford to source enough honey all year, or if we want to do like maybe just the rest of the year now and revisit it later on. But let's do some math. We need 40,000 liters of honey. That's a lot. So let's go see what the cost would be next door. Let's talk to them. I think what we might want to do is get about 9,000, maybe 10,000. I think 10,000 will get us through the rest of the year. 12. Let's round it off to 12. But it's still, that's going to be a lot of money. Let me talk to them. They got this, AI working as their cash register here. So if we went with 12, 10's the most. That would be 43,000. I think we'll be okay there. And then I do want to grab 2 more. And that'll give us some leeway. And maybe we'll find a local person in town that sells it for cheaper, but that's hitting the bottom line. So I'm going to get this loaded up into the distillery. And then I think we're going to actually plant some barley in fall. I want to see if planting in fall performs any different than spring. Black Beauty is desperately needing some attention here, some maintenance. Let's head over into our garage, see if we can get this taken care of. All right, let's hop in here and get some maintenance done on this. It looks like it is going to be 33,000. Oh man, oh, we got to do it. At least on this one, it was getting so bad. We absolutely needed to do it there. All right, let's get hooked up to the spreader. And we're low on money. Okay, what are we gonna do about lime? Actually, I think it might be a good time to get a hold of Kevin and find out if we can sell some honey this month. Is there extra capacity? Like, do they need it? I think we need to find out. Well, but the way money is right now, I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go into town and buy a ton of lime, and we're gonna fill this up, and we'll probably wait till next month and we'll buy a decent amount of fertilizer. But look at the darkness of this when it's wet. I love it. I love it. So we'll find out if buying in bulk here is a little bit easier than buying it, having it delivered. I think that delivery fee was really hurting us. So 16,000 here is way cheaper. 3,600 this way. So we're just gonna do, and that puts our balance at 9,000. I think what we're gonna do is bring all this home and get what we can done with this much lime, and then potentially use the money that we're gonna have to do 2 trips, but we can use the money that we make in October to help us plant, because we should be able to plant in September or October here. So we do have 13,000 extra liters right now of lime, and the spreader completely filled up. So what I want to do, probably prep all the fields this fall here with lime at least, but I think we'll do a mixed bag of planting. And I do want to prioritize this field directly across the street. This will be the one that we will do first. So we want to get the pH level adjusted so that we can get planting. And yeah, ghost town over here. I haven't seen a for sale sign yet, but I expect it. Ooh, they left the garage open. I don't see anybody around. I want to see if they left anything. Just snooping around here. Hopefully this isn't a trap. Oh, look at this. Old Bushmills whiskey, huh? Cigarettes. Little workshop back here. I mean, this was closed at one time, and we're peeking through here early on. A lot of, yeah, they love Montana. That's for sure. The Carvers. Oh, look at this. Oh, man. I'm so tempted to snag that and move it over there. Is there anything just... I don't know. What is this over here? It's a note. Oh, my. Wyatt, quit messing with Chris. I'm almost out for good behavior, and I ain't risking that. Skip town, Ken. Okay. Kind of a sticky situation there. If I call the police and tell them I found that note, then they know I was snooping. Let's just walk away. All right, let's get to work. I guess that's good. Though, if he does get out on probation here, it's been 6 years, so I mean, oof. You know, thinking about Ken's time in prison reminds me of when I was in jail and when I met Bobby, and our plan afterwards was to start employing convicted felons and that have been, you know, through the process of going to jail. They've done their time, they've come out, and they want to get started again. And we did that with Bobby, and Bobby's having, you know, a great career, starting his own farm, his own process now. And it just makes me kind of think about Ken a little bit. And is there a possibility that all that time behind bars is possibly softening him up and changing him for the better? One could hope. It happened with Bobby. I'll keep you guys posted if I hear anything else, but it just seems interesting that after a certain amount of time, he's finally saying, let's stop. Let's leave him alone. I did nothing wrong. And I think maybe Ken's coming to that conclusion. That could be what we're hoping here. Time to get focused. Not using too much lime. So hopefully we have enough. Let's get this field prepped. Hopefully the rain disappears enough today to get this planted. And last little spot to get here. We didn't even use half of this capacity. So that is good to see. We're going to fill it back up. I think I'm going to get Bill going on the field directly in front of us while we start planting this one. We're just going to go direct. We're not going to do mulching this time around. I just kind of want to see us flip this as fast as possible and just relax until harvest season. There's going to be so much work to do at the distillery that I'm wanting to get all of the farm work out of the way. Oh, there's a piece of equipment we never put away. It's getting to the point where this distillery is turning into my full-time job almost, so that's why Bill has slippery road. That's why Bill has such a large team here to help most of the time, you know, especially during harvest. And we're definitely making some good progress at this point with this whole process of whiskey in Montana. Yeah, Bill's got started. We're going to get hooked up to the seeder here. I'm hoping we have at least enough seed and fertilizer to get one field done, because we are short on money. It's going to be close. I don't think this is going to be quite enough fertilizer, but we'll get a shot and then we'll slowly buy what we need. I was kind of hoping for some good news from Kevin today. He said there was a possibility that we're just going to open the floodgates and they're going to hold as much in inventory as we can produce, because sales are going great. They're having a hard time keeping the whiskey in stock at this point. You just got to get that purchase order approved. It would basically end up being an open-ended purchase order where we can just deliver as much product as we can generate. So that would open the floodgates for us to potentially get a second distillery going and expand our fields, but we'll figure out exactly what's best for us as time goes on here. We don't want to oversaturate the market too much and then just have too much product that we're just sitting on. You know, there's always opportunities to expand outside of Montana as well for distributing our whiskey. Definitely considered a local distillery at this point. And here we go, getting some barley in here in September. See, the ground is turning nice dark color as we're planting here. Let's see how this goes. See you on the other side. Well, just got off the phone with Kevin and got the best news possible. The floodgates are officially open. They will accept whatever whiskey we can deliver up to reason. You know, they will let us know once they're a little over capacity. The indicators I got talking to Kevin, they're not really stressed about that happening. They really feel like, well, based on the numbers in the last, about 12 months or so since we started this process with them, they can't keep it on the shelves. So the entire county, you know, all the bars in town are wanting to stock it at this point, and even other counties in Montana here. So eventually we might want to look into going out of the state, but good timing here. Just about out of fertilizer in the cedar. So what we're going to do is park this for now. I'm gonna head back to the distillery, load up all the whiskey we have. It might take a couple trips, but we're gonna get it sold. We're gonna get it done. We're gonna see where the money's at. We're definitely gonna be able to get more fertilizer today so we can finish planting. But yeah, the truck I need is right here. Let's go ahead and close that one. Make sure the shop stays nice and cleaned up so we're not, you know, just asking people that are driving by to come in here and take things. Because I think we're going to be gone for a little bit if we have to do multiple trips here. So let's, you know, Bill is here, but he is on the field and not anywhere near right now. So that should be good. We do have some security cameras. You know, we've learned from our mistakes. I guess not our mistakes, other people's mistakes. So we should be good. See if we can get a little view of what's happening out here. Train's coming. Yeah, they're still cruising around. They're probably close to being done right now, so I'll get a hold of him on the phone and let him know to do the northern field if he has enough lime, and if not, we will supply with a little bit more after making some money here. All right, we've got everything that we have in inventory right now, which we did get caught up by delaying some of the regular whiskey being produced for a while. But so 15,000 honey, and I believe it is 2,000 honey and 15,000 regular. So Subway is wanting to get into apparently the liquor business and alcohol business. So we're going to Subway today for their first delivery ever of alcohol in town, which in turn should be a nice chunk of change to add to the ledger here in September. Okay, moment of truth here. Not a bad day there. $118,000. We're at 128 again, so looking good. Let's get back home. We're going to purchase some fertilizer. I think we need to get Bill on the next field going, and if we need a little bit more lime, we will get that purchased as well. But things are on the up and up, man. Very positive right now. All right, we were able to get 10,000 liters delivered here of solid fertilizer. So what we're going to want to do is get that topped up and get back on the field and get planted. But I think I'm going to do a special extra payment right now towards that mortgage. Start filling that up nice. What an awesome process. But let's jump in here. Let's make a call to the bank. And right now we're going to do a special payment here of, we're going to do 100,000. It won't let me do 100,000. Weird. We have 110. Let's try a 75,000. The most it's going to let me do is 35,000. What the heck? And then I can only do that once a month. Interesting. Okay, so I guess we can't pay it off that fast. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. Interesting limitation to that mod there. Definitely dropping RP there for a second, guys. That confused me. It kind of changes my plans for this video, but we'll figure out how to get by it. Let's get back out here, get to planting. I think we have enough seed. If not, we do have some seed around still. And then we have Bill on the last field getting lime put down. But it'll be interesting to see if this does perform better being planted in September instead of in the spring. I feel like you would get a little bit more yield, but I think we'll be harvesting. I think we'll just be harvesting a little bit earlier in the summer than we would be if we planted it then. That's my guess of what's going to happen. But time to stay focused, keep making progress towards this debt, and just running a successful whiskey business at this point. Guys, I think it turned out great. Let me know what you think. I don't know if it's one of our best farms, but it's a pretty good one. A little more detailing would be nice, some decorations around everywhere, but I felt like that house had a pretty good details to it. I like the sheds. Just kind of what I did was, actually I got some help from Brody, so shout out to Brody Farms. He helped me with some areas or locations of some of the buildings there. I actually had the other shed in the front where the house is. Those were pretty much swapped and parallel with each other. So I think the layout much improved. So shout out to Brody Farms. But I kind of focused on the way the rest of these farms are laid out on this map and tried to make it look like it naturally would have been part of it. How close some of the sheds are and how close the houses are to the roads and, you know, silos in the background a little bit. So there are a couple other ones in the area that looked pretty good as well, or pretty similar. You can see the one straight in front of us. My instincts are always to set things off of the road a little bit more. But I think that worked out pretty nice doing it this way. It matches, trying to be fancy without the HUD on, guys. It matches the UI, it matches the rest of the map, and I think that was what was important. I wanted it to look like it belonged here on Judith Plains. And it's hard to remember that that's a custom farm at this point, in my eyes at least. I know there's some improvements we could do, but I think it turned out pretty awesome. All right, this field is all established now. We do need to do the weeds, so we'll get that done probably tomorrow morning. I'll probably get that taken care of. But I think what we're gonna do now is I've had a lot of time to think, and I have a long-term plan that I do want to talk about, but I want to get through the rest of this year, the calendar year, see where money is at and see if we can pull it off right away. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna, work at the distillery the rest of the fall and the winter here. Everything that we want to do for the fields is ready for spring, other than the weeds, like I just mentioned. Let's get this backed up here. Don't want to open that other bay, but nope, I think we got it. But yeah, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna head on over to the distillery, probably spend all of my time there, making deliveries as things are ready, maximizing that income that's coming in, making sure there's enough water over there. And really, I'm gonna send Bill home, let him do whatever he wants to do for the next few months outside of getting those weeds done. And then we'll talk about those plans.
Talk the talk, get me through the maze. Dazzled eyes shining bright, a never-ending space.
Well, as the snow falls here in December, we can get out of debt. Let's take a look at our finances. I'm sure you saw a little bit of a montage there of us making a ridiculous amount of money. Now, again, I'm not 100% sure why we can't just pay this off. I thought that was a feature that used to be part of this loan system, but selfish plug. Check out the line of credit mod on Itch that we do have. Should be a description somewhere around for you guys. So we are out of debt, and the thing that I kind of been reflecting on over the last month or so while we're selling whiskey, I think our time is done here. We have put the business up for sale, and we have gotten a buyer. Now, the dollar amount's not that important. What we're doing with that money is I'm gonna invest in savings for the rest of my life. It should take care of me, and we don't have to make any more money. But Bobby and I have a new plan. We've got a new desire, and it came by really helping Bobby get his farm started. And it also was spending so many years here in Judith Plains, so many years in Black Mountain, Montana, and Monteith, Iowa. We learned a lot about farming. And my favorite thing about it was taking something out of nothing and making it a flourishing farm. Also, finding some struggling situations and helping them become successful. I feel like it's time to start rescuing farms and start helping other farmers do what we have done multiple times here with our whiskey production and business. It's time to start SWU Farm Rescue.